Chapter 214. Ning Chun summoned the ghost palanquin. The two of them walked in and returned to their respective places. Yang Hong followed behind. He didn't get too close, but he didn't stay too far away either. He always maintained a certain distance. In the ghost palanquin, the two of them were silent. Neither of them said a word. The bright moon peeked out from the clouds and shone down. The ghost palanquin sped through the night and disappeared in an instant. Yang Hong escorted Fan Lingyue to the northern main camp before returning to guard Heaven's Gate. Ning Chun didn't stay and returned to the underworld. In the northern main commander's tent, Fan Lingyue closed her eyes and said softly, "One last request. After you break through the shackles, guard Ascension Valley for a year. Don't let anyone enter or leave. Same for you." Amipa. In the tent next to her, the abbot of Du Temple chanted a Buddhist mantra and left. In the following 10 days, the northern Ming army kept going south. The Great Xia light cavalry could only harass the enemy and stop them. They didn't dare to clash with the northern Ming army. The two armies fought as they traveled. In front of the Great Xia imperial city, the last major city finally appeared in front of them. In front of Luoyue City, there was a huge mountain stream in the north. It was rugged from east to west, and there was no end to it. The mountain stream was wide, and the terrain was relatively flat. There was no problem for carriages and horses to travel on it. However, a mountain was a mountain and a stream was a stream. It had always been easy to defend and difficult to attack. It was even more disadvantageous for the cavalry of the northern Ming army. Taking a detour was the best solution. Xiaozi, Duke Jingwu, and the rest thought that the northern Ming army would take a detour and try to avoid this unfavorable terrain. However, Ning Chun still suggested to station all the troops here. He knew very well that Fan Lingyue didn't have much time left. She wouldn't have the time to take a detour. The facts proved that the northern Ming army didn't show any signs of changing their direction. They kept rushing towards Luoyue City. In the northern Ming army, letters were sent out continuously. In the last days of her life, Fan Lingyue tried her best to leave a backup plan for the future of the northern Ming army. She knew that after her death, the people with evil intentions in northern Ming wouldn't be able to sit still. Mingyu wasn't old enough to govern, so she didn't have enough power to suppress these people. In front of the Fallen Moon City, on a mountain peak, Ning Chun looked at the northern Ming army that was gradually approaching from afar. He pulled the broken death bow in his hand. As the wind and clouds surged, the heaven-sparing arrow was aimed directly at a heavily guarded carriage. Ning Chun had been knocked on the bow for a long time. He had always been decisive when it came to killing, but at this moment, he was struggling in his heart. Once this arrow was shot, the war between the two dynasties would end. With Fan Lingyue's current condition, it was already impossible for him to block this arrow. However, the shooting of this arrow also meant that the Ascension Valley would appear even earlier than before. At the very least, he was certain that Fan Lingyue was determined to prevent the Ascension Valley from being born. However, he did not know what the Eternal Night Cult was thinking. After losing an ally like Beimeng, the Eternal Night Cult would most likely look for a new power to resist the threat of Great Xia. The Northern Ming army set up camp 30 miles away from the mountain stream and stopped. Then, they set up camp and rested. The figure on the mountain stream disappeared. The last arrow was not shot. Before the war, no one had the right to be emotional. Ning Chun had even almost forgotten how to do things according to his heart. Every action he took had to be made with the most rational judgment and balance. Perhaps, since the beginning of the war, from the moment he decided to protect Great Xia, he was just the awareness Marquis of Great Xia and not Ning Chun. A person who had lost his heart had already buried his joy and sorrow with his own hands. In front of the mountain stream, the Northern Ming army stopped for 3 days. During this period, they sent troops to test the waters many times. The soldiers of Great Xia resisted with all their might, not allowing the Northern Ming army to take a step forward. In the commander's tent, Fan Lingyue finished writing the last letter. After asking someone to send it out, she turned her wheelchair and walked out of the tent, looking at the ancient city in the distance. Fallen Moon City. That was the place where she met him for the first time. At that time, she was called Yuling, and he was called Ningfan. That was the biggest oversight in her life. She did not expect that the person she had always wanted to kill was right in front of her. Later, they became friends, and she gave him a sword. Not long after that, they met again in the imperial city of Great Xia. He gave her a blood ginseng king. Later, when they found out each other's identity, they became enemies again without hesitation. This was the will of the heavens. The place where they finally understood all their grudges returned to the place where they first met. Do it, Fan Lingua ordered. Yes. After the order was given, oil was poured on the tails of thousands of horses. Then they set them on fire. The frightened horses immediately neighed miserably and rushed into the mountain stream as if they had gone mad. The rumbling sound of the horses' hooves shook the entire fallen moon stream. Ropes, pits in the ground, hidden stakes, arrows, and all kinds of traps were flattened by these crazy horses. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere, forming a flat path. Facing the crazy horses, the imperial army of Great Xia had no choice but to retreat again and again, making way for them. Very soon, the Northern Ming army appeared and faced the last obstacle of Great Xia, Fallen Moon City. Duke Jingwu and Xia Zi's order was very simple. There were only 2 words: defend to the death. After Fallen Moon City, Great Xia no longer had any obstacles. Once the Northern Ming army entered the imperial city, Great Xia would be finished. The fierce battle between the 2 sides lasted for 2 days. Great Xia had a hard time defending, and Northern Ming had a hard time attacking. However, at this crucial moment, Fan Lingua once again fainted in front of the formation. This made Xia Zi, Duke Jingwu, and the others, who had been tense all this time, unconsciously heave a sigh of relief. Xiao Wanhua took up the role of commander and directed the Northern Ming army to attack the city. However, without Fan Lingua, the battle returned to being equal. The pressure in the hearts of the Great Xia generals was reduced by more than 10 times. The soldiers of the 2 armies constantly suffered casualties in the attack and defense of Fallen Moon City. Day after day, Xiao Wanhua looked at the advisor who was still unconscious in the commander's tent. His eyes changed from worry to nervousness, and finally to sadness, disappointment, and unwillingness. He knew that this battle had already ended. 7 days later, Fan Lingua woke up. His eyes seemed to be much clearer, and a trace of color gradually returned to his pale face. However, when Xiao Wanhua saw this, the sadness in his eyes became even more intense. Fan Lingua turned his wheelchair and walked out of the tent. Seeing the towering Fallen Moon City in front of him, he said faintly, "Retreat." Xiao Wanhua's heart ached. He knelt on the ground and said guiltily, "This subordinate is incompetent. It's not your fault." Fan Lingua replied calmly and continued, "In the future, Northern Ming will be handed over to you and old Minister Shang. Assist His Majesty well and don't disappoint me." Xiao Wanhua kowtowed deeply on the ground. Tears flowed down his face, and he didn't raise his head for a long time. Half a day later, the Northern Ming army slowly retreated. The banners no longer fluttered. No one expected the battle to end like this. It was beyond everyone's expectations. There were still tears and unwillingness in the eyes of the Northern Ming soldiers. They had already come to this point, and they were unwilling to accept it. The pleas of the generals didn't move Fan Lingua at all. He ordered the troops to retreat, and there was no room for doubt. Under the scorching sun, the Northern Ming army gradually retreated from Fallen Moon Valley. Xia Zi and Duke Jingwu initially thought that it was a trick. Later, when they saw that the Northern Ming army had really retreated, they looked at each other in disbelief. They couldn't believe that the battle had ended like this. Fan Lingua sat alone in front of Fallen Moon City. He didn't leave with the army. Instead, he calmly looked at this beautiful land. In the end, he still lost the time. Night fell. Ning Chun came. Looking at the beautiful figure under the moonlight, he walked over step by step. Looking at the Northern Ming army that had already disappeared, Ning Chun wasn't surprised. From the 3rd day of Fan Lingua's coma, he knew that the battle had already ended. No one expected such an outcome. The heavens made a fool of people, causing the originally ridiculous battle to have an even more ridiculous ending. "You're here," Fan Lingwei said softly. "In," Ning Chen replied. He walked behind the wheelchair and naturally pushed it forward. No one dared to block their path. One was a sinner of Great Xia, and the other was an enemy of Great Xia. However, after walking into the city, every soldier consciously made way for them. The riverside in the city was no longer as lively as before. However, the scenery was still as beautiful as before. The willow leaves fell into the water, creating ripples in the wind. "How do you think the history books will write about you in the future?" Ning Chun asked casually. "What do you think?" Fan Lingwei said softly. "Ah." Ning Chun laughed softly. "A sinner for all eternity." "I think so too." Fan Lingwei laughed softly. The moonlight shone on the ground, sprinkling a slight chill. Unknowingly, the weather had already become so cold. Ning Chun pushed Fan Lingwei around the city, just like how she pushed him in the past. It was so natural, as if this was how it should be. Fan Lingwei looked at the beautiful scenery around her, her eyes dark. "I calculated everything correctly, but only your appearance was exposed. As expected, in the end, you still became a huge problem." "I'm not as good as you," Ning Chen said calmly. He had always been the one losing in their battles. The number of times he won was very few. Fan Lingwei shook her head. "In the end, you helped Great Xia survive. What's the meaning of the process?" Ning Chun was silent. "Do you have any last words?" "Be careful of the Eternal Night cult. Ascension Valley is guarded by the abbot of Duyi Temple. He shouldn't appear in the next year. As for the rest, I'll leave it to you," Fan Lingwei said. Ning Chen agreed. The two fell silent again and walked quietly. After a long time, Fan Lingwei's eyes gradually regained their former clarity. Her expression also returned to normal. "Time's up." Fan Lingwei sighed softly. She stood up and walked forward step by step. Ning Chen stood in place, a deep sadness flashing through his eyes. Under the moonlight, his blue robes fluttered in the wind. When he took the last step, the chi around him suddenly soared into the sky. A blue pillar of light pierced through the sky, shaking the world. Heavenly demon tribulation, heavenly fire tribulation, and heavenly lightning tribulation. 3 tribulations descended at the same time. Thunder shook the sky and fire burned the world. A beautiful figure ignited in the flames, like a blooming blue lotus. At the final stage of her life, she was still so dazzling that it was difficult to look at her directly. 3 tribulations at the same time, a peerless genius. Everyone in the world was shocked by this scene. Since ancient times, there had never been anyone who could reach the heavens in a single step like this, passing 3 tribulations consecutively. If there comes a day when the Eternal Night cult wreaks havoc in the world and no one can stop them, think of a way to place this scroll into the Eternal Night scripture. This last soul will be my punishment for the world." As she finished speaking, an ancient scroll flew out and slowly landed in front of Ning Chun. Thunder and fire roared, drowning out everything in sight. The blue figure gradually disappeared. In the next moment, the pure karma absolute beginning fell and broke with a loud clang. This night, Moonfall City, Lingwei Fall. Chapter 215. In the dark night, the heavenly fire burned toward Ning Chun. The chaos scroll trembled slightly, and a faint light appeared. The moment the heavenly fire descended, it immediately stopped, as if it had lost its target and was at a loss. Ning Chun silently put away the chaos scroll and walked away step by step. Xia Zi and Duke Jingwu looked at the departing figure in silence. They didn't say goodbye and didn't ask him to stay. The war was over. The entire Great Xia had no right to ask him to stay. The Great Xia had unbelievably won the war. At the most dangerous moment, such an unexpected turn of events occurred. Under the morning sun, Ning Chun walked forward step by step. It was the first time he stood under the sun after several months, but he didn't feel any joy in his heart. A few days later, Ning Chun returned to the underworld. He silently wrote down the earth scroll and placed it in front of the stone room where Mu Qingxue was in seclusion. As for the life scroll, he would wait for her to take it. The barbarian dynasty's reinforcements also retreated. They lost 30,000 in one battle, but they still helped the Great Xia a lot. When they left, the barbarian crown prince had an ancient mirror in his hand. It was left by Ningchun and asked him to bring it to Man. The news of Fan Lingyue's death quickly spread throughout the world. People were shocked, some were happy, and some were sad. Many people felt regret. They thought that the Great Xia was finished. They didn't expect such a big turn of events. It seemed that the Great Xia's 1,000 years of fortune had not come to an end. The Northern Ming cavalry, Yang Hong at Heaven's Gate, and the Northern Ming reinforcements all retreated into the Northern Ming territory. The news of Fan Lingyue's death was an unprecedented blow to the entire Northern Ming. The war between the two dynasties ended just like that. Great Xia took a deep breath before turning his gaze to the Eternal Night sect. Ning Chun didn't return. He had already taught them how to deal with the martial lords and the heavy cavalry. He didn't want to care anymore. Time passed. After the Great Xia took a breath, they showed the strong foundation of a dynasty that had been unrivaled for 1,000 years. With the Blackwater Army as the main force and the reinforcements from all sides as support, the Eternal Night sect couldn't advance even half a step. After Fan Lingyue's death, the Northern Ming imperial court spirit was severely damaged. They negotiated peace with the Great Xia with 30,000 war horses and countless treasures as compensation. Great Xia accepted Northern Ming's peace negotiations and did not make things too difficult for them. The few people in power in the imperial court and the Heavenly Mandate Palace were very clear that the little emperor of Northern Ming was personally taught by Ningchun. They could not ignore him at all. The bad reputation of Jiming Marquis was slowly washed away under the influence of some people. The truth of many matters was revealed step by step and spread throughout the entire Great Xia. However, no matter how guilty the people of Great Xia felt, blamed themselves, and even petitioned, Jiming Marquis never appeared again. Xia Mingri acquiesced to the actions of these people. Although he knew that the prestige of his subjects was too high and it wasn't a good thing for the emperor, he didn't stop them. Because he knew very well that Ningchun didn't care about power, he couldn't be a threat to him. In the Weiyang Palace, Zhang Sun never took a step out, and Ningchun never returned. It was not that he did not want to return, but that he could not. As the days passed, the Great Xia's vitality was also recovering day by day. The Eternal Night cult's offensive was also not willing to confront the Great Xia head-on, and their attacks gradually weakened. The temporary peace in the midst of war was always so precious. Finally, the people didn't have to flee everywhere and gradually returned to their homes. The names of the soldiers of Great Xia who died in the war were engraved on tombstones one after another. In the temple of the Marquis of Imperial City, 2 more memorial tablets were added. Marquis Wangchuan, Marquis Bloodclad. In the temple of the Marquis of Marquis, there were too many memorial tablets to count. The 1,000 years of peace of Great Xia were all exchanged with the blood and lives of the Marquis. The name of Marquis was above everything. The Marquis token was taken back, and the 2 words Jiming were returned to the ranks of the 10 Marquis. However, Xiazi, the Grand Preceptor, and the others all knew that this position would be empty forever. He wouldn't come back again. Half a month later, in the Netherworld, a bright red figure broke out of seclusion. The moment she stepped out of the Netherworld, a ghostly aura filled the sky and turned into a light pillar that connected the heavens and the earth. Almost at the same time, another blue light pillar appeared. The aura of utmost evil was cold and oppressive, and instantly swallowed all the life in the surroundings. On this day, 2 successors of the Netherworld stepped into the Xiantian stage at the same time, shocking the entire world. It was also on this day that Ning Chan appeared in front of Underworld Child, who had just broken through to the Xiantian stage. After obtaining the Chaos Scroll, Ning Chen took half a step forward again. He suppressed himself to the edge of the Xiantian stage, but was unwilling to step into it. The 2 of them fought for an entire day. Underworld Child was no match for Ning Chun and fled. Ning Chun chased him for 1,000 miles, but in the end, he couldn't get rid of this disaster. A few days later, in the imperial city, Xiazi broke through the shackles. With the help of the treasure that suppressed the fate of Great Xia in the depths of the imperial city, he concealed the phenomenon and stepped into the Xiantian stage in a very low-key manner. In the following 7 months, there were many peak rank, 9 powerhouses who stepped into the Xiantian stage, such as the Son of God and Jianyi. The glory of the Great Era was beginning to show signs of appearing. Ningchen didn't deliberately delay his life. After endless cultivation and battles, the last piece of the red spider lily was consumed. The poison of the yellow spring was getting worse by the day, and his body began to rot and fester again. Ningchen covered his entire body with black clothes and walked step by step in the southeast of Great Xia, looking for traces of the Heaven Tower. The Chaos Scroll could disturb and hide the secrets of the heavens, but it couldn't penetrate the secrets of the heavens like the Light Scroll. It was very difficult to find the Heaven Tower. However, Ningchen wasn't in a hurry. He continued to search bit by bit. As long as there was an anomaly in space, he would go in to take a look. Because of this, Ningchen walked into many forbidden grounds of the great sects and fought fiercely with the guardians of the great sections. The Sword Sect, Yao family of Yu City, and the 3 great sects were all nervous. They didn't understand why the forbidden grounds were exposed. 3 months later, Ningchen finally found the entrance to the Heaven Tower in an ancient city in the southeast of Great Xia. Just as Ningxi said, there was indeed a Xiantian stage cultivator in the Heaven Tower. A peerless powerhouse who was on the verge of the second tribulation to the third tribulation had a shockingly powerful aura. The experts of the Heaven Tower were also shocked by Ning Chen's arrival. The person in front of them clearly had an aura that was infinitely close to the Xiantian stage, but he used some unknown method to suppress his cultivation and refused to enter. Ning Chan came to retrieve Ning Shi's soul. The guardian of the Heaven Tower naturally wouldn't allow him to enter. The two fought fiercely, and the entire space formation was about to collapse. Ning Chun had an undying body. He only attacked and didn't defend. Even though he was injured, he didn't retreat half a step. The guardian of the Heaven Tower was shocked and angry. He was shocked that the person in front of him could actually injure him with his sword. He was angry because this person didn't care about his life and was clearly trying to drag him to hell with him. In the end, the guardian of the Heaven Tower stopped the battle and handed over Lan Jun's soul with an ashen face. Ning Chun dragged his injured body and left. He found Ning Shi according to the connection of the soul. After returning it, he left again. Ning Shi couldn't stop him. Tears streamed down her delicate baby face. She knew that this separation might be forever. Ning Chun wanted to see Man one last time, but he didn't know where Senior and Man went. Thus, he could only keep this regret in his heart. He returned to the academy and said goodbye to the master. He also gave a chaos scroll to the master. After this meeting, Ning Chun completely disappeared from the divine continent. No one knew where he went. In the underworld, Ning Chun kept waiting in front of the stone room. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 10 days later, Ning Chun sighed softly. He flipped his palm and took out the life scroll. Then he left. In the end, he still didn't see her. The ghost girl followed beside him. She sent him to his final destination in a ghost carriage. Outside the Ascension Valley, the residence of the Dewey Temple was no longer there. A year was up. The Buddha in the human world regained his freedom and left 2 days ago. Ning Chun entered the Ascension Valley alone. After a while, the sound of a fierce battle sounded. Killing shook the sky. Sword intent spread in all directions. The mountain collapsed and the ground was devastated. Not long after, a silver pillar of light shot into the sky and stirred up the heaven and earth. 2 tribulations in the sky. The heavenly demon tribulation and the heavenly fire tribulation descended at the same time. The flames in the night illuminated the 9 heavens. It was extremely shocking. At the same time, the sky in the east gradually turned white. Under the first ray of sunlight, the burning heavenly fire instantly turned into a force that could burn the sky and boil the sea. The heaven and earth changed color and enveloped the entire Ascension Valley. Outside the Ascension Valley, a cold wind blew past. It blew the red veil on the ghost girl's head. A drop of tear fell from her beautiful eyes. At the end of the heaven and earth, a man suddenly fainted. Prince Yin, who was suffering from 3 tribulations, was distracted. He immediately vomited a mouthful of blood and dyed the chaotic fog in front of him red. Half a day later, the heavenly fire in the Ascension Valley dissipated. The land within 100 miles was scorched. In the underworld, Mu Qingxue came out of seclusion. His eyes were even colder. The ghost girl waved her hand. The bloodstained life scroll flew out and landed in front of the former. "This is the life scroll you wanted. Where is he?" Mu Qingxue frowned and asked. "Dead." The ghost girl's tone was extremely unfriendly. After answering, she turned around and walked away. She didn't want to talk to him anymore. Mu Qingxue picked up the life scroll. After a long period of nourishment, the life scroll was finally pieced together. However, there were still clear cracks on it. It was mottled with blood. It was abnormally dazzling. Mu Qingxue felt a faint pain in his heart. Gradually, the pain became more and more intense. It was as if something had cut a hole in his heart. It was so painful that it was difficult to breathe. Ugh! A long, painful groan was heard. Mu Qingxue's body emitted a snow-white light. After a while, his eyes became clear again. In the distance, the ghost girl stopped. She looked back and suppressed the killing intent in her heart. She said coldly, "The underworld doesn't welcome you. Please leave immediately." Mu Qingxue took the life scroll and left. His eyes were cold and emotionless like before. The underworld became cold and lonely again. The ghost girl lifted the red veil on her head, revealing a delicate and beautiful face. Hell's Rakshasas were born with a face that could cause the downfall of nations and cities, as well as a ruthless heart. The Rakshasa girls often covered their faces because they didn't want others to see their faces. She was the same. He had seen it before. Although it was unintentional, he did see it. However, it was good that he was dead. The tears in the ghost girl's eyes flowed down again. Drop by drop, they fell into the weak water and sank into the water. Chapter 2:16. In the easternmost land, at the end of the world, a man was still unconscious. Prince Yin was in the first disaster. He had no choice but to seal part of the power with the Abyss sword and force his way out. Prince Yin took a man out of the easternmost land and rushed to the west. There was no doubt that something had happened to Ningchun. A green light flashed in front of the Ascension Valley, and they entered it quickly. All they could see was the aftermath of the battle and the tragic scene of the heavenly fire burning the world. There was no more life in the Ascension Valley. Everyone had been buried in the terrifying sea of fire. Not even a corpse was left. Prince Yin sighed in his heart. He knew he was too late. A man, who was in a coma, was getting weaker day by day. Prince Yin kept nourishing her heart with his connate vital qi to buy time. A man's heart was filled with the water caltrip flower. They were connected by blood. If something happened to Ningchun, a man would also be greatly affected. In the academy, the headmaster calculated for a long time. In the end, he shook his head and sighed. "I can't see it." Prince Yin frowned and said slowly, "How can this be? No matter if he's dead or alive, I should be able to see it. There's only one possibility. He's no longer in this world," the headmaster replied. Prince Yin was silent for a long time. Then he walked away. "I'll go find him." These 3 simple words were as heavy as Mount Tai. Prince Yin went to the netherworld to retrieve the Jiga's sword. Then he took a man to the Ascension Valley again. A man woke up once and said something. Then she fainted again. He's still alive. It was just a feeling in her heart. There was no reason. A man believed that Ningchun was still alive. She was firm and persistent. "Be careful." The great righteous Qi formed and the headmaster appeared. He waved his sleeve and the space twisted violently. Prince Yin nodded. He waved his hand and 3 swords flew out. They turned into flowing light and spiraled into the sky. The next moment, the 3 swords turned into thousands of swords. Sword rain fell and the entire space shattered. Prince Yin moved and took a man into the space. They disappeared in the blink of an eye. After the two left, the great righteous chi dispersed and the world returned to normal. In the realm of nothingness, a drop of bright red blood in the nine heavens was crazily devouring everything around it. Soul, hatred, and spiritual chi. The heavenly flame didn't go out the entire time, and the phoenix blood was still burning. Sharp phoenix cries rang out from the nine heavens, and the phoenix gradually took form. However, at this moment, within the phoenix blood, another consciousness continuously resisted. The condensed phoenix shape quickly scattered and reformed. The phoenix underwent nirvana and was reborn from the ashes. The phoenix's dead soul was awakening, and the other consciousness in the phoenix blood was also unwilling to be devoured. It relied on its survival instinct to devour the phoenix's consciousness. Above the highest heavens, a massive black hole appeared. Everything around the phoenix blood was swallowed up and turned into flesh and blood along with the phoenix blood, rapidly condensing into form. After an unknown period of time, in the nine heavens immortal mountain, a figure crashed down from the sky with a bang, scaring away the surrounding beasts. Half a day later, a boy who looked to be about 12 or 13 years old appeared at the back of the mountain. When he saw the young man lying on the ground, he was immediately shocked. The little boy shook him for a long time, but the person on the ground showed no signs of waking up. He could only run back to his senior brother and ask for help. After a short time, a disciple of the continent of the nine clouds who looked like he was in his 20s was dragged over by the little boy. He looked reluctant, but he couldn't change his mind. "Eldest fellow disciple, hurry up," said the little boy hastily. "How could there be an outsider in the back of the mountain?" "You must be mistaken," said Yin 13 helplessly. "Look, hurry up and look," said the little boy, pointing at a patch of grass in the distance. Yin 13 looked over and saw a 17 or 18-year-old young man lying there. He was startled, but quickly ran over. "He's fine. His internal organs are just a bit shaken. He must have fallen somewhere." Yin 13 examined him, then carried him on his back and hurried back to his residence. When the little boy heard his senior brother, he didn't look worried at all. He jumped up and followed him. The continent of the nine clouds, immortal mountain, was surrounded by clouds. The continent of the nine clouds was one of the most famous and righteous sects in the world. The continent of the nine clouds was a holy place for cultivation. It was also one of the top 5 sects in the world. Yin 13 had picked up a person in the back of the mountain. The little boy quickly spread the news. Everybody was curious and came to take a look. Then they all left, feeling bored. It was just an ordinary person. They thought there was something special about him. Yin 13 helplessly sent off his junior brothers and sisters. When he came back to find the little boy, he didn't even know where he was hiding. In the Ting Bamboo Pavilion, Ning Chun had been sleeping for half a month. He finally woke up. When he opened his eyes, the situation on the continent of the nine clouds, immortal mountain, changed. The strong cultivators in the palaces were alerted. "What's going on?" Many gazes looked down from the peak, but after observing for a long time, they did not find anything unusual, so they could only give up. Ningchen stood up and went outside. He bumped into Yin 13, who had just come back from the Supreme Xian Temple. He looked at him and said, "Thank you very much." Yin 13 smiled and said, "You don't need to thank me. I didn't do anything. I just brought you back." Ningchen didn't think too much about it. He looked around and asked, "Where is this?" "The continent of the nine clouds, immortal mountain." Yin Shursen walked back to his room and put down the stack of bamboo slips in his arms before he replied. Ning Chen frowned. He had never heard of this place before. "Are you hungry?" "I'll take you to eat," said Yin 13. "Thank you." Ning Chun thanked him again. He wasn't hungry, but he wanted to go out and take a look. The two walked towards the dining hall. They chatted along the way. Ning Chun spent most of his time listening. Occasionally, he would ask a question, and Yin 13 would patiently explain. When they were about to reach the dining hall, Ning Chun basically confirmed that he was no longer in the divine prefecture of the eastern region. "Which sect does the territory lord belong to?" Ning Chun suddenly asked. Yin 13 looked at him strangely. There was actually someone in this world who would ask such an idiotic question. I fell on my head. "I don't remember many things," explained Ning Chun calmly. Yin 13 nodded in understanding and said, "The territory master is in charge of the four extremes holy lands. However, the territory master has always been in seclusion. He hasn't appeared for nearly 100 years." Hearing this, a cold light flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. As expected, he had come to the place he shouldn't have. The teacher had said that the barrier between realms could only be broken by 3 disaster cultivators. Moreover, it required 3 people to work together. How had he been swept here? Furthermore, his physical body had clearly been destroyed by the heavenly flame. How was he still alive? Many questions flashed through Ning Chen's mind. He couldn't figure them out, so he could only put them aside for now. Right now, he was certain that he had come to an unfamiliar realm. Moreover, he wouldn't be able to return for a while. The two of them walked into the dining hall and found a place to sit down. At this time, very few people came to eat, so there weren't many people in the dining hall. However, Yinshur San was clearly a good person in Nine Heavens Mountain. Just as he sat down, 3 to 5 young disciples surrounded him with fawning smiles. "Senior apprentice brother, can you do me a favor?" A pretty female disciple walked behind him and began to massage his back and shoulders. "What is it?" Yin 13 immediately became vigilant. However, his attitude was still very amiable. "Aren't you going to recruit new disciples in a few days? My cousin has also signed up. Do you think she can become your disciple?" The woman giggled. The 9 firmaments didn't like fighting. Everyone in the sect focused on cultivation. They were famous for being strict when it came to recruiting disciples. The venerables of the Immortal Palace rarely recruited a disciple in 100 years. The rules of the 9 Firmaments Mountain were very simple. They held a competition for outer disciples once every 3 years. The top 3 would definitely be accepted into the sect. As for the others, if there was someone willing to accept them, then they could enter. If there wasn't, then they could leave. However, there were very few people in the 9 Firmaments Mountain who had the qualifications to become disciples. Other than the 5 venerables, only a few outstanding disciples had the qualifications. Yin 13 was the head disciple of the 9 Firmaments Immortal Mountain. His cultivation base had already reached half-step Xiantian. He was only half a step away from becoming a true Xiantian Immortal Palace. He naturally had the qualifications to become a disciple. Of course, this qualification wasn't unlimited. Each disciple could only accept 1 disciple at a time. So this quota was extremely precious. "I promised Little Stone that I would accept him as a disciple this year," said Yin 13 awkwardly. Ning Chen smiled without leaving a trace. Little Stone was the child that Yin Shursen mentioned, the one who first discovered him. He hadn't formally become a disciple of the 9 Firmament Immortal Mountain yet, but he was picked up by a venerable of the Immortal Palace when he was traveling. He grew up on the mountain, and his cultivation talent wasn't bad. It was only a matter of time before he became an official disciple. As expected, when the woman heard this answer, disappointment flashed in her eyes. She unhappily took her plate and left. In the Supreme Profound Hall, a man with a serious face sat in the middle of the hall. He looked at the 4 people beside him and said, "This time's outer court disciple competition has the highest number of participants in all of history. There are even people from other great sects and royal families. In the past few days, there have been many deans and dukes who have sent letters, hoping that you can make an exception. Do you think you could choose a few relatively outstanding disciples to join your sect?" "I don't mind. Accepting 1 or 2 to clean the courtyard isn't a bad idea," said a scholarly young man. "We'll see. If there are some good ones, accepting 1 is fine too," said a violet-robed woman after thinking for a moment. "I'll also accept 1. We can't make things too difficult for the headmaster," said a white-bearded old man. "Junior apprentice sister, what about you?" The man looked at the young woman next to him. The reason he had invited all 4 venerables was to make this cold junior apprentice sister relent. "I'm not accepting disciples," said the woman indifferently. Chapter 217. In the bamboo pavilion, Yun Shur San continued to explain the general situation of 9 Firmament Mountain. Ning Chen also quietly listened, quickly understanding this unfamiliar world. 9 Firmament Mountain has a total of 5 palaces: Supreme Mystery, Heavenly Casting, Separation and Reunion, Beautiful Silk, and Jade Pearl. The Supreme Mystery Palace has the headmaster, The Heavenly Casting Palace has the Sword Sovereign, the Separation and Reunion Palace has the Medicine Sovereign, the Silk Palace has the Flower Sovereign, and the Jade Pearl Palace has the Dream Sovereign. The headmaster is my master. He has a strict personality and is in charge of all matters on the mountain. The Sword Sovereign is more easygoing and usually doesn't care about anything. He is very popular with the disciples. The Medicine Sovereign and Flower Sovereign have their own things to do and don't appear often. However, they treat the disciples pretty well. As for the Dream Sovereign, Yin San scratched his head and continued, I don't know much about the Dream Sovereign. I only heard from my master that the Dream Sovereign has the highest cultivation out of the 5 of them. However, the Dream Sovereign rarely appears in front of the disciples. Even I have only seen him once. Ning Chun listened attentively. At the same time, he couldn't help being shocked. These 5 were undoubtedly Scientian existences. It was hard to believe that just 9 Firmament Mountain had so many Scientian experts. However, he knew that in this realm, there were at most 2-3 Disaster Realm experts. Compared to the Divine Continent, there were much fewer. Yin San talked about many things, but in the end, when he talked about 9 Firmament Mountain accepting disciples, he awkwardly stopped. He had forgotten that Ning Chun was just an ordinary person. It was useless to talk about this. Ning Chun didn't care. He couldn't stay in 9 Firmament Mountain for long. The only thing he cared about now was how to find a way to return. Yin San thought for a moment and suggested, since you have nowhere to go, why don't you sign up? As an outer disciple, you can stay in 9 Firmament Mountain and do odd jobs. You don't have much to do usually, just sweep the floor. It's not tiring. The most important thing is that you have a place to stay. Ning Chun nodded and casually agreed. I'll teach you some cultivation techniques. Although you've only started cultivating a bit late, it can still strengthen your body. Yin San thought for a moment. Thank you. Ning Chun thanked him. Yin San wrote down a chant and explained it in detail while teaching him. He was very patient. Ning Chun noted it down silently. He also wanted to see the difference between this world's martial arts and the divine prefectures. That territory master had obviously been plotting against the divine prefecture for a long time. He had to learn more about this world. The most important thing in the art of war was to know yourself and know your enemy. Regardless of whether he could return or not, it was always good to know more. Half a day later, Yin San went out to give some simple instructions. As the head disciple of 9 Firmament Mountain, arranging for an outer disciple to do odd jobs was not a problem. There were not many disciples in 9 Cloud Mountain, but the place was shockingly large. Other than the main peak, there were few people on the other peaks. Therefore, there was no lack of living quarters. Ning Chun chose a secluded place that was not far from the main peak. Every day, he would be in charge of cleaning the stairway to heaven in front of the main peak. The stairway to heaven had a total of 9,900 steps, reaching into the clouds. Usually, there would be official disciples cleaning the place regularly. This mission was actually much more leisurely than it seemed. However, Ning Chun was very serious about cleaning. Every day, he would wake up early in the morning and start cleaning. At night, he would return to his residence to rest. After a long time, the official disciples who were responsible for cleaning up the stairway to heaven found that they didn't need to clean it anymore. The day of the great outer disciple competition was approaching. The disciples on the mountain were also busy preparing for the competition. On that day, many important people from other sects would come. The 9-Cloud Celestial Mountain was one of the holy places of cultivation in the world. Of course, they couldn't be rude. Ning Chun didn't care about these things at all. He just did what he had to do every day. The 5 Zun cultivators were still in the 5 Immortals Palace. Apart from the Sword Zun, the others almost never showed up. The sun was rising. Ning Chun was cleaning the stairway to heaven as usual. The 9-Cloud Celestial Mountain disciples who occasionally went up and down the mountain were already used to it. They weren't surprised at all. When he reached the 4,000th step, the sky suddenly changed. A terrifying chi came from the bottom of the mountain. In a flash, it passed by the stairway to heaven. The weaker disciples were immediately injured and sent flying away. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Ning Chun was a little further away. When a mysterious cultivator passed by, he didn't pay attention and continued walking. After a short time, the mountain was attacked. Dozens of disciples joined hands, but they couldn't even withstand one attack. The casualties were disastrous. San was furious. He attacked with his sword. He wanted to stop the person who attacked. However, the difference between a cultivator of the higher level and a cultivator of the higher level couldn't be made up for by human strength. In just 2 attacks, he was severely injured and sent flying away. Ning Chen arrived. He calmly looked at the Yun Shao celestial mountain disciples who were dying. His eyes didn't show the slightest bit of emotion. There were more and more casualties on the mountain. Ning Chen walked over to Yun San, who was severely injured. After examining him, he found that his life wasn't in danger. He was relieved. Brother, sister. Little Shirtu ran out and saw the figures flying out one after another. Just as he was about to go forward, he saw a powerful palm strike coming at him, threatening to kill him. Ning Chen's face looked ice-cold. The spiritual qi around him started rolling violently. With a loud explosion, it collided with the punch. Ah! Little Stone was blown away by the shockwave. He fell on his back, sprawling on the ground. However, he was still alive. The person in black clothes was startled. He knew that a real, strong cultivator had attacked. At that moment, an ancient sword light streaked across the sky. The sword cultivator, who was dressed like a Confucian scholar, appeared. In the distance, Ning Chun carried Little Stone to Yun San's side. Then, he quietly guarded him. The Yun Shao celestial mountain disciples who were still alive quickly retreated from the battle. They didn't want to be a burden to the sword cultivator. The battle was extremely intense. The sword cultivator faced the mysterious person alone. For a moment, he couldn't gain the upper hand. In the next moment, the dark figure got rid of the sword light. He took a step and rushed towards the Supreme Mystery Hall. "How dare you?" The dark figure broke into the Supreme Mystery Hall. An extremely angry voice was heard. The Supreme Mystery Hall's sect master attacked the intruder. After a while, the dark figure flew out of the Supreme Mystery Hall. He descended from the sky and left quickly. "You broke into the Supreme Mystery Hall, and you want to leave just like that?" In the Xuanji Hall, a cold woman's voice was heard. At the same time, thousands of rays of light gathered in front of everyone's eyes and condensed into a beautiful figure. The dark figure wasn't afraid at all. He rushed forward and sent out a powerful punch. Meng Xuanji's figure disappeared. She turned around and sent out a punch. The instant they exchanged blows, the black-robed figure let out a muffled groan. As he retreated, he sent out another palm strike. The terrifying punch whistled. This time, it wasn't aimed at Meng Xuanji, but at Ning Chun and Little Stone. Fear flashed in Little Stone's eyes. He subconsciously grabbed Ning Chun beside him. He had forgotten that the person beside him was weaker than him. Ning Chun sighed in his heart. Just as he was about to attack, he saw a beautiful figure pass by. She waved her hand and blocked the punch. The dark figure seized this moment and turned around in the air. After a few flashes, he disappeared. Meng Xuanji snorted coldly. She glanced at the 3 people behind her. Without saying anything, she turned into a stream of light and flew towards the Xuanji Hall. The Supreme Mystery Hall's sect master appeared. His face was unusually gloomy. Looking at the dead and injured disciples on the ground, his eyes were filled with anger. For the next half a day, the disciples on the mountain quietly cleaned up the battlefield. No one said a word. Ning Chun was an outer disciple and couldn't stay on the mountain for a long time. So, as soon as the battle was over, he left quietly. No one cared. Many people knew that he was just an outer disciple who swept the stairway to heaven at the foot of the mountain. He was just an ordinary person. Days passed, and the tragic scene seemed to be nothing more than a simple interlude. The outer sect disciple competition was held as scheduled, and the leaders of the various sects and clans gathered on 9 Firmaments Mountain. Ning Chun still swept the stairway to heaven every day. He didn't care about what happened on the mountain and never went up again. Little Stone occasionally went down the mountain. The little bun on his head was still very cute. A child's sadness wouldn't last long. After crying a few times, it gradually faded away. While Ning Chun was sweeping the floor, Little Shirtu was bouncing around and playing on the side. The stone steps that had just been swept were now full of dust again. Ning Chen didn't care. He smiled and swept the dust aside again. He did it again and again. He never got tired. When night fell, Little Stone went back to the mountain. Ningchen also went back to his residence and began to cultivate. He didn't know what realm he was in now. He had already gone through the second innate tribulation, but there wasn't a trace of true qi in his body. Even his dantian was no different from an ordinary person's. It wasn't that his cultivation was crippled or sealed. It just disappeared. It was as if he had never cultivated. Ning Chun cultivated for a long time. Traces of true qi began to appear in his dantian. However, it was still far from forming a cyclone. It was impossible to cultivate in 1 or 2 days. The cold moon shone. Traces of cold air entered his body. Ning Chun opened his eyes. He stood up and went outside. Looking at the 9 heavens, his eyes were as cold as ice. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth swirled around him. In the next moment, his figure disappeared under the moon and soared into the 9 heavens. The 9 heavens were bitterly cold. The cold wind became stronger and stronger. Ning Chun used the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to protect his body. However, he still felt waves of bone-piercing coldness. The biggest difference between innate and acquired was that innate cultivators could use the power of heaven and earth, but acquired cultivators couldn't. Unfortunately, Ning Chun had lost his cultivation. His body was no stronger than an ordinary person's. The higher he went, the more powerless he felt. After an hour, Ning Chun returned to the foot of the mountain. He dispersed the spiritual energy around him and began to cultivate again. Right now, he couldn't go up to the 9 heavens. He had to return to his original cultivation as soon as possible. Little Stone said that he fell from the sky because there was only a cliff behind the mountain. There was no road. Moreover, there was a big hole around him. He didn't know why he was still alive and why he came to this place. The only clue was Little Stone's words. Since he fell from the sky, he had to find a way to go up again. Perhaps he could find something. Perhaps the way to go back was in the illusory 9 heavens. Chapter 218. The world was like a cage, trapping people who didn't want to stay. Ning Chun was very clear about what he wanted, so he didn't care about anything else. He wasn't a sentimental person, and he wasn't a merciful person. Even if the tragedy on the mountain happened again, he wouldn't do anything. He didn't care about what was happening in this world, and he didn't want to get involved. 9 days later, the competition started. The 5 Zun cultivators of the continent of the 9 clouds had all appeared, along with the patriarchs and dukes of the secular world. Their chi was faintly discernible, and they gave people a lot of pressure. Ningchen glanced at everyone and couldn't help but sigh. There were more Xiantian cultivators in this world than in godly Great Land. Apart from the 5 Zun cultivators of the continent of the 9 clouds, there were also 4 Xiantian cultivators, and one of them was a duke of the secular world. The status of the continent of the 9 clouds mountain could be seen in this competition, especially Meng Xianji. She was obviously the focus of everyone's attention. He had heard from Little Stone that Meng Zun had been a cultivator of the 4th Xiantian tribulation 20 years ago. Nobody knew how strong she was now. The first round of the competition was quickly decided. Ning Chen's first opponent was a 15-year-old girl of the 3rd Xiantian realm. She looked timid, and it was obvious that she was afraid of strangers. Ning Chan went up on the stage and looked at the girl who was about to cry. He looked helpless. On the stage, many people were watching the competition. It was the first day of the competition, and they also wanted to see if there were any outstanding young people. Ning Chun didn't want to advance to the next round. He was thinking about how to lose the competition without leaving a trace. The girl didn't attack, so Ning Chun didn't attack. After waiting for a long time, the spectators became impatient and started to urge him to attack. The girl was so scared that she started crying. She attacked instinctively, and Ning Chun was immediately sent flying. He fell off the stage, and to make it look more realistic, he deliberately hit his forehead, and some blood flowed down. Little Shirtu covered his eyes in embarrassment. It was really too embarrassing. The big shots on the stage also smiled helplessly. The third Xiantian realm cultivator was just at the beginning of the path of cultivation, but this young man was even weaker. He was obviously an ordinary person. Without winning a single match, without even making a single move, Ning Chun was directly eliminated. On the other martial platforms, the competition was also proceeding in an orderly manner. The Nine Heavens Mountain had a strict age limit for recruiting disciples. They could not be over 20 years old, and they had a strong sense of autonomy. Therefore, as long as one could display enough talent, even if they could not enter the top 3, it was very likely that they would be accepted into the sect. Of course, as long as one's brain wasn't filled with water, no one would be willing to accept someone like Ning Chun who had such a dismal performance. Little Shida's opponent was also a young man. The two of them exchanged blows for a long time. In the end, Little Shirtu won by half a move and barely managed to knock his opponent off the stage. He was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. The outer court disciple competition was still going on. It wasn't good for Ning Chun to leave under the watchful eyes of everyone. He could only wait patiently for the sun to set. There were still geniuses. There was a 17-year-old youth whose cultivation had already reached the peak of the 8th stage. He was only one step away from stepping into the Heaven's Reach realm. The moment he made his move, he immediately attracted the attention of many people. The son of the Celestial King is indeed talented. The Nine Heavens sect leader nodded his head in satisfaction. This young man was undoubtedly a strong candidate for the top 3. More importantly, he was only 17 years old, and his future was limitless. Junior brother, how is it? Not bad. Jian Tianju replied with a smile. He knew what the sect leader meant. He wanted him to accept this person, but he didn't care. It didn't matter if the Heavenly Forging Hall had one more person. It didn't matter if the Heavenly Forging Hall had one less person. However, he liked the young man who swept the Heaven Ascension stairs more. The sun was setting in the west, and the large competition was only a third of the way through. It had no choice but to stop temporarily and continue tomorrow. Ning Chun had long since become impatient. When he heard the end of the competition, he immediately patted his butt and left. As night fell, Ning Chun was still quietly cultivating in his own hut. Once again, he cultivated the life scroll, but the difficulty was no less than the first time. The silver light gathered bit by bit. After more than half a month, it finally showed signs of condensing. The small cyclone rotated extremely slowly, so weak that it seemed like it could dissipate at any time. At this moment, Ning Chen's eyes suddenly opened. Looking outside the door, a cold light flashed past. Someone was coming. Dang dang. The door was knocked very carefully, showing the uneasiness of the person knocking on the door. Ning Chen stood up, walked forward, and opened the door. Under the moonlight, he saw the appearance of the person who came. The weak and delicate figure in front of the door was 15 or 16 years old. She had a delicate appearance and was timid, like a frightened little rabbit. The slightest movement would scare her away. Ning Chun recognized the person in front of him at a glance. It was the little girl who fought with him on stage today. I came to apologize to you. The little girl stuttered. It was unknown if she was born like this or if she was scared. Ning Chun frowned. How did she find this place? He should be considered to be relatively low-key. In the vast sea of people, it didn't matter if he was there or not. I'm sorry. The little girl continued to stutter, frantically apologizing. There are always winners and losers in the martial arena. Furthermore, I'm not injured. You don't need to apologize to me, said Ning Chen calmly. You're injured. In Shuang pointed at his forehead timidly. Ning Chen sighed inside. He didn't know which family this child belonged to. She was so timid, but they still dared to send her to 9 Firmament Mountain. I'm fine. I also need a rest. Please go back. I'm sorry. I'll leave now. In Shuang once more frantically apologized and hastily turned and left. Ning Chun watched as the stuttering little girl left. He didn't take it to heart and returned to his room to cultivate. In the next few days, Ning Chun didn't even go up the mountain. Whether or not 9 Firmament Mountain accepted disciples was none of his business. Right now, the only thing he cared about was recovering his cultivation base as quickly as possible. Right now, he only had a cultivation base. If he accidentally made a breakthrough in his cultivation base and attracted the third Sciention tribulation, he would be in big trouble. He dared guarantee that with his current situation, as long as he attracted the third tribulation, he would definitely die. It wasn't easy to save his life. He didn't want to lose it again so carelessly. Little Stone would come down from time to time. Sometimes he would report good news, sometimes he would report bad news. The little guy was eliminated in the second round. He was awkward for a long time. Ning Chen comforted him for a long time and finally coaxed him. Big brother Ning, do you want to be apprenticed? I have a way. One day, before Little Stone left, he said mysteriously. No, Ning Chen said with a smile. What apprenticeship? If he really fought, even the 5 venerated masters of 9 firmament wouldn't be able to defeat him. Most importantly, he didn't want to attract attention. Although there shouldn't be anyone in this world who could recognize him, he didn't want to take the risk. After all, he had fought with Ascension Valley many times. Even Ascension Valley was destroyed by his hands. That realm master probably couldn't wait to tear him into pieces. Little Stone left. As soon as he returned to the mountain, he ran to Bamboo Pavilion. He dragged Yun Shur-san, who had just recovered from his serious injuries, and begged to take him to Separation and Reunion Hall. Although Separation and Reunion Hall was also on the main peak, it was at a very high position. It was impossible for Little Stone to go up alone. Yun Shur-san couldn't refuse, so he could only take Little Stone up. Separation and Reunion Hall was the Master Apothecary's residence. Little Stone was also picked up by the Master Apothecary. The two of them had a very good relationship. However, the Master Apothecary was usually very busy and Little Stone was quite naughty, so he was given to Yun Shur-san to take care of. With the Master Apothecary and Yun Shur-san looking after him, Little Stone could basically do whatever he wanted in 9 Firmament Mountain. Fortunately, although he was a bit naughty, he was actually very kind and never caused trouble. Grandpa Apothecary. While they were still halfway up the mountain, Little Stone had already shouted at the top of his lungs. His young voice reverberated through the mountain peak. In Separation and Reunion Hall, a light laugh sounded. Immediately after, the two people who were still climbing up felt their bodies lighten. In the next moment, they landed on the mountain peak. Disciple Yun Shur-san greets the Master Apothecary. Yun Shur-san meticulously bowed respectfully. Haha, Shur-san, you've worked hard. You can go down first. I'll send Little Stone down later. An old voice came from Separation and Reunion Hall. Yes. Yun Shur-san immediately turned around and went down the mountain. The next day, Ning Chun continued to sweep his stairway to heaven. Ever since the day before the Outer Court Disciple competition, there would be countless people coming and going on this stairway to heaven every day. The more people that walked, the more dust there would naturally be. However, compared to watching those youths compete on the mountain, he would rather sweep the floor here. Ning Chun forgot that his age was actually not much different from those youths on the mountain. He should have been young and frivolous, at the age where he was competitive. However, after experiencing so many people and things, one to turn back had already become not too possible. In the past year, the opponents he faced every day were Fan Lingyue and Martial Monarch level opponents. Life and death were at stake. If he lost, there would be thousands and thousands of people buried with him. He had lost, and not just once. The price he paid each time was heavier than the last. Although in the end, Great Xia won, the price he paid was already far beyond his imagination. He could no longer return to the past, nor could he be like when he had just entered the palace. Even if he had just transmigrated to an unfamiliar place, he could still live without a care in the world. How was Jean-san? It was almost her birthday again. This time he couldn't rush back. That little courtesan in the residence had to remember to send a congratulatory gift for him. How was Sister Qingning? Was she still as fierce as before? If this continued, she definitely wouldn't be able to get married. He also didn't know where that silly girl on man had been taken to by Senior. Did that silly girl learn all those random things he taught her? How was little Ming Yu's emperor? That old man under her wasn't bad. He should be able to suppress many people with bad intentions. Also, the ghost girl was actually quite pretty. Why did she cover her head with a red veil every day? He never had the time to ask. Was it a tradition Or was there some rule? Mu Qingxue. Thinking of this, Ning Chun sighed in his heart. Let's meet again if fate allows. Chapter 219. The competition on the mountain grew more and more intense with each passing day. It affected the hearts of countless people. At the foot of the mountain, Ning Chun still swept the ground calmly every day. After he was done, he went back to cultivate. Day after day, it was the same. Jian Tianchu was not someone who could stay idle. Watching these children fight every day was really killing him. So he was more willing to watch the young man sweep the stairway to heaven. The higher one sat, the farther one could see. Jian Tianchu's position allowed him to see the situation at the foot of the mountain. Every day, he had some fun watching the young man sweep the ground. Day after day, Jian Tianchu gradually felt some admiration for this young man. To be able to persist in something at the age of 17 or 18 was really commendable, even if it was just the most ordinary of sweeping the ground. The stairway to heaven was not an ordinary place. There were 9,900 steps. Ordinary people would feel tired just walking once, let alone sweeping every day. Junior apprentice brother, what are you looking at? The Nine Firmaments sect leader had long since noticed Jian Tianchu's absent-mindedness. Nothing, Jian Tianzhu replied with a smile. Meng Xuanji glanced over. She was as cold as ever, without a trace of emotion. Shalim King's son is not bad. The Nine Firmaments sect leader was still worried. Sect leader, don't worry. I said I'd accept, so I'll definitely accept. Jian Tianchu smiled. Only then did the Nine Firmaments sect leader feel at ease. Many of the outer sect disciples who had signed up this time had powerful backgrounds. Although the Nine Firmaments sect was not afraid of them, they naturally would not offend them if they could. The apothecary smiled faintly. It seemed the sect leader had been tormented quite badly this time. He was afraid they would not help. I want that girl from the immortal ascension realm, said the apothecary calmly. Yes, pure martial arts is indeed not suitable for her. Learning the listening flower art from you is a good choice. The Nine Firmaments sect leader nodded. The immortal ascension realm and the Nine Firmaments mountain were both peak sects in this world. The two sects had always been on good terms. This time, the immortal ascension realm sect leader had sent his daughter over. He probably wanted her to become the apothecary's disciple. I'll accept Chang Hen Sky's eldest daughter. She's just like her father. She has a strong, baleful chi. 13 can suppress her, said the continent of the Nine Clouds sect's leader. Then this old man will take in the little prince of the Western imperial family. His emperor obviously wants a pill that can prolong his life. He's afraid of death, but he still wants to save face. He's not afraid of being laughed at, the master apothecary said. The four of them had expressed their stance, and only Meng Xuanji remained silent. Hence, the four of them looked over. It was not a good thing that the Xuanji Hall did not have a successor. They wanted to take this opportunity to make their stubborn junior sister relent. Unfortunately, they had underestimated Meng Xuanji's persistence. Meng Xuanji was still calmly looking at the martial stages below. Her beautiful face didn't change at all. 2 days later, the grand competition finally ended. The top three were as expected. The first was Chang Jiangli, the eldest daughter of Chang Hen Heaven. The second was Yu Huatian, the son of Shalim King. Only the third place did not have a strong background. After that, the ceremony began. All the disciples gathered. Ning Chun was bored and went up the mountain. He blended in with the crowd and was very inconspicuous. Little Stone looked for him for a long time, but could not find him. The sword venerable, the flower venerable, and the others kept their promise and accepted the few people they had agreed on. The other continent of the Nine Clouds disciples who were qualified to accept disciples also accepted the disciples they liked. Little Stone became an official disciple as he wished. He became Yun Shisan's disciple. His little face was full of smiles. Ning Chun smiled at Little Stone in the crowd. He was happy for him. As for whether the little guy saw him, he did not know. During the ceremony, Little Stone kept glancing at the master apothecary. The master apothecary smiled helplessly and told him to focus on the ceremony. In Shuang Shuang stood behind the flower venerable and said a few words timidly. The flower venerable frowned. After a long time, he sighed and nodded. "Headmaster, I want one person," said the flower venerable and the master apothecary at the same time. After that, they glanced at each other. The master apothecary smiled and said, "Beautiful silk, you go first." The flower venerable nodded politely and said, "Thank you very much. My little disciple is soft-hearted. It just so happens that the beautiful silk palace needs someone to carry water. I'll accept a nominal disciple." In the crowd, Ning Chun saw that the ceremony was about to end. He was about to leave when he suddenly heard someone mention his name. His heart started pounding. Ning Chun. When the continent of the 9 clouds headmaster heard that name, he thought about it and didn't care. Ning Chun was just a nominal disciple. It didn't matter how many people he accepted. Behind the flower venerable, Yin Shuang clenched her fists. She felt a little better. "Old Yao, what about you?" asked the continent of the 9 clouds headmaster. The master apothecary looked a bit strange and said, "I also want that person." The sword venerable was interested and asked, "A nominal disciple?" "Yes," said the master apothecary. The headmaster of the continent of the 9 clouds narrowed his eyes. A Zune cultivator had spoken. It was nothing, but 2 Zune cultivators wanting the same person at the same time was a bit abnormal. "Call him up. I also want to see who this person is," the sword venerable said. The crowd was in an uproar. They looked left and right, but no one had any impression of this person called Ning Chun. Yun San naturally knew and hurriedly opened his eyes wide to look for him in the crowd. This was a good thing. To be accepted as a nominal disciple by the 5 venerables was already a very rare result for Ning Chun, who did not have any cultivation at all. Very quickly, Yin San found the figure in plain clothes at the back of the crowd. He quickly walked forward and pulled him out. Compared to Yin San's anxiousness, Ning Chun was not that excited. "It's you?" When the sword venerable saw Ning Chun, he was surprised. "Junior brother, you know him too?" The 9 clouds sect leader frowned and asked. "I don't know him." The sword sovereign regained his senses and laughed. "However, since the 2 venerable ones want someone, I will also join in the fun. Young man, how about you go to my heavenly forging hall? Since you are all nominal disciples, rather than going to their place to fetch water and burn fire, you might as well go to my place and continue sweeping the floor." "Fuck you." Ning Chun cursed in his heart. This sword venerable was obviously just watching the show. "Junior brother, don't mess around." The 9 clouds sect leader scolded softly. The sword venerable laughed lightly and did not mind. The 9 clouds sect leader looked at the figure below and said indifferently, "You're called Ning Chun, right? I'll give you the right to choose between the flower venerable and the medicine venerable." The flower venerable and the medicine venerable were also watching, but they didn't care who Ning Chun chose. A young man with such talent couldn't arouse their interest. "You can choose me too." The sword venerable was very interested and spoke again. Ning Chun calmly looked at the 5 people on the high platform. He didn't feel anything in his heart. He just felt bored. Yin San was extremely anxious at the side. He couldn't find such an opportunity, even if he used a lantern. Little Stone also kept winking at Ning Chun, telling him to choose the medicine venerable. He had spent a lot of effort to make the medicine venerable agree. Reporting to the sect leader, "I don't want to be a nominal disciple." Ning Chun tactfully refused. The people present were not stupid. They could naturally hear the rejection in his words. The 9 clouds sect leader's expression immediately became ugly. He really didn't know what was good for him. Yin San and Little Stone were very anxious, but they didn't dare say anything. They just stood there, winking at each other. The sword venerable was also startled by this reply, but he quickly came back to his senses. The playful expression on his face became even stronger. This little fellow was even more interesting than he had imagined. "You can leave." The 9 clouds sect leader suppressed his anger and waved his hand. Ning Chun sighed in relief. Without saying anything else, he turned and left. "Wait!" Meng Xuanji stood up. A beam of light flashed and a palm shot out. Ning Chun instinctively wanted to fight back, but the moment he raised his hand, he forced himself to endure the palm. With a bang, He was sent flying dozens of meters away. Ning Chun stood up and bit the tip of his tongue. A trace of blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. Meng Xuanji narrowed her eyes and said, "I'll accept you as my disciple." The Nine Clouds sect leader, the medicine venerable, and the others were all startled. They didn't understand what was going on. The sword venerable's reaction was the fastest. Although he didn't know why Meng Xuanji had made such a decision, his intuition told him that if Meng Xuanji chose him, he had to steal him. "I'll accept you as my disciple." The sword venerable put away his joking expression and said seriously. The medicine venerable and the flower venerable both frowned. What was going on? The Nine Clouds sect leader also couldn't figure out what was going on. He looked at Meng Xuanji beside him. Meng Xuanji didn't explain anything. She just glanced at Jian Tianzhu and said indifferently, "If you can beat me, you can take this person away." The sword venerable's expression froze. He smiled sheepishly. He had almost forgotten about this matter. Ning Chun just watched quietly. After the two finished speaking, he said, "I don't like to learn martial arts." Impudent. The Nine Clouds sect leader couldn't hold back his anger anymore. He slammed the table and stood up, shouting angrily. Ning Chun lowered his head and didn't say anything. "You can do whatever you want." The many disciples below the high platform were dumbfounded. This was the first time they had seen such a situation. A free opportunity to be apprenticed to a master had fallen from the sky, but there was someone who didn't want to eat it and even stepped on it. Chang Jiang Li and Shilin King's son. Yu Huayan's eyes began to flicker. He still didn't understand what was going on. Ning Chun felt helpless. When he saw the little girl beside the flower venerable who was avoiding his gaze, and when he saw Little Stone who kept winking at him, he roughly guessed what was going on. He couldn't become a disciple. Although it was out of his expectations that he would make such a big joke this time, no matter how strange it was, everyone's interest would fade after a few days. After all, no one could keep their eyes on an ordinary person who didn't know what was good for him. However, once he entered any of the celestial palaces, things would be really troublesome. The Nine Clouds was a holy land for cultivation. There would definitely be people watching at all times. Moreover, the five venerables were all Xiantian cultivators. His actions would be greatly restricted. It was too disadvantageous for him. "Men, throw this person down mountain. He's not allowed to step half a step into the Nine Clouds in this lifetime." The Nine Clouds sect leader waved his sleeve and said angrily, "Master, sect leader." Yin San and Little Stone didn't have time to be afraid anymore. They immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. Below, the corners of Ning Chen's mouth curved slightly. He couldn't ask for more. Chapter 220. The sect master was enraged, and everyone was afraid. Yin San and Little Stone, who were kneeling below, did not dare to say anything. Two law enforcement disciples stepped forward and brought Ning Chun down the mountain. Ning Chun did not struggle and was very cooperative. He almost thanked the two of them. Yin San and Little Stone were anxious, but there was nothing they could do. They could only kneel there and watch as Ning Chun was taken away. Meng Xuanji watched quietly as the two law enforcement disciples took Ning Chun away. She did not say anything. When the three of them were about to reach the sky ascension stairs, she waved her hand and brought the three of them back. "I said I wanted to take you as my disciple, just to let you know. As for whether you are willing or not, it is not up to you to decide." Meng Xuanji stepped forward and said indifferently, "Does Nine Clouds Mountain have a rule of forcefully taking in disciples? Sect Master, and all the sect masters and dukes here, did I hear wrongly? Or did everyone else hear wrongly?" Ning Chen's eyes gradually turned cold as he spoke. Xuanji, the Nine Clouds sect master's expression was extremely ugly. He reminded her to pay attention to the situation. The nobles and important figures of the various sects watched this farce with great interest. In any case, they could not see anything special about this young man. Other than his courage and ignorance, there was nothing worth talking about. There was never a lack of strange people in this world. They had lived for so long and were already used to it. Meng Xuanji ignored the sect master's reminder. She formed a strange seal with her slender hand and waved it into the young man's body. Separation Death Seal. Everyone's expression changed as they exclaimed. This was an extremely difficult technique to cultivate. It could restrict a person's freedom. If the practitioner did not release it, it would be difficult to break free forever. Ning Chen's eyes were extremely cold. He no longer suppressed the coldness in his body. Although he did not know what the separation death seal was, he knew how terrifying it was from these people's reactions. He was not afraid, but that did not mean he did not care. The Nine Clouds, Sect Master, and the other three were extremely shocked. What was wrong with Xuanji today? Follow me. Meng Xuanji waved her hand and swept Ning Chen up. She turned into a ray of light and flew towards the Xuanji Hall in the distance. Everyone came back to their senses and looked at each other. They were so shocked that they could not say a word. The apprenticeship ceremony ended in an inconceivable ending. No one could understand what was going on, and they left with a belly full of confusion. In the extremely cold lands of the northern frontier, two figures were moving forward, one in front and one behind. The person in front was dressed in green robes. He was simple yet noble, and his black hair danced in the wind. He was extremely extraordinary. The person behind him was dressed like a steam bun. Her delicate little face was red from the cold, and she looked extremely cute. "Senior, this place is so cold," said Wild. "Huh." Prince Yin chuckled and said, "Bear with it for a while. We'll be there soon." Not long after Wild had arrived, he had woken up on his own. Without a doubt, that kid wasn't dead. However, the four extremes were not small. Moreover, with Ning Chen's intelligence, he would definitely think of ways to hide himself well. It would not be easy to find him in a short period of time. He had heard of the origin of the realm of the four extremes. It was because this realm had four extreme lands. Since he had the opportunity to come here, he had to take some things with him. Oh man, this little girl had it tough. Wild obediently followed behind. Her big eyes and eyelashes were covered with ice crystals. She looked left and right. Although it was very cold, she was also very curious. Prince Yin smiled. As the little princess of a dynasty, this little girl's performance was enough to make him look at her in a new light. If Ning Chen had come in such a cold place when he was a fifth-stage Hodian, he would most likely have been so cold that he would be full of greetings. Not having suffered before did not mean that she could not suffer. Or perhaps, in this little girl's heart, the word suffering did not exist, and she would not think so much about it. The human heart was really the most beautiful thing in the world in Little Wild's heart. The wind and snow came, and the two gradually disappeared in the vast expanse of white wind and snow. Two footprints, one deep and one shallow, were quickly covered by the snow. Xuanji Hall. 10 days had passed. Meng Xuanji and Ning Chen's relationship was still extremely bad. There was no room for conversation. There was no ceremony or tea between the two of them. There were so many people present that day, and everyone clearly saw what had happened. The reputation of forcefully taking in a disciple was really disgraceful. Nine Heavens Mountain could not afford to lose this face. Therefore, Ning Chen's identity was still that of an outer disciple. The power of the separation and reunion death seal was not too strong. Meng Xuanji only wanted to restrict Ning Chen's freedom and did not use all of her cultivation. Ning Chen also did not forcefully break through. He did not want to expose himself now. At least, before he found his way back, he did not want to attract any trouble. He even had a feeling that Meng Xuanji had seen through something. However, he definitely could not ask this question. The competition for inner disciples was getting closer and closer. Nine Heavens Mountain intended to let the new disciples see the strength of the sect. Therefore, the competition for inner disciples was very close to the competition for outer disciples. Yunshur-san was still the most popular candidate for first place. Although there were many innate masters in this world, they were all people who stood at the top. Half-step innate masters were extremely powerful among the younger generation. Ning Chen became the most idle person on the mountain. He did not need to clean the sky ascension stairs, nor did he need to do his own tasks like the other disciples. Meng Xuanji only threw down a cultivation technique scroll and did not care about the rest. Ning Chen did not even touch this cultivation technique scroll. Every day, he silently cultivated the life scroll. In his spare time, he would cultivate the cultivation technique that Yunshur-san taught him as a cover. Half a month later, The results of the competition for inner disciples were out. Yin San was indeed first place. However, the girl named Chang Jiangli unexpectedly obtained third place, shocking many people. The 5 immortal palaces of 9 Heavens Mountain each occupied a peak. Only the Supreme Mystery Temple was on the main peak. However, the other 4 palaces could only be reached by passing through the main peak. The disciples of the 5 immortal palaces would all cultivate on their own peaks. They all entered the sect at the same time. It was inevitable that they would have thoughts of competing with each other. In the following 2 months, the little girl that Senior Flower had taken and actually broke through 3 levels consecutively and reached the 6th grade natal stage. This gave everyone a big shock. The Shilin King's son that Senior Sword had taken and was not to be outdone. He stepped into the 9th grade from the peak of the 8th grade. The little prince that Senior Apothecary had taken and was slightly less talented. However, he also broke through 1 level and entered the 7th grade. Only Ning Chun was still cultivating at a moderate pace. He stepped into the 1st grade from the ungraded natal stage and then slowly moved forward. The cultivation of martial arts was easy at first, but difficult at later stages. Moreover, it would only get harder and harder. Ning Chen's cultivation speed was really unflattering. Meng Xuanji did not care. She had no intention of giving him any pointers. Everything was up to him. Ning Chun was also not in a hurry. After cultivating the life scroll, he would cultivate the earth and heaven scrolls. Now that he was in the innate stage, he could already cultivate the moves within the scrolls. He could take it slow and could not be rushed. Meng Xuanji would use her spiritual awareness to check what Ning Chun was doing outside the Hall of 4 Stars every day. Rather than saying that she was paying attention, it was better to say that she was monitoring him. She was indeed suspicious of this young man. That was why she kept him by her side. In a place filled with black rocks, a strange palace stood tall. The surroundings were dark and gloomy, giving people an extremely heavy feeling. The Longevity Hall was one of the most terrifying places in the world. It had existed since ancient times. In the hall, a person was kneeling. It had been several months. Suddenly, a terrifying aura like a landslide appeared. The sky changed color, and the space in the hall started to distort violently. The person kneeling in the hall prostrated himself even lower. His entire head was already on the ground. Don't tell me that you didn't get it. Disaster King, please spare me. The person on the ground kept trembling as he begged for mercy. Trash! The void stirred, and a figure in flowing light armor walked out. With a wave of his hand, the person in the hall was smashed into the ground. Blood flowed out, but the person on the ground did not dare to move at all. He allowed his blood to dye his body red. The Disaster King's eyes flickered coldly. Ascension Valley had been destroyed. Many years of preparation had gone to waste. He had to find a way to send someone over and find a third 3 disasters expert. Then, he would work together to break the boundary between the 2 stages. In 9 Clouds Mountain, there was a golden feather scorpion that could break through the boundary in an extremely short time. Together with the master of the 4 extremes, they should be able to send a 3 disasters innate stage expert over. 9 Clouds Mountain's dream sovereign was a big problem. He had repeatedly rejected his attempts to rope him in. However, unless it was absolutely necessary, he did not want to take action personally. Other than the 4 extremes, Sacred Grounds, 9 Clouds Mountain, Immortal Ascension Realm, Cherishing Flower Palace, and Longevity Hall did not have much difference in the number of innate stage experts. Before he was fully prepared, he could not act rashly and alert the enemy. It seemed that he had to find a way to lure Dream Sovereign out of 9 Clouds Mountain. Otherwise, it would be difficult for his trash subordinates to succeed. Thinking of this, the Disaster King looked down and said coldly, "Inform all the sects that the Realm Master has ordered that the Sacred Grounds will hold a longevity banquet in 3 months. He hopes that the sovereigns of all sects will be present." Yes. The person prostrating on the ground hurriedly responded. He immediately got up and left. In the next moment, the Disaster King's figure faded. The strange Longevity Hall became cold and dark. There was no longer any sound. 3 days later, the Realm Master's order was sent to all the sections 9 Clouds Mountain immortal ascension realm, and cherishing flower palace's headmaster frowned after seeing the invitation. The realm master had not appeared for 100 years. Why would he suddenly send such an order? Although they had doubts, they still had to be careful when dealing with the Sacred Grounds orders. 13. Send this invitation to the Xuanji Hall, said the Nine Clouds headmaster. Yin 13 obeyed and quickly walked out of the Supreme Mystery Hall. He rushed toward the Xuanji Hall on another peak. On the Xuanji peak, Ningchen looked at the figure in the distance and narrowed his eyes. Something had happened. He had been in the continent of the Nine Clouds for a long time. He knew that the Xuanji Hall had a special status in the continent of the Nine Clouds. As long as it was not an extremely important matter, no disciple would come. Yin 13 went up the mountain and looked at the figure in front of him. He said, Ning Chun, where is Dream Sovereign? I don't know. Ning Chun shook his head. The Xuanji Hall was so big. How could he know where that woman was? What's the matter? At that moment, a ripple appeared in the air. Meng Xuanji appeared out of nowhere. Chapter 221. Yun Shisan handed over the invitation and said respectfully, reporting to Venerable Meng, in 3 months, the Realm Master will hold a longevity banquet in the sacred ground. He has invited all the Venerables to attend. Master asked me to inform you. Meng Xuanji took the invitation and said calmly, Got it. You can go back. Yes. Yun Shisan bowed and turned to leave the mountain. Hearing the words Realm Master again, Ning Chen's heart sank. This was troublesome. Meng Xuanji looked at the person in front of her and said indifferently, Do you think I should go or not? Ning Chen raised his head and looked at Meng Xuanji. He said coldly, Does Venerable Meng care about other people's opinions? I don't care, but I still want to know your answer. Meng Xuanji said. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. What exactly was this woman suspecting of him? There shouldn't be any flaws on his body. Now, he was not much different from an ordinary person. His first-grade Hotian cultivation was not much different for nothing. Why did he keep feeling that Meng Xuanji was on guard against him? He didn't believe that Meng Xuanji had seen through his identity. If that was the case, they wouldn't be standing here and talking to each other. Thinking of this, Ning Chun said calmly, Whether you go or not, it's none of my business. It doesn't make any difference to me. Meng Xuanji stared at him for a long time. After 10 breaths, she turned and walked back to the Xuanji Hall. From today onwards, you don't have to stay on the Xuanji Peak. As long as you don't leave for more than 10 hours, the separation and reunion death seal in your body won't act up. Ning Chen's eyes flashed. It seemed that he needed to understand more. He didn't know anything about the 4 extremes sacred ground. He didn't even know the name of the Realm Master. The Realm Master wouldn't hold a longevity banquet for no reason. Yun Shisan had said that the Realm Master hadn't appeared in the world for nearly 100 years. Now that he suddenly made a move, there must be a reason. There had never been a good banquet. In his opinion, it was either a trap or a diversion. As for the purpose, he still couldn't judge. He needed more information. He needed to understand the situation of the 4 extremes sacred ground as soon as possible, especially the 4 extremes sacred ground and the sects that had received the invitation. There was a sutra depository on the mountain with all kinds of books and scrolls. Ning Chun borrowed Yin Shisan's token and stayed there for 6 hours every day. Because the token was borrowed, Ning Chun was unable to go up to the 2nd and 3rd floors. He could only flip through the books on the 1st floor. However, this was already enough. The records of each sect were not considered a secret. The things that were truly confidential would not be divulged by the sects. 9 Heavens Mountain, Immortal Ascension Realm, Cherishing Flower Palace, and Long Life Palace. These names appeared one after another in the ancient scroll. Every single one of them was a great sect that had existed for thousands of years, never declining since ancient times. After searching for many days, Ning Chun found countless pieces of information. Among them, there were records regarding the Disaster King. He was the master of the Longevity Palace, the 2nd most powerful existence in the world, second only to the Lord of the 4 extreme realms. He had been in control of the Longevity Hall for 300 years, and his strength was unfathomable. He had never exchanged more than 10 blows with anyone. 100 years ago, he stepped into the 3 disasters realm and rarely appeared in the world. Meng Xuanji's name could also be seen. She was an expert who had undergone the fourth tribulation of the Khanate tribulation 20 years ago. No one knew what her current cultivation level was. He checked day after day for more than half a month without stopping. Ning Chun did not find anything suspicious, but he continued to check patiently every day. Any useful information was found from a large pile of useless things. This was much better than the countless messy pieces of information he had to go through every day in the Jiming Marquis residence. After another 6 or 7 days, Ning Chen finally found something he wanted to see in an ancient scroll. This ancient scroll recorded information about the divine weapons of various sects and schools, especially the Nine Heavens Mountain, the Immortal Realm, the Cherishing Flower Palace, and the Hall of Eternal Life's 4 most precious treasures. Even their diagrams and functions were listed. The Nine Heavens Mountain's gilded feather saber was the sharpest weapon in the world. The Immortal Ascension Realm's yin-yang jade could mobilize the spiritual qi of the world and push any formation to the limit. The Cherishing Flower Palace's joyful union bell could control a person's mind. Even Khanate cultivators would find it difficult to resist. The Long Life Palace's reincarnation mirror would strip away the 3 souls and 7 spirits of those who were shown upon and absorb them. They would never be able to escape. When Ning Chan saw this information, he immediately felt that something was wrong. He came from the divine land of the eastern region. He knew very well that the masters of the 4 extremes wanted to invade the divine land. The biggest obstacle was the boundary between the 2 realms. However, according to his judgment these days, most of the sects in this realm should not know that the masters of the 4 extremes wanted to invade other realms. He had already destroyed Ascension Valley and lost contact with the divine land. It was undoubtedly more difficult for the masters of the 4 extremes to open the boundary between realms. He did not know what the masters of the 4 extremes would do, but to open a passage between the 2 realms, they had to re-establish contact with the divine land. In addition, a few days ago, an innate master broke into Nine Heavens Mountain alone. He had always felt that something was wrong. If there was a grudge between the 2 sects, it was not worth the risk to go up the mountain alone just to provoke the dignity of 9 heavens or to kill some 9 heavens disciples. Moreover, judging from the expressions of the venerable sword and the master of 9 heavens at that time, they were obviously very shocked. They did not expect that someone would come. Perhaps this person was here for something. The gilded feather saber. Ning Chen's gaze fixed on this name again. There was relatively little description of the gilded feather drake. It was only said that it was the sharpest weapon in the world and was indestructible. If this item was really sharp enough to break through the boundary between realms, all these things could be explained. Then, the longevity banquet set up by the masters of the 4 extremes was not a feast at Hongmen. It was a diversion. Ning Chun suppressed the shock in his heart and left the Hidden Scriptures pavilion directly. His judgment was still just a guess. However, he would rather believe that these hypotheses were true. There were many sects in the 4 extremes. They each had their own way of doing things. They were not monolithic. He could make good use of this to foil the masters of the 4 extremes. On Xuanji Peak, Meng Xuanji quietly looked at the white figure in the distance. She had set him free because she wanted to see what he would do at this time. She had to attend the longevity banquet of the Holy Land. Even if she did not fear the threat of the Holy Land, she still had to take 9 heavens into consideration. The Master of the Land and the King of Disasters seemed to have reached some kind of agreement. During the years when the Land Master was silent, the King of Disasters had been secretly threatening and roping in the Khanate experts of various sections. She was one of them. She had never let down her guard against the Palace of Eternal Life and the King of Disasters. This longevity banquet of the Holy Land was very likely another conspiracy led by the King of Disasters and the Landmaster. On the peak and below the peak, Meng Xuanji and Ning Chun each had their own thoughts. Both of them knew some things, but they did not know everything. Just like how Ning Chun did not know that the gilded feather drake really had the ability to break through the boundary between realms, Meng Xuanji did not know that the Landmaster and the King of Disasters' goal was to obtain the gilded feather drake and eventually achieve their ambition of invading the divine prefecture. Ning Chun was very clear that once the passage between the two realms was opened, the flames of war would rise everywhere, not only for the divine prefecture, but also for the four extremes. If it really came to that, he would not be merciful. Even if he had to destroy the entire four extremes, he would not hesitate. Ning Chun walked towards the bamboo pavilion. On the way, he unexpectedly met someone. Chang Jiang Li, the new direct disciple of the Nine Heavens sect master. He had heard of this woman before. She was a powerful innate expert, the only daughter of Chang Hen Heaven. Her talent was outstanding. At the age of 20, she had already stepped into the late stage of the ninth stage. However, this woman's murderous aura was very strong. Many disciples were intimidated by her. The two brushed past each other. Chang Jiangli suddenly stopped and turned her palm over. Ning Chen took a step back and avoided the palm. He frowned. "Miss Chang Jiangli, what do you mean by this?" Chang Jiangli's expression was cold. "I can feel that you are very dangerous." Ning Chen narrowed his eyes. This woman's intuition was really scary. Even Venerable Sword and the others could not see anything. This woman was actually so sure. Miss Chang Jiangli, people's intuition can often deceive them. Ning Chen did not stay for long. After he finished speaking, he continued walking towards the bamboo pavilion. Chang Jiangli's eyes flickered. After a moment, she also turned and left. In the bamboo pavilion, Ning Chen returned Yun Shisan's jade talisman and thanked him. Yun Shisan took the jade talisman and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Ning Chen, listen to me. Meng Zun looks cold and arrogant, but she is actually a reasonable person. As long as you are willing to lower your head, Meng Zun will definitely remove the separation and reunion death seal in your body." Ning Chen smiled and replied, "Don't worry, I know what to do." Now, it was not a matter of lowering his head to Meng Xianji. Although he did not know why Meng Xianji suspected him, she was definitely on guard against him. Yun Shisan sighed softly. She thought for a moment and handed the jade talisman over. She continued, "In a few days, I will go to the Holy Land with my teacher. We will need at least 10 days to come back. You can keep this jade talisman." Ning Chen did not take it. He said calmly, "No need. I also need time to practice the skills you gave me. I don't need this jade talisman for the time being." At this point, Ning Chen paused and asked, "By the way, did you find out who the person who broke into the main peak a few days ago was?" Yun Shisan shook her head and said, "No. The Nine Heavens rarely incur enmity with others. That person intentionally concealed his aura that day. It was very difficult to find out his identity." Ning Chen's face revealed a trace of disappointment. He said regretfully, "What a pity. It seems that after you and the 5 venerables leave, the Nine Heavens Mountain will not be a safe place." After speaking, Ning Chen stood up and walked towards the door. When he was about to leave, he paused and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I'm not dissatisfied with the Nine Heavens Mountain. I'm just a little scared. However, a big shot like that would probably not find trouble with us ordinary disciples for no reason." Yun Shisan fell silent. After a long time, her heart suddenly shook as if she had realized something. Just as she was about to speak, she realized that Ning Chen had already walked far away. Chapter 222. Yun Shisan got up and went to the Supreme Mystery Hall. When he saw the Nine Heavens sect leader, he told him his worries. The Nine Heavens sect leader's eyes flashed. He nodded and said, "You're right. Although the Nine Heavens Mountain has a formation protecting it, after we leave, the defense will be greatly weakened. If that person really has ulterior motives, he might not be able to avoid the banquet this time." Yun Shisan could not hide his worry. He said, "Master, we can't take this risk." The Nine Heavens sect leader got up and ordered, "Send someone to invite the 4 venerables. Tell them there's something important to discuss." On the Xianji Peak, Ning Chen watched as the disciples of the main peak came up and invited Meng Xuanji to the Supreme Mystery Hall. Before Meng Xuanji left, she glanced at Ning Chen on the peak. Without saying anything, she took a step forward and disappeared. In the Qi Luo Palace, the flower venerables were teaching her new disciple the listening flower technique. After hearing the sect leader's summons, She carefully gave Yin Shuang a few words before getting up and leaving. In the other two peaks, the sword venerables and the medicine venerables also went to the main peak. They were puzzled. It was so late. Why was the sect leader looking for them? In the Supreme Mystery Hall, the four venerables all arrived. Yun Shur-san stood respectfully at the side without saying a word. The Nine Heavens sect leader told them about the matter and asked for their opinions. The medicine venerables frowned and said, no one would dare to refuse an invitation from the four venerables' holy lands. Even if he dares to refuse, wouldn't his identity be exposed if he does anything during the banquet? Not necessarily. The sword venerables shook his head and said, that day, that person hid his aura and came. We thought that he didn't want to expose his identity. But what if he doesn't care if his identity is exposed after he gets what he wants? You're saying that he's from the other three sects? Asked the medicine venerables. In this world, besides the holy lands, only the immortal ascension realm, the cherishing flower palace, and the longevity hall had the confidence to fight against the nine heavens. It's possible, answered the sword venerables. Chiluo, what do you think? Asked the nine heavens sect leader. It's not important who he is. What we need to consider most now is his goal, said the venerables. The forbidden tome of the nine heavens, the separation and reunion pill, or the golden feather centipede. Other than that, there's nothing else, Meng Xuanji said calmly. The patriarch of the continent of the nine clouds thought for a moment and said, the separation and reunion pills are kept by the master apothecaries, and the forbidden books of the continent of the nine clouds are with me. You can take them with you, but the golden feather lance controls the chi of the continent of the nine clouds. You can't take it out easily. It is indeed troublesome. The sword venerable nodded. At the same time, on the Xuanji Peak, Ning Chun, who had been quietly cultivating, had finally taken another step forward. He had successfully entered the second grade of the natal stage. As the spiritual energy entered his body, the three cyclones of heaven, earth, and life in his Dantian sea of qi expanded several times and spun rapidly. In the Supreme Mystery Hall, Meng Xuanji sensed something at the same time. She looked at the Xuanji Peak and narrowed her beautiful eyes. What's wrong? Venerable Flower asked softly. I'm fine. Meng Xuanji regained her senses and replied. After another breakthrough, Ning Chun could feel the separation and reunion death seal in his body even more clearly. The shackles that Meng Xuanji had placed on him seemed to grow stronger with his cultivation. In the Supreme Mystery Hall, the five venerables had been discussing for a long time. Meng Xuanji returned after midnight and looked at Ning Chun, who was still cultivating on the peak. She stared at him seriously for a long time. She would not mistake this aura. However, she felt that something was wrong. This person did not seem to have any ulterior motives. The longevity banquet was just around the corner. Whether this person had a problem or not would be revealed very soon. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. The five venerables moved and left one after another. The Xuanji Peak became empty. After Meng Xuanji left, no one else came up. Only Ning Chun was left on the huge Xuanji Peak. On the peak, Ning Chun continued to cultivate day after day. He did not care about anything else. He had already warned the nine heavens that it would be too disappointing if someone took advantage of this opportunity to attack again. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. The nine heavens mountain was as peaceful as usual. Nothing unexpected happened. The sword venerables and the flower venerables, who were standing quietly outside the nine heavens, did not see the person they wanted to see. They could only leave. The longevity banquet was about to begin. They could not delay it any longer. On the 4th day, everything was calm and tranquil. On the 5th day, the sun rose as usual. The disciples of the continent of the nine heavens did the same as usual. They swept the ground, practiced sword techniques, practiced cultivation techniques, and did their own things in an orderly manner. However, at that moment, outside of the nine heavens mountain, a rumbling sound spread in the air. The great deployment spell of the nine heavens mountain started shaking violently. Everybody's expression changed drastically. Ning Chan was standing at the top of the mountain, looking at a person in black clothes in the distance. He narrowed his eyes. What was going to happen had finally happened. In front of the great deployment spell, a person in black clothes was standing there calmly. His right hand was on the great deployment spell of the Nine Heavens Mountain. A powerful chi kept shaking the deployment spell, destroying it. The person in black clothes had obviously come prepared. His blue lights were dazzling. The great deployment spell of the Nine Heavens Mountain was about to collapse. Boom! After a few breaths, the great deployment spell of the Nine Heavens Mountain collapsed and disappeared. The black silhouette quickly crossed the stairway of ascension and moved towards the main peak. The disciples of the continent of the Nine Heavens Mountain immediately formed a deployment spell. Sword lights dashed to the skies to block the intruder. The sword spell of the Nine Heavens layer cultivators couldn't resist it. Everything was in vain. The person in black clothes waved his hand, and blue lights spread in all directions. The disciples of the continent of the Nine Heavens were blown away and crashed onto the ground like broken kites. Chang Jiangli appeared, a black and red sword in his hand. He turned into a beam of light and pierced towards the cultivator in front of him. "You want to die?" The dark figure snorted coldly, recognizing the sword that was rushing over. He flipped his palm and rolled up the chi of heaven and earth. The silent soul sword instantly stopped, unable to move forward. "I'll spare your life for your father's sake. Move back." Li Huarong punched Chang Jiangli and pushed him back. Then he walked towards the supreme mystery temple step by step. In the distance, Ning Chan was watching the battle. He was waiting for the Zun cultivators of the continent of the Nine Heavens Mountain. Li Huarong entered the supreme mystery temple and glanced around with his spiritual awareness. As he was about to go forwards, his expression suddenly changed. At that moment, the supreme mystery peak vibrated and a powerful chi was awakened. For beams of golden light shot towards the intruders. Li Huarong quickly retreated, but it was too late. The 4 beams of golden light were already there. There was a loud bang, and the black silhouette was blown away. Blood stained the ground. In the next moment, 4 golden silhouettes appeared and stood in the sky. They were shining like gods. "Oh!" On the peak, Ning Chun was surprised. His eyes flashed with admiration. If he guessed correctly, the 4 Zun cultivators had used the fortune of the continent of the Nine Heavens Mountain to create clones. In front of the Supreme Mystery Temple, Li Huarong steadied himself and looked at the 4 golden silhouettes in the sky. He was shocked. The 4 clones moved their feet and pressed forward. Their majestic aura surged, and even the sky and earth changed color. The golden light covered the sky. Although they were just clones, they were still very powerful. Li Huarong fought against the 4 of them alone. 3 of them attacked, and 7 of them defended. He wanted to delay as much as possible. However, the 4's attacks were fierce and difficult to resist. His black clothes were soon covered in blood. "Luan Feng Chun, what are you waiting for?" Li Huarong roared with a mournful expression. "Huh?" There was a calm and indifferent laugh. Between heaven and earth, the wind and clouds rolled. A bright red silhouette walked out. His face was handsome, and his blood-red hair danced in the air. As soon as he appeared, the space distorted violently. The folding fan scattered and turned into a long and thin saber light. It was as red as blood and extremely beautiful. On the peak, Ning Chen's expression changed. "What a powerful young man. Today, I return the favor of the temple master." As soon as he finished speaking, the rainbow saber flashed in front of everyone's eyes like lightning. The bright red silhouette stopped, and the 4 golden clones quickly dispersed. Before the disciples on the peak could react, the blood-red saber in Luan Fengchen's hand had disappeared and turned back into a red folding fan. Li Huarong was very upset. If the temple master had not expected this and left a backup plan, he might have died here today. However, in the end, the golden feather centipede still belonged to the immortal hall. Li Huarong walked towards the Supreme Mystery Hall again. However, at this moment, he felt a chill on his back and immediately jumped forward subconsciously. An invisible sword intent swept past silently. The white stone floor was as fragile as tofu at this moment. In the blink of an eye, a deep and bottomless gully was created. Luan Fengchun was slightly surprised. He looked at the peak in the distance, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. Nine Cloud Mountain actually hid such a strong person. On the Xuanji Peak, Ning Chun waved his hand, and sword qi gathered in front of him. In the blink of an eye, the sword qi swept out and once again swept towards the main peak. Li Huarong could not hide the anger on his face. He forcefully raised his body, and blue light surged like waves, turning into an airtight wall of qi that blocked in front of him. Thousands of sword qi were blocked and could not move forward. It was a stalemate. A cold smile appeared on Ning Chen's face. With a point of his sword finger, an ordinary sword intent swept out. In the next moment, the sky changed color. Between heaven and earth, a terrifying sword intent appeared out of nowhere. As it moved forward, its power became more and more terrifying. In the end, it turned into a sword that could split the sky and slash down. The blue wall of qi shattered. Li Huarong's expression changed drastically. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The sword pierced through his body. His body, which had been heavily injured for a long time, could no longer withstand the sword. With a bang, he flew backwards, blood spurting out, spraying dozens of feet away. On the main peak, the disciples of the Nine Cloud Mountain who were lying on the ground looked at each other. The confusion in their eyes was even more intense. What had happened? Ning Chun withdrew his hand and looked at the red figure in the distance, quietly waiting for his decision. Luan Fengchun also looked in the direction of the Xuanji Peak. After a moment, the red figure dispersed and disappeared. On the Xuanji Peak, the red light flashed, and Luan Fengchun walked out. Looking at the person in front of him, his eyes flashed with surprise. Second grade acquired stage, what a strange young man. I am Luan Fengchun. Ning Chun. Luan Fengchun thought for a moment and confirmed that he had never heard this name before. I'll remember it. If fate wills it, we'll meet again. Luan Fengchun nodded. In the next moment, the red figure dissipated and turned into a beam of light that flew away. Luan Fengchun. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. He also remembered this name. He was very sure that they would meet again in the future. He just did not know if the next time they met would be enemies or friends. Chapter 223. In the polar region of the western border, the wind was fierce. The visible storm swept up the sand and destroyed everything. Prince Yin walked in with Aman. The green and red swords flew out from the sword rack and circled around Aman. The sword intent turned into circles of ripples and swept away all the sand. In the wind, the black sandstorm blocked most of the view. It was hard to see what was in front of them. Prince Yin walked forward step by step, not affected by the sandstorm at all. Aman's pretty little face didn't show any signs of fear. She looked left and right before obediently following behind. The storm was blocked by the sword intent and couldn't enter. The small circle became the safest place in the polar region of the western border. After looking for a long time, Aman curiously reached out, wanting to touch the sand outside. Don't be naughty, Prince Yin said softly. Aman immediately retracted her hand. She put her hands behind her back in embarrassment and continued to walk forward obediently. The two kept walking forward. After walking for a long time, the storm grew bigger and bigger. The black sand swirled in the wind, forming huge whirlpools. Clanging sounds came from the green and red swords. It was the sound caused by the sand breaking through the sword intent and hitting the swords. In the deepest part of the polar region of the western border, the storm had reached a terrifying level. Even the green and red swords were starting to struggle. In front, Prince Yin waved his hand, and the Zhiga sword flew out. The three swords covered the sky and protected Aman. In that moment of distraction, a piece of sand brushed past Prince Yan's face. Immediately, blood dripped down and dripped onto his green robe. The horror of the sandstorm was on full display at this moment. The four polar regions of the four extremes were full of danger. Even strong cultivators of the three disasters didn't dare to enter, not to mention Aman, who was a burden. Prince Yin was half a step away from the three disasters. However, realms weren't absolute sometimes. Just like the sword in Barren City. Even if he hadn't reached the Khanate realm yet, every strong cultivator of the three disasters still feared him. Of course, there were very few people like him in the world. If they existed, they would be legends. On the Xuanji Peak, Ningchen didn't know that Prince Yin had brought a man to this strange realm. He continued to cultivate quietly every day. The news that the main peak had been attacked was sent to the Nine Clouds Sex Patriarch by a secret technique. The five venerables quickly came back from the Holy Land. When they saw the main peak that was full of holes, they didn't look good. The two disciples explained everything in detail, including Luan Fengchen's appearance and the mysterious expert's help. In front of the Supreme Mystery Hall, Changjiang Li's gaze was fixed in the direction of the Four Stars Peak. Her intuition told her that the person who had acted that day was Ning Qian of the Four Stars Peak. Li Huarong was brought out. His face was ghastly pale, and his aura was extremely weak. There was a terrifying sword wound on his left chest that pierced through his heart meridian, and half of his heart had been destroyed. If it wasn't for the strong vitality of the congenital realm, he would have died long ago. However, everyone knew that he was already crippled. The remaining sword inside on the sword mark had already destroyed Li Huarong's vitality, and it was impossible to save him. The sword venerable stepped forward and touched the sword mark on the wound. In an instant, a small wound appeared on the tip of his finger. He had been injured by the residual sword intent. What a sharp sword! The apothecary and venerable flower narrowed their eyes. Apart from a few people at the longevity banquet, they couldn't think of anyone else in the world who had such a strong sword cultivation. He's already injured to this extent. The longevity hall definitely won't let this matter rest. We have to be careful in the next few days, said the Nine Clouds Sect's headmaster gravely. What exactly does the longevity hall want? Asked the apothecary, frowning. That's not important. Just be careful, said Meng Xuanji calmly. I'm going back first. With that, Meng Xuanji walked away gracefully, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Let's go as well. The venerable flower and apothecary sighed softly and also turned to leave. Perhaps this would be their last peaceful days. Facing that disaster king, the Nine Clouds sect wasn't confident that they could stop him. Meng Xuanji appeared on the Four Stars Peak. Seeing Ning Qian still cultivating on the peak, her eyes flickered. A second-grade congenital realm cultivator without any concealment. Just what was going on? And that strange aura. Just what was his relationship with the longevity hall? Meng Xuanji thought about it for a long time, but she still couldn't figure out the reason. No matter how she thought about it, it didn't make sense. Could it really just be a coincidence? But no matter how coincidental it was, the aura of phoenix blood shouldn't appear on an ordinary person. Meng Xuanji returned to the Four Stars Hall and stopped thinking about it. In the next few days, the Disaster King might come to the Nine Clouds sect. She had to recover her cultivation to its peak as soon as possible. Days passed. The Nine Clouds sect remained silent. They didn't mention anything about what had happened a few days ago, as if nothing had happened. Li Huarong was locked in a stone room, using pills to hang on to his last breath. He couldn't wake up, but he couldn't die. Unexpectedly, the longevity hall also acted as if nothing had happened. They didn't care about Li Huarong's life or death. No one thought that the longevity hall was silent because of a guilty conscience. With that disaster king overseeing it, that was the biggest reason. The more the longevity hall remained silent, the more the Nine Clouds sect master and Meng Xuanji felt that something was wrong. At that moment, a bolt from the blue came. The immortal ascension realm was destroyed overnight. From the sect master to the ordinary disciples, no one survived. The yin-yang jade was stolen. The entire immortal mountain became a land of death. When the news reached the Nine Clouds, Yin Shuang fainted on the spot. Everyone thought of the same person at the same time. The disaster king. In the world, other than the leaders of the sacred grounds, only the Disaster King and the Longevity Hall had the power to destroy the entire Immortal Ascension realm overnight. However, for Immortal Ascension realm Xiantian experts, plus the Yin-Yang Jade as the core of the Four Symbols Demon Sealing Formation, should be able to fight even against the three disasters. How could they be defeated so miserably? In the Tingzhu Pavilion, Ning Chun heard the news. After thinking for a moment, he said calmly, "There's a traitor." Yin San's body shook. He was immediately awakened. This was the only explanation. Yin San looked at the former with a trace of doubt in his heart. Last time, it was Ning Chen's careless words that made him think of many things. This time, it was Ning Chun who reminded him again. The first time might be a coincidence, but the second time, it couldn't be a coincidence. A strange look flashed in Yun San's eyes. For the first time, he had doubts about Ning Chen's identity. "It's getting late. I'll go back first." Ning Chun saw the suspicion and didn't explain anything. He got up and left. He wasn't worried that Yin San would think too much. Yin San wasn't the only one who had doubts about him. Meng Xuanji and the woman called Chang Jiang Li were also suspicious of his identity. However, suspicions were just suspicions. As long as he didn't reveal his identity, the three of them could only guess. Right now, he was more concerned about the leaders of the four extreme realms and the Disaster King. These three disasters were the source of all his worries. He had to be careful. The Disaster King of the Longevity Hall had already started to move. This wasn't good news for him. The Immortal Ascension Realm, 9 Cloud Mountain, and Cherishing Flower Palace were the greatest powers to keep the Longevity Hall in check. Now that the Immortal Ascension Realm had been destroyed, it would probably be 9 Cloud Mountain or Cherishing Flower Palace's turn next. The Disaster King clearly wanted to unify the 4 extreme realms and suppress all the disharmonious forces before spreading the flames of war to the Divine Continent. A war between the 2 realms would cause endless disasters. It was impossible for everyone to agree. The ones most likely to oppose were the Immortal Ascension Realm, 9 Cloud Mountain, and Cherishing Flower Palace. The Disaster King's actions were to prevent future troubles. If the 3 sects were destroyed, no other sect in the 4 extreme realms would dare to oppose this war between the 2 realms. The second day after the Immortal Ascension Realm had been destroyed, the Sacred Land sent an emissary to investigate. Everyone knew who had done it. However, without evidence, no one dared to provoke the Longevity Hall. 5 days later, the Palace Master of the Cherishing Flower Palace sent a disciple to invite Meng Xuanji over to discuss important matters. Before Meng Xuanji left, she glanced at the young figure on the mountain peak and said, "Come with me." With that, Meng Xuanji didn't give Ning Chun any chance to speak. With a wave of her hand, she turned into a streak of light and left with him. The Cherishing Flower Palace was more than 3,000 kilometers away from 9 Cloud Mountain. There were countless famous mountains and great rivers in between. The Palace Master of the Cherishing Flower Palace had clearly invited them to discuss the Longevity Hall. The massacre of the Immortal Ascension Realm in a single night had greatly shocked the 2 sections. No one wanted to become the next target. Forming an alliance was their only choice. Neither sect had any strong cultivators who could fight against the Disaster King. However, with the help of the Joyous Union Bell and the Gilded Feather Centipede, they still had a chance of victory. However, they had to be wary of a tragedy like the one in the Immortal Ascension Realm. After many days of consideration, they had also guessed that a traitor might have appeared in the Immortal Ascension Realm. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been wiped out in a single night. The Cherishing Flower Palace was an all-female sect. Like the 9 Cloud Mountain, they had 5 Xiandian cultivators. Among them, the one with the highest cultivation was the current Palace Master of the Cherishing Flower Palace. As soon as the 2 of them entered the Cherishing Flower Palace, they were respectfully received by the disciples of the Cherishing Flower Palace. The Palace Master of the Cherishing Flower Palace quickly appeared. She was a beautiful woman who looked to be in her 30s. She still retained the grace of her youth. When the Palace Master of the Cherishing Flower Palace saw Ning Chun beside Meng Xuanji, she was slightly stunned. She hadn't thought that Meng Xuanji would bring someone else here. Ning Chun sat quietly to the side, drinking tea. He didn't say anything. A disciple softly whispered a few words into the Palace Master of the Cherishing Flower Palace's ear. Only then did the latter react and realize the identity of the young man in front of her. After the apprenticeship ceremony at 9 Cloud Mountain, news of this person had spread like wildfire. She had also heard of him. She had never understood why Meng Xuanji would forcefully accept an ordinary person with ordinary talent as a disciple. The palace master of the Cherishing Flower Palace unconsciously glanced at Ning Chun a few more times. She wanted to see what was so special about this person. Ning Chun didn't feel uncomfortable at all. He sat there quietly and drank his tea. He didn't say anything. He could look at her however he wanted. Chapter 224. Palace Mistress Shi Hua looked at him for a long time, but she couldn't find anything special about the young man. His talent was average, and his cultivation wasn't even worth mentioning. The only thing that was worth praising was his determination. However, in this world where strength was respected, without strength, everything was meaningless. Just like the massacre in the Immortal Ascension realm. Everyone guessed that it was the Palace of Immortality's doing, but without evidence, no one dared to say it out loud. The sacred lands were envoys, and they wouldn't listen to their side of the story. Only with enough evidence could the sacred lands intervene and punish the Palace of Immortality. The disciples of the Cherishing Flower Palace were brewing tea at the side. Their young and beautiful faces were filled with curiosity. They looked at the legendary Dream Lord of the Nine Heavens, then looked at the young man who was quietly drinking tea. Ning Xin drank cup after cup of tea. He wasn't very interested in the conversation between Palace Mistress Shi Hua and Meng Xuanji. The only choice between the two sects was to form an alliance. Everything else was just pleasantries. The young girl who was pouring tea at the side was extremely busy. She was only 16 or 17 years old, so she didn't think too much. She only listened to her master's orders and served the guests of the Cherishing Flower Palace. The art of tea was an art that was easy to learn but not easy to master. Although the disciples of the Cherishing Flower Palace were still young, their level was already not low. The tea entered his mouth. It was sweet and refreshing and had a lingering aftertaste. It was intoxicating. Ning Chin couldn't help but think of the tea that Fan Lingwei had brewed in the pavilion where the armies of Great Xia and Northern Ming had faced each other. As he thought about it, he drank cup after cup of tea. Perhaps he would never be able to find that taste again in this life. In the instant that Ning Chan was absent-minded, his aura unconsciously changed. Meng Xuanji and Palace Mistress Shi Hua looked over at the same time. There was a flash of light in their eyes. Something was wrong. Sensing their gazes, Ning Chun immediately restrained his thoughts. He regained his rationality and calmness, suppressing all his emotions at the bottom of his heart. Seeing that his aura had returned to normal, the suspicion in Meng Xuanji's eyes didn't decrease in the slightest. The feeling just now couldn't be wrong. This was definitely not the pressure that a second-grade Hotian cultivator should have. A strange look also flashed through Palace Mistress Shi Hua's eyes. She had misjudged him. This young man wasn't simple. Palace Mistress Shi Hua temporarily suppressed the idea of forming an alliance. The lesson of the Immortal Ascension realm was still fresh in her mind. She didn't want to repeat it. She trusted Meng Xuanji, but she didn't trust this young man in front of her. Venerated Dream, all of you must be tired after traveling for such a long time. Why don't you rest for the night and discuss the other matters tomorrow? Palace Master Shi Hua spoke with a gentle smile. Meng Xuanji could more or less guess what Palace Mistress Shi Hua was thinking. She stood up and said, "Thank you. Wang Yu, the two of you are responsible for properly entertaining these two honored guests. Do not neglect them." Palace Master Shi Hua looked to the two disciples by her side and instructed them. Yes. Two women with similar appearances walked out. Soon after, they walked in front of the two and softly said, "Please." Ning Chun put down his teacup reluctantly and followed the two disciples of the Cherishing Flower Palace out of the hall. In the west wing of the Cherishing Flower Palace, because Ning Chun was a man, he was arranged to stay in a small courtyard by himself. It was quite a distance away from Meng Xuanji's residence. As night fell, Daylily brought over the flower dew that was unique to the Palace of Cherishing Flower. When she saw Ning Chun standing in front of the house in a daze, she placed the flower dew on the stone table in the courtyard. "Young Master Ning, please," Daylily said softly. "Thank you." Ning Chun came back to his senses and smiled courteously. Daylily quietly stood to the side, not saying anything as she waited for orders. Ning Chun picked up the flower dew and took a small sip before putting it down. He glanced at the quiet woman beside him and asked, "You're called Daylily?" "Yes." Daylily gently nodded in response. "It's a very good name," Ning Chun said. "In my hometown, there is a type of daylily that often blooms in the mountains. Its flowers are light yellow. Every time my son travels, my mother will pick a stalk of daylily and plant it in the courtyard. She prays that my son will be safe and worry-free." Now, all that was left was regret. Ning Chun looked at the distant horizon, and a light flashed through his eyes. Was his mother in his hometown still in the courtyard, waiting for her son's return every day? Daylily quietly listened. After a long time, she softly said, "Daylily will remember what young master has said." Ning Chun came back to his senses and softly laughed. "I'm just speaking nonsense. Don't take it seriously." After saying this, Ning Chun finished the flower dew on the table and handed the cup and tray over. He said, "Thank you for your hospitality. It's already very late. You should go back and rest." Daylily took it and bowed. She didn't say anything and quietly left. The bright moon hung high in the sky, sprinkling down a cold waterfall. The figure in the courtyard quietly stood there, not moving at all. From afar, it was so abrupt. Even though it was standing in this world, it still seemed out of place. Inside Meng Xuanji's room, Palace Mistress Xihua had been sitting there for a long time. No one knew what they were talking about. However, before leaving, Palace Mistress Xihua reminded her, "That young man called Ning Chun is not simple. You have to be careful." "I know." Meng Xuanji nodded. After Palace Mistress Xihua left, Meng Xuanji walked out of her room and looked at Ning Chen's small courtyard. When she swept her spiritual sense over it, she was suddenly stunned. The courtyard in the west wing was empty. There was not a single person in it. Meng Xuanji's figure flashed, and she arrived in Ning Chen's courtyard. She looked around and narrowed her eyes. In the night, a white figure streaked across the night sky, heading north. This was the first time Ning Chun had used his full strength after entering the Xiantian realm. Everything in the world disappeared behind him in the blink of an eye. Northern region, Immortal Ascension realm. The entire mountain peak was filled with scars from a great battle. Blood dyed the mountain peak red. Even from far away, one could smell the pungent smell of blood. Ning Chun appeared at the foot of the mountain. He didn't stop. With a step, he disappeared. At the top of the mountain peak, a red figure stood there quietly. He looked around at the miserable state of the surroundings. After a long time, he sighed. As the white light flashed, Ning Chun stopped and frowned slightly. It was him. He hadn't expected them to meet so quickly. Luan Feng Chun turned around. When he saw the young man in front of him, surprise flashed through his eyes. "It's you. This world is really too small." Ning Chun sighed. "Do you want to fight?" Luan Feng Chun asked softly. The red folding fan in his hand turned into a thin, blood-red blade. "I'm not in the mood to fight." Ning Chun shook his head. "Huh." Luan Feng Chun chuckled. With a wave of his hand, the blade turned back into a red folding fan. "I've heard rumors about you, but with your strength, Dream Sovereign's incomplete separation death seal shouldn't be able to control you. Why are you still on the Jade Pearl Peak?" asked Luan Feng Chun curiously. "I don't have anywhere to go." "It doesn't matter where I go," said Ning Chun indifferently. Ning Chun looked at the red-robed young man and asked, "I've also heard rumors about you. I heard you once challenged the palace master of the Longevity Hall. What happened?" "I lost. I lost very miserably. I almost died in the Longevity Hall." Luan Feng Chun didn't try to hide anything, and he lightly smiled. "However, the Disaster King stopped after the last attack, so I owed him a favor. It wasn't until a few days ago that I repaid that favor on the Taishan Peak." "Right? Why did you come here? Do you know anyone here?" asked Luan Feng Chun. Ning Chun shook his head. "No, I just came to take a look." "Did you see anything?" asked Luan Feng Chun. "The Longevity Hall is stronger than I thought," sighed Ning Chun. "There were at least 10 different Xiantian realm auras here, and there were only 4 Xiantian realm cultivators. In other words, the Longevity Hall had sent out at least 6 Xiantian realm cultivators." Luan Feng Chun looked at the miserable situation below the peak. After a moment of silence, he said, "The sacred land will deal with this." Ning Chen laughed mockingly. "This isn't the first time I've heard this. You all seem to believe in the sacred land." Yin San and Little Stone had both said the same thing. If he didn't know that the master of the four extreme realms and the Disaster King had already secretly colluded to conquer the Divine Continent, he might have believed them too. Wan Feng-chan turned his head and looked at the person beside him. He couldn't help but frown. "Why do you have such a strong opinion of the sacred land?" "Nothing. It's getting late. I'm going back. See you later." With that, Ning Chun took a step forward and turned into a streak of white light. Wan Feng-chun looked at the departing figure. His eyes flashed. He hadn't seen wrong. This person didn't have a good impression of the sacred land. A cold wind blew past. On the peak of the mountain, the red clothes scattered and disappeared. He hadn't returned for many years. This time, the sacred land's emissary had come. He needed to meet him and ask him how the sacred land was going to deal with the immortal Ascension realm. Ning Chun returned to the west wing of the Cherishing Flower Palace. As soon as he walked into the courtyard, he saw Meng Xuanji quietly waiting there. Her beautiful face was cold. "May I ask where you went last night?" Meng Xuanji asked coldly. "I couldn't sleep, so I took a walk," Ning Chun replied calmly. Meng Xuanji's eyes grew colder. Just as she was about to speak, she heard soft footsteps outside the courtyard. "Lord Meng, Lord Ning, the palace master invites you." Wang Yu walked over and bowed respectfully to Meng Xuanji. Meng Xuanji could only take back her words and walk out of the courtyard. Ning Chen followed. When he passed by Wang Yu, he said softly, "Thank you." Wang Yu smiled gently. Her smile was very faint. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it. Palace Master Xihua was already waiting in the Azure Flower Palace. When she saw the three of them arrive, she frowned. "Wang Yu, I only asked you to pass on a message. Why'd you take so long?" "Please forgive me, Palace Master. It's my fault." Wang Yu stepped forward and softly apologized. "Don't do it again. You can leave." Palace Master Xihua clearly didn't want to blame Wang Yu too much. Wang Yu bowed, then turned around and smiled at Ning Chun. She then left the palace. "Meng Xuanji, let's talk about the alliance between the Cherishing Flower Palace and Nine Firmament Mountain," said Palace Master Xihua. "I'm all ears," said Meng Xuanji calmly. To the side, Ning Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. It seemed that he had been treated as a fool. Even the act was in front of him. Chapter 225. Inside the Azure Flower Palace, Meng Xuanji and Palace Mistress Xihua were discussing the matter of forming an alliance, as well as how they would deal with the Palace of Longevity in the future. When Ning Chun heard these words from the side, he didn't believe a single word. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. A golden streak of light tore through the sky and arrived at the Azure Flower Palace. "Revered Dream, return quickly." Meng Xuanji and Palace Mistress Xihua's expressions changed. Even Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. Something had happened. Due to the urgency of the matter, Meng Xuanji didn't have time to say anything. She took a step forward and disappeared. "Wang Yu, bring our honored guest to rest." Palace Mistress Xihua stood up and ordered. "Yes." Forgotten Sorrow walked over and respectfully said, "Young master, please." Ning Chen didn't say anything. He turned around and walked out of the hall. In the West Wing, after Worryless brought Ning Chun in, she stood quietly at the side, waiting for orders. Ning Chun looked in the direction of Nine Cloud Mountain. His eyes flickered. If he guessed correctly, the Longevity Hall had made a move against Nine Cloud Mountain. There were 4 Xiantian cultivators in the Nine Clouds. Unless it was the Longevity Hall, they wouldn't be in such a hurry to summon Meng Xuanji back. He hadn't expected the Longevity Hall to strike again so soon. After the Immortal Ascension Stage incident, all the sects were on guard against the Longevity Hall. Moreover, the 4 extreme holy lands had already sent out an envoy to investigate this matter. Regardless of what agreement the masters of the 4 extremities and the master of the Longevity Hall had secretly reached, the 4 extremities' sacred grounds had always maintained a holy and just position in the 4 extremities' sacred grounds. On the surface, The Longevity Hall's actions were undoubtedly a challenge to the dignity of the sacred grounds. Worry flashed across Ning Chen's eyes. Now the Holy Land and the Longevity Hall were one in the light and one in the dark. Be it in terms of reputation or absolute strength, they were not something that the other major sects could contend against. It was not impossible for the four extremes to unite. The most troublesome thing was that the sects of the four extremities did not know about the ambitions of the hallowed grounds and the Longevity Hall. At the side, Daylily handed him a cup of tea and said softly, "If young master is worried, you can go back and take a look." Ning Chun took the teacup and his body trembled. He looked at the former in disbelief. How could this be? After a short period of shock, Ning Chun truly looked at Daylily for the first time. All this time, he had not paid much attention to this gentle and quiet woman beside him. Now, it seemed that he had misjudged her. "Miss Worryless, please keep this a secret." Ning Chen's expression was solemn as he pleaded. "Young master, please come back quickly." Daylily smiled gently and said softly. Ning Chen nodded. Then his feet moved, and he quickly disappeared into the distance. Daylily turned around and tidied up the teacups and empty plates on the stone table. Then she quietly left the courtyard. At the Nine Clouds Mountain, one person appeared and 3 inborn experts appeared. The entire Nine Clouds Mountain was on high alert. Inside the flowing light armor, a pair of emotionless eyes stared at the 4 inborn experts in front of him without any emotion. In the depths of the Nine Heavens Mountain, the gilded feather centipede shone brightly, ready to fly out at any moment. The 4 Zune masters of the continent of the Nine Clouds looked more serious than ever. If they couldn't stop him, it would be a real disaster. I'll say it again. Hand over the golden feather tail, and I'll spare you this time, the Disaster King said indifferently. Impossible, said the Nine Firmament sect leader. Impossibly stupid. The Disaster King coldly snorted and raised his right palm. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed color. Thunder rumbled as dark clouds covered the sky. It was an extremely frightening sight. Swish! In the depths of Nine Clouds Mountain, a golden beam of light slashed down. It pierced through space and arrived in front of the Disaster King. An enormous rumbling sound rang out. The world's sharpest weapon faced off against an expert who transcended the 5 tribulations, a heaven-shocking strike that completely shattered space. The Disaster King waved his hand, scattering the shock waves. The flowing light armor shone brightly. It wasn't damaged at all. The 4 inborn experts' expressions were extremely ugly. Could it be that the Nine Clouds Mountain really was doomed this time? The Disaster King walked forward step by step. His divine might was unrivaled. At this moment, multicolored light condensed in the sky. A peerless figure walked out. Her slender hand slapped out. The Disaster King also flipped his palm. With a bang, the ground beneath him cracked. Meng Xuanji, as expected, "You've already passed the 5th tribulation," said the Disaster King. "Are you very surprised?" asked Meng Xuanji coldly. "I'm a bit surprised, but that's all," said the Disaster King indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, the Disaster King waved his right hand. Thunder rumbled in the sky as an ancient mirror carved with complex runes slowly appeared. Green light lingered around it and sprinkled down, shocking the minds of everyone present. Reincarnation Mirror. The Nine Clouds sect's leader, Sword Zune, and the others' hearts sank. They hadn't thought the Disaster King would even bring out the Reincarnation Mirror. It seemed he was determined to destroy the Nine Clouds Mountain. "Stop!" The space between them stirred as a purple-robed, middle-aged man appeared. He held a 4-colored token in his hand as he stood in front of them. Everyone present was a true leader of a sect. They naturally recognized the talisman in the purple-robed, middle-aged man's hand. The Holy Land's emissary had finally arrived. "Disaster King, you're overstepping your boundaries," shouted the purple-robed, middle-aged man. The Disaster King remained unmoved. "Today, even if the Holy Land intervenes, it won't change the fate of the Nine Clouds Mountain." "Is that so? What if you add me in?" A red light flashed, and a red-robed figure appeared. His blood-red hair fluttered in the wind. A bright red saber light appeared. It was so dazzling that people didn't dare look directly at it. The Disaster King narrowed his eyes. Wan Feng Chun, don't think that just because you survived once, you can survive a second time. I can try, replied Wan Feng Chun seriously. Palace Master, there's a change in the longevity pool. At that moment, a silhouette appeared. The Disaster King's expression changed slightly. Retreat. The three Xiantian cultivators who hadn't come out the entire time quickly retreated. Meng Xuanji's eyes flashed coldly. The Long-Life Temple had already shed all pretense of cordiality. If nothing unexpected happened, they would come back very quickly. Many thanks, Holy Emissary, said the Continent of the Nine Clouds headmaster politely. The Four Extreme, Holy Emissary, shook his head. It's my duty. I wouldn't have thought that the Disaster King would be so arrogant. He even dares ignore the Holy Land's orders. Wan Feng Chun didn't wait for the Sword Saint and the others to thank him before disappearing. Outside of the Continent of the Nine Clouds, Ning Chun was calmly standing on a cliff. He looked at the Four Extreme, Holy Emissary in front of the Supreme Mystery Temple. The Holy Land had finally intervened. He wanted to see how the Four Extreme, Holy Emissary and the Long Life Temple would continue acting. After a long time, Ning Chun left, and the cliff became calm again. There was no one else there. Ning Chun appeared in the western wing of the Cherishing Flower Palace. Not long after, Worryless walked over with a cup of flower dew. She gently placed it on the stone table. Sir, please. Many thanks. Ning Chun raised the cup and drank a mouthful. He looked at the woman in front of him and asked, Miss Worryless, can you tell me how you saw through it? He could tell that Worryless cultivation was only at the 6th rank. In this era where geniuses were everywhere, she really couldn't be considered outstanding. However, this seemingly ordinary and gentle woman had greatly shocked him. Worryless smiled faintly. She didn't say anything and just stood there quietly. Her body quickly merged with heaven and earth, as if she would disappear at any moment. Ning Chen's eyelids twitched. A Tao physique. There really was such a physique in the world. Originally, he had thought that the ghost woman and underworld child's ghost physique and underworld physique were already ridiculous enough. He hadn't thought that there would be a Tao physique. Since when had these rare physiques become so common? The biggest difference between innate and acquired was the ability to use the energy of heaven and earth. However, the Tao physique was an exception. Those who possessed the Tao physique were born with a strong affinity for the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Their cultivation and realm were never directly proportional. In other words, this gentle and quiet woman before him might be in existence with abnormally terrifying combat strength. Excuse me. Ning Chen stood up and smiled bitterly. Fortunately, he hadn't offended this woman. Otherwise, he would be in deep trouble. Sir, you're too polite. Worryless still had a calm smile on her face as she replied. A thought suddenly flashed through Ning Chen's mind. He asked with a strange expression, Miss Worryless, Worryless wouldn't also have a Tao physique, right? The two of them looked very similar. They were obviously sisters. If another Tao physique appeared, he would really want to bang his head against a wall. Worryless shook her head lightly and said, No. Only then did Ning Chan breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there were still more ordinary people like him in the world. Sir, please rest. Worryless will leave first. Worryless tidied up the cup on the stone table and bowed gracefully. Then, she walked out of the courtyard. Ning Chun breathed a sigh of relief again. If possible, he really didn't want to face someone who possessed the Tao physique. From a certain point of view, the Tao physique was the most terrifying physique in the world. Even though it wasn't like the ghost physique or the underworld physique, which had an undying body, the Tao physique's ability to sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was too frightening. When it attacked, it was like fighting against heaven and earth. It was truly not something a human could do. He had managed to hide the fact that he had already stepped into the Xiantian realm from Meng Xuanji, Honorable Sword, Palace Mistress Cherishing Flower, and the others. However, Worryless had seen through it with a single glance. One could imagine just how frightening the affinity a Tao physique had with heaven and earth. Perhaps this was a good thing. With an additional Tao physique, the Cherishing Flower Palace would become stronger. If the Palace of Immortality came, they would also encounter quite a bit of trouble. However, the prerequisite for all of this was that the Cherishing Flower Palace was against starting a war between the two realms. Otherwise, the existence of the Tao physique would instead be a terrifying threat to the divine continent. Right now, the greatest variable was the four extremes sacred ground. The Palace of Immortality's strength made these large sects somewhat fearful. As the only sect that could contend against or even punish the Palace of Immortality, the four extremes sacred ground was bound to become the leader that everyone expected. He still couldn't tell whether the master of the four extremes sacred ground and the Disaster King were planning to use force to unify the four extremes sacred ground or use the Palace of Immortality's calamity to force the large sects to submit to the sacred ground. Both methods had their pros and cons. The former would allow the four extremes sacred ground to unify completely, and there would be no other voices. However, it would also consume a lot of power. Although the latter method would preserve the strength of the four extremes sacred ground to the greatest extent, when the war between the two realms began in the future, it was unknown how many large sects would continue to listen to the sacred ground's commands. Chapter 2:26. In the next few days, Meng Xuanji seemed to have forgotten about Ning Chun. She left him alone in the Cherishing Flower Palace, not caring about him at all. Palace Mistress Cherishing Flower also treated him well, not neglecting him in the slightest. Ning Chun wasn't in a hurry to return. It was just that every time he faced Daylily, he felt a bit strange. Palace Mistress Cherishing Flower clearly didn't know about this. Otherwise, she wouldn't have let a person who didn't even want to face a Xiantian expert come to treat him. Daylily, on the other hand, was very natural. There wasn't anything different about her at all. She was still very quiet, as usual. When she spoke, she also gave off a gentle and quiet feeling. Ning Chun adapted for 2 days, and the strange feeling in his heart lessened a bit. He could finally calm down when facing Daylily. Wang Yu would also come over from time to time. However, the name Wang Yu clearly didn't fit her actual name. Compared to Daylily's quiet personality, Wang Yu was the kind of person who would chatter endlessly once they got to know each other. Ning Chun was often annoyed by her, but he didn't dare to say anything harsh due to Daylily's presence. Daylily doted on her little sister very much. Most of the time, she just stood quietly to the side and watched with a faint smile on her face. She didn't say anything. Ning Chun, is venerated dream fierce to you? Not fierce. Is she good to you? She's all right. Then why did you refuse to take her as your master back then? That's none of your business. Ning Chun was so annoyed that he almost said the last 2 words. However, when he saw Daylily smiling to the side, he swallowed them back down and changed his words. Actually, I want to enter the Cherishing Flower Palace. The Cherishing Flower Palace doesn't accept male disciples, Wang Yu said regretfully. Ning Chun faked a laugh. He had already been a eunuch once. He had no interest in disguising himself as a woman and sneaking into the Cherishing Flower Palace. Wang Yu, Sir Ning needs to rest. Let's leave. Wang Yu, who had been silent all this time, said softly. Oh. Wang Yu reluctantly agreed and followed her out of the small courtyard. Ning Chen's smile disappeared. He took a step forward and disappeared. Daylily turned around to look. A faint smile flashed across her gentle and beautiful face. Then, she continued walking forward. Outside the 9-cloud mountain, Ning Chun appeared on a high peak. He was still patiently waiting for the 4 extreme saint to appear. The moon was shining brightly in the sky. In the distance, the 9 clouds mountain was peaceful. The arrival of the envoy gave the continent of the 9 clouds some confidence. Most people still believe that even if the Hall of Immortality had a calamity king that exceeded the 5th tribulation realm, they definitely wouldn't dare be too impudent in the face of the Holy Land's interference. Ning Chun waited for 6 days. He would come every night without the slightest bit of impatience. Finally, the person who was supposed to appear appeared. When half of the night had passed, the purple-clothed 4 extreme holy emissary appeared beyond the 9 heavens, heading east. On the mountain peak, Ning Chun moved his feet and followed. 300 miles to the west of the Nine Heavens Mountain, the four extreme Saint emissaries stopped and waited quietly. Not long after, an illusory figure walked out. The two of them chatted for a while before they left. The four extreme Saint emissaries didn't delay at all. They quickly returned in the direction of Nine Heavens Mountain. However, right when he was halfway there, a plain-clothed figure appeared out of thin air and obstructed his path. The four extreme Saint emissaries' brows turned cold. He suppressed the uneasiness in his heart and said in a deep voice, "Young man, you've come to the wrong place." "That's right. I've been waiting for you for a long time," said Ning Chen calmly. Without further ado, Ning Chen's body instantly disappeared. Wind and clouds gathered as his sword tore through the air. Boom! The sword and palm collided, causing space to explode. This was the beginning of a life-and-death battle. The intense battle stirred up sand for thousands of feet. Rocks crumbled as they were destroyed by the terrifying shockwaves. The four extreme Saint emissary was shocked. He found it hard to believe that the young man in front of him was so powerful. Ning Chun condensed a sword with his finger. The surrounding heaven and earth spiritual energy swirled as he clashed with the four extreme Saint emissary. Not long after, the corners of their mouths were dyed red. Ning Chun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His expression was cold. With his current cultivation level, fighting was indeed more strenuous than he had imagined. The four extreme Saint emissary's expression was abnormally heavy. He really couldn't figure out who the young man in front of him was. He was clearly only a second-stage postnatal expert, but he was shockingly powerful. In terms of control over the heaven and earth powers, he was even at a disadvantage. Retreat. The four extreme Saint emissary made a prompt decision and quickly retreated. "You think you can leave?" Ning Chun snorted coldly. His figure flashed as he turned into a streak of light and chased after the four extreme Saint emissary. With a loud bang, the four extreme Saint emissary retreated a dozen steps. A terrifying sword wound appeared on the right side of his chest. It was so deep that his bones could be seen. "You've gone too far." The four extreme Saint emissary was enraged. He raised his hand, and the heaven and earth powers gathered around him. He roared fiercely. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. He stomped his foot, and a dark yellow light rose around him. The ground suddenly trembled, and cracks appeared. Earth scroll, 1,000 earth revolutions. The ground shook violently, causing the four extreme Saint emissary to lose his footing. In an instant, the ground split apart and rose up before quickly closing in the middle. With a loud bang, the four extreme Saint emissary was submerged in the ground and disappeared without a trace. The Earth Scroll revealed the four extreme realms for the first time. Its terrifying divine might shook the world. A moment later, a furious roar came from the ground. The four extreme Saint emissary rushed out of his restraints. His hair was dyed red, and he was in a sorry state. Ning Chun jumped into the air, and with a flip of his right hand, he slammed the four extreme Saint emissary into the ground once more. In the next moment, Ning Chun took a step and disappeared. He arrived in front of the four extreme Saint emissary and stomped down, instantly shattering his meridians. The four extreme Saint emissary was unable to bear the pain. His eyes widened, and he fainted. Ning Chen walked up and groped around for a bit before picking him up. His figure flickered, and he disappeared into the night. The Cherishing Flower Palace's western wing. When Ning Chun returned, the sky was already bright. Fortunately, other than Worryless, who was in charge of serving tea, there were very few people in the western wing. Of course, there was also Worryless, who chattered all day. Once the sun rose, Worryless walked over with a basin of water for washing his face. There was a white towel hanging from the basin. "Young master, please," said Worryless softly. Ning Chen revealed a helpless expression. Even after so many days, he still felt a bit awkward. "Miss Worryless, I can do these things myself." Ning Chen bitterly smiled. Having someone with a Xiantian-level Dao physique serve him tea really was a bit strange. Worryless didn't say anything. She had a gentle smile on her face as she quietly stood to the side. Ning Chun. Just at this moment, A clear voice rang out, breaking the deadlock. "I'm washing my face," Ningchen replied exasperatedly. He went up and washed his face with water. Why were these two sisters' personalities so different? The only thing they had in common was that one was more difficult to provoke than the other. After Ning Chun finished washing his face, Worryless walked up to the basin and out of the room. At the door, Worryless giggled when she saw Worryless. She then skipped into the room. "Ning Chun, let's have a competition today," said Worryless excitedly. "You have the nerve to say that," said Ning Chun exasperatedly. Just what was this girl thinking? A 7th-rank martial artist fighting a 2nd-rank martial artist? Even he felt embarrassed for her. "I will suppress my cultivation base. I definitely won't bully you." Worryless patted her chest confidently. "No, I'm not interested." Ning Chun refused without the slightest hesitation. "Let's go. Let's have a competition." Worryless directly grabbed him and forcefully dragged him out. Men and women shouldn't touch each other. "You're a girl, so you should be more reserved." Ning Chun couldn't resist, but he couldn't resist either. "I know," Worryless agreed. However, she didn't seem to have any intention of letting go. She used all her strength to drag him out. After a few moments of deadlock, Ning Chun was dragged away. When he was about to leave the courtyard, he saw Worryless. He immediately acted as if he had seen his savior. Unfortunately, Worryless only smiled as usual. She didn't say anything, nor did she stop him. The two of them quickly arrived at the Cherishing Flower Palace's practice field. There were many Cherishing Flower Palace disciples practicing their swordsmanship. When they saw an unfamiliar man appear, they couldn't help but glance over curiously. Worryless quietly followed behind him. Only when they arrived did she softly say, "Go easy on him." "Don't worry, I'll do my best to go easy on him," said Worryless very confidently. Ning Chun smiled helplessly and nodded without leaving a trace. Seeing that someone was about to compete, the Cherishing Flower Palace disciples immediately scattered, opening up a large space for the two of them. "What weapon will you use?" Worryless swung the whip in her hand and smiled. Ning Chun glanced at the weapons on the rack. He took 2 steps forward and pulled out a wooden sword. He said, "I'll use this." Worryless didn't feel that Ning Chun was underestimating her. They were just sparring in the first place. "Be careful." Worryless swung the whip in her hand. In the blink of an eye, the whip coiled like a snake as it swept towards Ning Chun. The disciples of the Cherishing Flower Palace all watched the battle nervously. Although they could see that Wang Yu was being lenient and had only used less than 10% of her cultivation, the young man in front of them was really too weak. No one could tell how many attacks he could take. Ning Chun raised his wooden sword and pointed it 3 feet away from the long whip in front of him. Instantly, the power of the long whip within 3 feet was completely neutralized. Taking advantage of this gap, he brushed past the long whip and moved forward. Using the wooden sword, he slapped Forgotten Word's hand. "Ah!" Worryless cried out in pain. Her hand unconsciously loosened, and the whip fell to the ground. Ning Chun put away his sword. The gloominess that had been bothering him for the past few days immediately dissipated. Seeing that Worryless still hadn't reacted, he really wanted to say that he had tolerated her for a very long time. However, Worryless was still beside him, so he magnanimously endured it. The Cherishing Flower Palace disciples all looked at each other. They clearly didn't understand what was going on. "It doesn't count. I wasn't prepared just now. Let's do it again." Worryless came back to her senses and rubbed her red hands. Ning Chun was just about to say something when he suddenly sensed a familiar aura. He immediately calmed himself down and placed the wooden sword back on the rack. "Worryless, come here," said Worryless softly from the side. Worryless didn't understand what was going on, but she still obediently walked over. "Young Master Ning, we'll meet again if fate wills it." Worryless brought Worryless forward. She gently smiled and said goodbye. Chapter 227. Meng Xuanji was here to bring Ning Chun back. In the Azure Flower Hall, Wang Yu stood quietly to the side. However, Wang Yu's eyes were clearly filled with reluctance. Meng Xuanji and Palace Master Xihua exchanged a few words before leaving with Ning Chun. Wang Yu's eyes reddened as she watched the two of them leave. A little girl's feelings always came and went quickly. After playing around these past few days, in Wang Yu's heart, Ning Chun had already become a very good friend. The daylily was still as tranquil as before. The smile on her face was faintly discernible and faint, making it difficult for others to see it clearly. After Ning Chun returned to the listening bamboo pavilion, the first thing he did was to visit Yunshir-san. After a few days, Ning Chun noticed some subtle changes in Yunshir-san's body. Yunshir-san's cultivation had improved by half a step and could enter the Xiantian realm anytime. However, there was a trace of worry on Yunshir-san's face, as if he was worried about something. Little Shirtu was also present. Ning Chun patted the little fellow's bun and asked, "What happened to your master?" Little Shirtu was affected by Yunshir-san, so his mood wasn't high either. He said in a low voice, "The Holy Land's emissary left Nine Heavens Mountain at some point last night and hasn't returned yet." Ning Chun nodded and said softly, "Don't worry. The sacred envoy is an innate expert. Nothing will happen to him. Perhaps he had something urgent to attend to and didn't have time to inform the sect leader." Little Shirtu responded and quickly regained his good mood. He went out to play without a care in the world. "Are you worried that the longevity hall will come again?" Ning Chun looked at Yunshir-san and asked. "Yes." Yunshir-san sighed and said, "Once the sacred envoy leaves, the Calamity King and the Immortal Hall receive the news. They will no longer have any scruples and will make a comeback. Dream Supremacy and the Cherishing Flower Palace have already discussed the matter of forming an alliance. As long as the two sects form an alliance, the Palace of Immortality will most likely not dare to act rashly," Ning Chun consoled. "I hope so," Yunshir-san said helplessly. Ning Chun smiled. After a few more words of comfort, he left the bamboo listening pavilion and walked towards the Jade Pearl Peak. On the Xuanji Peak, Meng Xuanji stood on the peak and looked into the distance. Her beautiful eyes flashed continuously. Ning Chun didn't disturb him. He walked to the other side and cultivated quietly. As the sun set and the moon rose, the night gradually turned cold. Meng Xuanji still stood there quietly, not moving an inch. Boom! At that moment, an earth-shattering explosion sounded. 6 powerful figures appeared outside the great deployment of the 9 clouds. The 6 of them joined forces and destroyed the great deployment of the 9 clouds. The patriarch of the continent of the 9 clouds and the 3 other Zune masters immediately sensed something. They walked out of the palace and went to the top of the mountain. "Palace master, come quickly." On the Xuanji Peak, Meng Xuanji flipped her hands and formed complicated seals as she transmitted her voice over. At the same time, Empress Shi Hua sensed something. Her figure flashed, and she left the Azure Flower Palace. However, right when Palace Master Shi Hua was about to move, a figure clad in flowing light armor appeared and blocked her path. "Palace Master, you won't be able to go anywhere tonight." Calamity King. Empress Shi Hua's expression changed. How could this be? Shouldn't the Disaster King be at 9 Cloud Mountain? If the Long Life Hall didn't have the King of Calamities, how could they conquer the 9 firmaments? At this moment, countless thoughts flashed through Palace Master Shi Hua's mind. However, she was unable to figure out what had gone wrong. On the Xuanji Peak, Meng Xuanji watched as the 6 of them attacked the main peak. Confusion flashed across her eyes. Why hadn't the Disaster King appeared yet? In the depths of the Taishan Peak, golden light rose up. The golden feather centipede floated up and down, releasing terrifying rays of light. Among the 6 of them, one of them held the reincarnation mirror and suppressed the golden feather centipede. The other 5 attacked together, forcing the 4 venerables into a dangerous situation. Meng Xuanji waited for a long time, but the Disaster King still didn't appear. She lightly stepped onto the battlefield. The azure-robed expert with the reincarnation mirror faced Meng Xuanji. The 2 of them joined the battle. The battle instantly became intense. Ning Chun watched the intense battle on the main peak. He didn't look worried at all. The Disaster King hadn't appeared because he had expected the 9 Cloud Mountain and the Cherishing Flower Palace to form an alliance. He was most likely blocking the Cherishing Flower Palace's experts. However, the Disaster King had miscalculated. The 4 holy emissaries he had placed his hopes on had already been crippled by him. They weren't of any use. With only 6 Sciention experts, they wanted to attack 9 Cloud Mountain. Hopefully, the Long Life Palace could afford that price. The battle on the main peak was becoming more and more intense. The azure-robed expert facing Meng Xuanji was finding it more and more difficult to fight. Before long, he was heavily injured. Without the suppression of the reincarnation mirror, the golden feather centipede was able to display its might once more. With the 4 venerables working together, the battle showed signs of turning around. The unexpected change didn't appear. The 6 of them became more and more shocked as they fought. They didn't understand what was going on. Meng Xuanji sent the azure-robed expert flying with a palm. Her figure flashed, and she entered the golden feather centipede's golden light. Her cultivation technique rapidly soared, and golden light filled the sky. It was like a golden sun had risen, illuminating the Taishan Peak. The power of the 5th Sciention Tribulation was fully displayed at this moment. Adding on the golden feather centipede's karmic luck, it was infinitely close to the legendary 3 Disaster Realm. The 5 of them were immediately pierced by the golden light. Only the azure-robed expert with the reincarnation mirror managed to avoid this calamity. "Retreat," ordered the azure-robed expert, suppressing the roiling blood chi in his body. "You want to leave? It's not that easy." Meng Xuanji's palm descended, and the 6 of them were sent flying. The 3 with weaker cultivation bases were finally unable to endure and crashed into the ground. Buzz. At the critical moment, the reincarnation mirror revealed a power that wasn't inferior to the golden feather centipedes. The azure-robed expert and the other 2 barely managed to block this palm and quickly escaped. Meng Xuanji landed on the ground, her face pale. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Obviously, her body had suffered a great burden from forcefully controlling the golden feather centipede to fight against the 6 of them. "Master, I'll leave this place to you," Meng Xuanji instructed. Her figure flashed, and she quickly flew towards the Xuanji Peak. Meng Xuanji appeared on the Xuanji Peak. Seeing Ning Chun still cultivating on the peak, her eyes flashed. However, she was injured and didn't have time to think. She quickly walked into the Xuanji Hall. Seeing Meng Xuanji enter the hall to treat her injuries, Ning Chen's figure flashed and disappeared. Outside the 9 Cloud Mountain, the azure-robed expert and the other 2 Sciention experts of the Eternal Life Hall hurried towards the Eternal Life Hall. Ning Chen followed them for a while, but the 3 of them were escaping too quickly. Soon, they were out of sight. Not long after, Ning Chen returned. Looking at the Xuanji Hall, his eyes flashed coldly. From today's battle, Meng Xuanji should not be far from the 3 calamities. He had to make a decision quickly. Once a 3rd expert of the 3 calamities appeared in the 4 Extremities realm, it would be the worst news for the Divine Land. The Master of the 4 Extremities realm and the King of Disasters were trying their best to find a 3rd expert of the 3 calamities realm to break through the boundary between the 2 realms. If Meng Xuanji could enter the 3 calamities realm, the 2 of them wouldn't have to give up on what was close at hand. They just needed to find a way to get Meng Xuanji to fight once. In the Xuanji Palace, Meng Xuanji, who was still recuperating, suddenly opened her eyes. She looked at the young figure outside the palace, and a look of shock flashed across her eyes. Just now, she had sensed a faint murderous aura. This was the first time. Why? Could it be that he was related to the Eternal Life Hall? Ugh! In that moment of distraction, Meng Xuanji groaned and vomited a mouthful of blood. Her aura became extremely unstable. Outside the Xuanji Hall, Ning Chun felt the chaotic aura inside the hall. He walked forward step by step, looking at the beautiful figure who was forcefully circulating her energy to suppress her injuries. He raised his right hand. Immediately, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth stirred and gathered crazily from all directions, forming a terrifying sword intent. "You want to kill me?" Meng Xuanji coughed out a mouthful of blood and said hoarsely. Ning Chen shook his head and said coldly, Are you still hesitating? Why? Meng Xuanji tried to stall for time while trying to activate the separation death seal. However, all resistance was futile. Ningchen would not make such a mistake. Otherwise, he would have died more than 100 times. Don't waste your energy. The separation death seal was already destroyed before I came in, said Ningchen calmly to Meng Xuanji. What? Meng Xuanji asked coldly. Did you sneak into the Nine Heavens Mountain to kill me? Ningchen shook his head again and said, No, the idea of killing you is just a spur of the moment. However, if I can destroy a part of your body and prevent you from stepping into the Three Disasters realm, it might be a better idea. You're from the Palace of Immortals? Meng Xuanji said slowly as she tried her best to suppress her injuries. At that moment, Ning Chen's figure flashed past and pointed at Meng Xuanji. A sword formed from snowflakes pierced through her body. The vital energy that she had just gathered shattered once again. I advise you not to think about getting lucky. Ning Chen released his right hand and looked at the snow-colored sword that was dyed red with blood. He said indifferently, As for your question, I can tell you with certainty that I have nothing to do with the Palace of Immortals. At that moment, Ning Chen's doubts had been answered. So the reason Meng Xuanji was wary of him was because she suspected that he was sent by the Palace of Immortals. However, this was not important to him. A strange light flashed through Meng Xuanji's eyes. If he wasn't from the Palace of Immortals, then why did he have the aura of phoenix blood? Also, why did he want to kill her? I'll give you one last chance. Whether or not you can keep this part of your body depends on your answer, Ning Shan said very seriously. If one day, the Master of the Four Extremes asks you and the Disaster King to work together to open a path to another realm, what will you do? After saying this, Ning Chen quietly stood in front of Meng Xuanji. His eyes flashed coldly. To be honest, he didn't want to hear any other answer. However, if Meng Xuanji made the wrong choice, he would not show mercy. Hearing this strange question, Meng Xuanji fell silent. After a long while, she said, No matter when, I will never work together with the Disaster King. Ning Chen looked at Meng Xuanji and slowly said, How can I believe you? Meng Xuanji snorted and said indifferently, If you don't believe me, you can attack. Ning Chen didn't ask any more questions. He stepped forward and pulled out the blood-dyed sword. With a wave of his hand, it disappeared. I hope that in the future, you'll still remember what you said today. With that, Ning Chen turned and left. The Palace of Immortals had been heavily injured this time. They would not be able to deal with the 9 firmaments and the Cherishing Flower Palace in a short period of time. There was no need for him to stay. Chapter 228. Ning Chen walked out of the Xuanji Palace. 2 steps later, his clothes scattered and he disappeared. The human dynasty was bustling with people. It was a bustling scene. Qingli City was the capital of the Lihua dynasty closest to the Four Extremes sacred grounds. Ning Chen walked quietly among the people, looking no different from an ordinary person. As one of the 4 dynasties of the Four Extremes realm, the Lihua dynasty relied on the sacred grounds to exist. Its national power had always been the strongest. This was also the biggest difference between the Four Extremes realm and the Divine Prefecture. The Four Extremes realm was a world dominated by large sections. In the Divine Prefecture, all sects had to be controlled by the imperial power. Even if they had a Xiantian expert, they would not dare to touch the bottom line of the imperial power. The Divine Prefecture had already experienced an era like the Four Extremes realm. However, the appearance of the Great Xia had forcefully changed this situation. Ning Chen had 2 goals in coming here. The first was to find a way to obtain more information about the Four Extremes sacred grounds and even find a chance to enter the sacred grounds. The second was what he needed to do the most right now. He needed to find a sword. Since even Mu Bai and the senior were unable to surpass a sword without a sword, he could only treat those words as nonsense. Finding a suitable sword was the most important thing for him at this stage of the world. The Lihua dynasty was famous for its forging. The 2 divine blacksmiths were famous far and wide. It was the origin of many divine weapons in the world. It was rumored that one of the 2 divine blacksmiths, a heavenly blacksmith, came from the sacred grounds. He was also a guest elder of the sacred grounds. The title of Heavenly Blacksmith was bestowed by the sacred grounds. In comparison, the title of Earthly Blacksmith was slightly inferior. It was bestowed by the Lihua dynasty. The difference of one word was like heaven and earth. At night, Ning Chun entered the Heavenly Blacksmith Manor. When his spiritual sense swept out, he felt a powerful aura. It was without a doubt a Xiantian expert. Within the Heavenly Blacksmith Manor, thousands of weapons were spread out on high platforms in the 4 weapon halls. Sabers, spears, swords, halberds, all of them were present. Ning Chun searched for a long time. In the end, he shook his head in disappointment and turned to leave. Within the Earthly Blacksmith Manor, a skinny old man stood beside a blazing furnace. The heavy hammer in his hand clanged as he smashed it down, sparks flying. Who would have thought that this ordinary-looking old man was a world-renowned earthly blacksmith? Beside the stove, the little boy who was pulling the bellows was so tired that he was sweating profusely. He kept mumbling to himself, "Master, let's take a break." The little boy raised his head and asked for instructions. "Hold on a little longer, it'll be over soon." The old man impatiently wiped his sweat and said, "You said that 2 hours ago." The little boy grumbled, his face filled with resentment. "You're just a child, so you can't bear even the slightest bit of hardship. Stop talking nonsense and continue pulling. Otherwise, you won't have anything to eat tomorrow." The old man repeatedly raised the hammer in his hand as he lectured them. The little boy lowered his head resentfully and did not say anything else. He obediently pulled the bellows. Dang, dang! In the silent night, the sound of hammering echoed through the courtyard. As sparks flew, a silhouette in plain clothes appeared out of thin air, waiting quietly to the side. The little boy was startled to see the figure that had suddenly appeared in the courtyard, and his hands involuntarily stopped moving. A large hand landed on the little boy's head, causing him to cry out in pain. He turned his head to look at the old man with dissatisfaction. "What are you looking at? Keep pulling," the earthen craftsman snapped. The little boy pouted and continued pulling the bellows with both hands. Ning Chun patiently waited on the side, his eyes looking at a sword among the many weapons in the hall behind the old man. A moment later, he looked away. Time slowly passed, and the iron sword in the old man's hand gradually took shape. It looked ordinary, but after entering the water, it emitted a chilling coldness. "Venerable sir, what brings you to the Earthen Craftsman Manor?" The Earthen Craftsman walked to the side and placed the iron sword on the weapon rack. To be able to silently appear in front of him without alerting a single guard, there was no doubt that this person was a Xiantian expert. "This junior has come to ask for a sword," Ning Chun respectfully said. The Earthen Craftsman walked back to the furnace and calmly said, "Which one do you like?" Ning Chun's eyes moved. In the hall, a dark green sword trembled slightly and flew out. The Earthen Craftsman glanced at it and said, "Since you've come to ask for a sword, why don't you choose the one with the best material?" Ning Chun gently stroked the sword in front of him and seriously said, "This one suits me the best." There were too many divine weapons in the world, just like the divine sword in the underworld. However, if it wasn't his, there was no point in forcing it. "Help me do something, and this sword is yours," the Earthen Craftsman slowly said. "Senior Earthen Craftsman, please speak," Ning Chun calmly said. "There are 3 green jade trees in the Black Rock Sea. I need one, but there are Xiantian experts guarding the place. Whether you want to go or not is up to you," the Earthen Craftsman said calmly as he tidied up the tools on the furnace. Ning Chun thought for a moment and nodded. "This junior will do his best." With that, Ning Chun waved his hand and sent the sword back to the hall. With a move of his feet, he quickly left. Chapter 229. In the north of Leaf Fire King City, in a remote area, the Earth Craftsman brought Ning Chun over. Not long after, a simple and crude courtyard appeared in front of them. The surroundings were extremely desolate. There were rocks, valleys, and everything else. However, there wasn't the slightest trace of life. Only today did Ning Chan understand what it meant to be in the middle of nowhere. He had originally thought that he was low-key enough. He hadn't expected someone to be even better at hiding than him. "Old Manly, an old friend has come to see you," the Earth Craftsman shouted in front of the courtyard, causing Ning Chen's ears to ring. "Old Manly, I'm not deaf. There's no need to be so loud." As he spoke, the door of the wooden house was pushed open with a creak, and an old man with a withered face appeared. He was sitting in a wheelchair, and his right leg and left arm were empty. It was a sad sight to behold. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes. What a powerful Xiantian. This seemingly ordinary old man was at least a third tribulation Xiantian expert. "Oh, what young child." Old Manly also noticed Ning Chun beside the Earth Craftsman. A Xiantian expert who wasn't even 20 years old was truly shocking. "Greetings, seniorly." Ning Chun cupped his fists in greeting. To be able to cultivate to the third tribulation Xiantian with such a crippled body, this kind of perseverance and willpower was admirable. However, Ning Chun had still been careful. He had been using spiritual qi to protect himself, hiding his cultivation base to prevent others from suspecting him. "Ha!" Old Manly laughed hoarsely. He glanced at the Earth Craftsman and said, "Old Manly, you don't come here for no reason. Speak, what do you want from me?" The Earth Craftsman's expression became serious. "I'm here to borrow your leaf flame." Old Manly was startled and asked in surprise, "You obtained the green jade wood?" The Earth Craftsman waved his hand, and a dazzling green jade wood appeared. It looked like jade, but it wasn't jade. Old Manly narrowed his eyes. This was the legendary green jade wood. As expected, it was extraordinary. "How did you obtain it?" Old Manly looked at Ning Chun. Without question, this green jade would have been obtained by this young man. This was a treasure of sacred land, and the Earth Craftsman had been coveting it for quite some time. "I tricked it," Ning Chun said honestly. He knew very well that this matter could not be concealed for more than a few days. It would be exposed soon, so there was no need to lie. "How bold!" Old Manly smiled, then turned his wheelchair around and said, "Follow me." The three of them walked towards the northwest. Not long after, a huge gully appeared in front of them. It was more than 10 feet wide, and they couldn't see the bottom. "You may leave." Old Lee waved his hand, and the three of them turned into streams of light and entered the ravine. A powerful heat wave assaulted his face. Every time he descended a foot, the temperature would increase exponentially. Half a quarter of an hour later, the three of them descended to the ground. In front of them, a huge platform was surging violently, and blue flames were surging. Even from far away, they could feel the terrifying heat. A glint flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. Was this leaf fire? It looked like a flame that was born with the help of the earth fire. It was really strange. The Lihua dynasty was famous because of the Lihua dynasty. Since Old Li was guarding this place, his status must be extraordinary. The Earth Craftsman walked up and waved his hand, sending the green jade wood into the leaf fire. His hands formed a series of seals, and black runes immediately appeared on his right arm. They were like armor that rapidly spread across his entire arm. In that instant, the Earth Craftsman's aura rapidly soared, only stopping when he reached half-step Xiantian. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes. It seemed he had underestimated this Earth Craftsman. To be able to receive the title of Earth Craftsman, he truly did have his own extraordinary aspects. "Old friend, it's time for you to take action." The Earth Craftsman glanced at Old Li. Old Li didn't waste any words. He raised his only right hand, and an incomparably powerful energy surged out. The surrounding spiritual qi was drawn into the flames in front of him. The leaf fire's color rapidly deepened, turning from blue to inky blue. It crazily roared. The Earth Craftsman stared at the green jade wood within the flames, waiting for the moment to change. Time slowly passed. Within the leaf fire, the green jade wood floated up and down. Green lines began to appear. They were very faint, but they were very clear to the three of them. In that instant, a black gold hammer flew out of the Earth Craftsman's hand and smashed into the green jade wood. Waves of fire soared into the sky, and the green jade wood trembled. Following the lines, it began to spread, slightly changing its shape. Clang! Another huge sound rang out as the earth craftsman's hammer smashed down once more. Following that, one sound after another rang out incessantly, shaking everyone's hearts. Ning Chun stood to the side and watched, not saying a word. He patiently waited. After an unknown amount of time, a small section of the green jade wood flew out of the leaf fire and stabbed into the stone wall. The earth craftsman didn't bother with it. He continued to focus on the black gold hammer in his hand, forging the most difficult sword of his life. The sun set, and the moon rose, and the sun rose again. Day after day passed. Within the leaf fire, the green jade wood pattern became clearer and clearer. The ink blue flame surged violently. As time passed, the blue color gradually faded, turning into a pitch-black color. On the 10th day, dark clouds gathered in the clear sky. With a cracking sound, thunder rumbled, and heavy rain poured down. However, before the rain could even get close to the three, it was evaporated by the terrifying temperature in the valley. The rain continued for a day and night, and only cleared up at noon the next day. The loud sounds in the valley never stopped, continuing without rest. None of the three knew that outside the valley, the entire world was in chaos. The news of the Holy Land's envoy's accident had finally spread. It originated from the heavenly craftsman going to the Blackstone Sea to retrieve the green jade wood. Yu Yangtian immediately felt that something was wrong and understood that he had been deceived. Half a day later, 3 Xiantian experts walked out from the 4 extreme Holy Lands. Led by Yu Yangtian, they went all out to search for Ning Chen's traces. As for the Blackstone Sea, there were other experts from the Holy Land guarding it. The Holy Land's envoy went missing, and the green jade wood was deceived. This was the first time in thousands of years that the Holy Land had suffered such a great provocation and humiliation. Especially Yu Yangtian, the anger in his heart was so strong that it was difficult to suppress. After the news spread, the world was in an uproar. All the major sects were shocked by this person who dared to provoke the Holy Land. The Nine Clouds Mountain became the first place the Holy Land's experts went to, because the Holy Envoy's last known location was the Nine Clouds Mountain. However, Yu Yangtian investigated for a few days and didn't find any useful clues. The Holy Envoy's cultivation was extraordinary. If he had been killed in the continent of the Nine Clouds, there would definitely have been traces left behind. The only one who had guessed the truth was Meng Xuanji, but she didn't say anything. She just watched the situation develop. Without any clues or evidence, Yu Yangtian couldn't blame the continent of the Nine Clouds. After all, the continent of the Nine Clouds wasn't an ordinary major sect. The 5 Zun cultivators were extremely strong, especially Meng Xuanji. She was the strongest cultivator in the world who had almost broken through to the 3 disasters layer. In the Fire Valley, the sword forging process had already reached the 19th day. The green jade wood was gradually taking shape in the black flames. The earthly craftsman glanced at Ning Chun and said, "It's your turn." Ning Chun took a step forwards and cut his right hand. Drops of blood fell onto the sword and quickly entered the sword veins. The earthly craftsman's hammer continued smashing down. Blood splashed everywhere as he completed the final step of tempering the sword. From noon until the bright moon hung high in the sky, the sword that had been forged for 19 days was finally about to take shape. Boom! The moment the hammer smashed down, the sword shone brightly with blood-red light. A surge of sword intent spread out with a bang. The 3 people closest to it were immediately forced back a few steps. Their blood and chi surged. The wind and clouds in the valley instantly changed. The ground trembled and rumbled. "Quick," said the earthly craftsman hurriedly. Ning Chun immediately stepped forward and grabbed the sword. The second tribulation of the Xiantian realm completely erupted, forcefully suppressing the surging sword intent. Arc! With a painful groan, blood surged everywhere. The sword that had just taken shape actually forced its way into Ning Chen's arm. A bloody mist filled the air. It was abnormally shocking. The sword merged with the body. The boundless vitality of the green jade would burst forth. Ning Chen's cultivation immediately rose rapidly. His heaven, earth, and life cyclones rapidly expanded. It only slowed down when he reached the 5th rank. The sword disappeared. The changes in the Fire Valley also stopped. Everything returned to normal. Not far away, the earthly craftsman looked at the sword that had disappeared from Ning Chen's arm. A trace of relief flashed through his tired eyes. His hard work had not been in vain. "Kid, I've already forged the sword for you. However, how much this sword can grow will depend on you," said the earthly craftsman. "Many thanks, senior." Ning Chen respectfully bowed and said, "All right, I'm tired of hearing you say that." The earthly craftsman impatiently waved his hand. He then turned to his old friend and said, "Old Li, it's been hard on you these past few days." Old Manly smiled and said, "It's nothing." After saying that, he looked at Ning Chun and asked, "Have you thought of a name for the sword?" "Destiny." Ning Chun lightly spat out 2 words and replied. The earthly craftsman and Old Li repeated the name in their minds. They didn't feel too much about this strange name. It was just a name. As long as it wasn't called cat, dog, or cat, it was fine. The 3 of them rested for 2 hours before leaving the valley. Old Li returned to his small courtyard, while the earthly craftsman and Ning Chun hurried back to Qingli City. Half a day later, the 2 of them returned to Qingli City. When Ning Chun heard the news, he immediately understood what was going on. The disappearance of the 4 extreme holy emissary had been exposed. In the earthly craftsman manner, the little boy looked at Ning Chun as he softly recounted what had happened in the past few days. After hearing his little disciple's story, the earthly craftsman strangely glanced at Ning Chun, who was calmly drinking tea as if nothing had happened. He really didn't expect this kid to cause so much trouble. "Kid, you never thought about whether I would sell you to the sacred land," said the earthly craftsman. "Senior earthly craftsman isn't that kind of person. Moreover, Senior doesn't seem to have a good impression of the sacred land." Ning Chun lightly laughed. He wasn't stupid. If it was the heavenly craftsman manner, he definitely wouldn't sit down and drink tea so quietly. "Smart kid," said the earthly craftsman. "Well said." Ning Chun gladly accepted. The little boy curled his lips. These 2 thick-skinned old foxes. Chapter 230. In the palace of the Lihua dynasty, a young emperor who looked to be in his 30s sat on the dragon throne. Looking at the order from the sacred land, a cold look flashed across his face. No one was willing to rely on others, especially the emperor of a dynasty. How could he allow others to sleep beside him? The Lihua dynasty had been controlled by the 4 extremes sacred land for too long. How could he be satisfied? He was interested in the young Xiantian expert that the sacred land was looking for. He wanted to see what kind of person dared to make trouble for the 4 extreme sacred land. "Men," Li Yin said. "Your Majesty." A guard ran into the palace and knelt down. "Ask the eldest princess to come here," Li Yin ordered. "Yes, sir." The guard respectfully accepted the order and quickly retreated. Li Yin looked at the order from the sacred land in his hand. His eyes kept flashing. In terms of finding people, no one was better than his sister. However, this time, they were looking for an Xiantian expert. It would be much more difficult. In the earthly craftsman manner, the 2 foxes in the little boy's eyes were sitting quietly in their seats, each thinking about something. Ning Chun frowned deeply. However, he didn't look like he was worried about anything. Instead, he looked like he was preparing to do something but couldn't think of a way. The earthly craftsman had many things to think about. Of course, it didn't have much to do with Ning Chun. After all, he had taken 1/3 of the green jade wood. The 2 of them were now in the same boat. He had never thought of selling Ning Chun out, even if the sacred land could give him more in return, including 1/3 of the green jade wood. Now, the only thing he wanted to do was to create the most perfect weapon in his life. However, he didn't have enough materials. The green jade wood was only one of them. He still had to think of ways to get the remaining materials. Thinking of this, the earthly craftsman looked up and saw Ning Chun frowning as he thought about something. He couldn't help but ask curiously, "Kid, what are you thinking about?" "I'm thinking about how to get the 2 green jade woods too," Ning Chun replied instinctively. The earthly craftsman was speechless. After a long while, he asked, "Why didn't you trick them too?" Ning Chun glanced at the former, and he felt disdain in his heart as he said, "The protectors of the Blackstone Ocean aren't idiots. It's already difficult for me to obtain one. If I were to ask for an exorbitant price, then it would definitely arouse suspicion. The earthly craftsman smiled and said, "There's no point in thinking about this. You better think about how to hide your identity. I believe that the sacred land is already searching for you everywhere. If there's no good way, my earthly craftsman manner won't be able to hide you for long." Only then did Ning Chun remember this. He waved his hand to disperse the spiritual chi of heaven and earth that he had used to conceal his cultivation base. 5th grade post-celestial. The earth craftsman's eyelids twitched violently as a look of disbelief appeared on his aged face. The little boy's cultivation base was very low, so he still could not see anything. Looking at his master's exaggerated expression, his eyes were filled with curiosity. "Why is this happening?" The earth craftsman asked in confusion. He had seen such a situation before. With such a huge difference in cultivation level, no one would believe him even if he told them. It's a long story. In short, I don't need to deliberately hide my identity. As long as I don't make a move, even a pre-celestial ranker won't be able to see anything. Even more so, no one will suspect a 5th grade prenatal youngster. Ning Chun replied. The earth craftsman smacked his lips in disbelief. There were indeed strange things every year, but there were especially many this year. "How about we make another deal?" The earth craftsman thought for a while and said. Ning Chen's face revealed a trace of obvious vigilance. He said, "Senior earth craftsman, please speak. I still need a material. Why don't you help me find it? In return, I can agree to any of your conditions." The earth craftsman's tone was full of temptation. Ning Chen probed, "What material?" "Blazing sun iron," the earth craftsman said seriously. Ning Chen's eyes moved. So it was this material. In the past, he had obtained a piece of blazing sun iron at the Qilin Pavilion ranking ceremony. However, this item was left in the Jiming Marquis residence, so he could only stare at it. The hope of finding blazing sun iron by myself is too small. Ning Chun did not reject, but he also expressed his concerns. This was not the Great Xia, and his information was limited, especially this kind of rare treasure. The sources of information had always been scarce, and it was very difficult to obtain. "I can introduce someone to you. She will definitely be of help," the earth craftsman continued. "Who?" Ning Chen asked. "The eldest princess of the Lihua dynasty, Li Yue," the earth craftsman slowly said. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. "Senior earth craftsman, with your relationship with the Lihua dynasty, if you want to find something, just say the word. Why do you have to go in such a big circle?" The earth craftsman seriously replied, "It's very simple. Because the heavenly craftsman will definitely not let this kind of divine material fall into my hands. The Xiantian experts of the Lihua dynasty have to be wary of the existence of the Holy Land and cannot act. Therefore, even if I find blazing sun iron through the power of the dynasty, I will not be able to get it back. I promise you." Ning Chun thought for a while and agreed. Apart from their deal, the earth craftsman had also helped him forge a sword. To him, this was not a small favor, so it was reasonable for him to help. On the other hand, this old man's position in the Lihua dynasty was not low. His promise might be of great help to him in the future. Hearing Ning Chun agree, the earth craftsman's face was unusually gratified. This kid still had a conscience. However, very quickly, the earth craftsman seemed to have thought of something, and the smile on his face quickly froze. After hesitating for a moment, he finally decided to warn him. "Kid, the eldest princess's personality is a bit strange. You have to be mentally prepared. You have to endure it." The earth craftsman tactfully reminded him. Ning Chen frowned and nodded. He had seen quite a few strange people. In any case, he and the eldest princess only had a cooperative relationship. For the sake of the earth craftsman, he just had to endure it a little. Within the Lihua Imperial Palace, a beautiful woman walked into the main hall. Her appearance was exceptionally outstanding, and her smile was always on her face. However, all the guards, eunuchs, and palace maids immediately lowered their heads when they saw this woman. Their bodies involuntarily trembled, just like mice seeing a cat. The Lihua dynasty's eldest princess was much more famous than her brother, the emperor. Of course, this reputation was not very pleasant to hear. In everyone's eyes, eldest Princess Li Yue was a bandit dressed in a beautiful robe. As long as this eldest princess took a fancy to something, whether it was a person or something else, she would definitely do whatever it took to obtain it. It could be said that as long as someone saw the eldest princess inside or outside the palace, they would immediately take a detour, wishing they could grow 2 more legs. Li Yin clearly also knew of his sister's infamy. He helplessly dismissed the eunuchs and palace maids who were almost paralyzed with fear. "May I know why your majesty has summoned me?" Li Yue casually found a chair and sat down. Li Yin bitterly smiled and personally walked out of the main hall, handing over the Holy Lands order. Li Yue received it and looked at it for a moment. A faint coldness flashed in her eyes, but it quickly returned to normal. "Yue, what do you think?" asked Li Yin. "Go ahead and find him. Who would dare to go against the Holy Land's orders?" Li Yue indifferently said, "Then I'll leave this matter to you. If you really find him, bring him here for me to see just what is so special about this young Xiantian expert that he dares to challenge the Holy Land's prestige," said Li Yin. "I will naturally obey elder brother's orders." Li Yue stood up, bowed, and then left. Li Yin helplessly shook his head. His sister's intelligence and ability were indisputable, but her conduct and conduct were truly unworthy of praise. Ningxuan had only come to the Lihua dynasty not long ago, so he naturally didn't know that Li Yue didn't use an ordinary name. Otherwise, he would have to seriously consider whether or not he would agree to the Earth Craftsman's conditions. At this time, the old fox had already returned to forging. In the words of the child, the old man would feel uncomfortable if he didn't hammer at least a few times a day. Ningxuan knew that a strange old man like the Earth Craftsman would always have some strange habits, so it wasn't strange. The child was dragged away to do manual labor, so Ningxuan was free. He took out the inky sword he had just obtained and waved it around a few times. It was quite handy, enough for a fight. In truth, he didn't have such strict requirements for swords. Of course, that was only relative to Mu Bai and his senior. At the very least, he didn't care about the swords in the heavenly craftsman manner. The words he had said to the Earth Craftsman that day weren't all just flattery. With this sword, the next time he faced a Xiantian like the 4 extreme holy emissary, he wouldn't have to put in so much effort. The only unfortunate thing was that he couldn't use the sword in his body in the short term. The green jade wood was special and required a long time of maintenance and tempering. He couldn't rush it. In addition, there were still 2 green jade wood in the Blackstone Sea. He had to find a way to get them. The green jade would contain an extremely large amount of vitality that would be beneficial to his cultivation. Moreover, obtaining these 2 green jade would also be of great help in tempering the sword in his body. However, the 4 extreme Holy Lands protection of the Blackstone Sea would definitely be even tighter now. If he wanted to enter again, it would definitely be difficult. The sound of hammering rang out from the front yard and spread throughout the entire Earth Craftsman Manor. The flickering flames reflected a red light that was extremely dazzling in the dark night. Ningxuan walked toward the front yard and looked at the old man. "Senior Earth Craftsman, this junior is going out to get some fresh air. Clean up after you've caused trouble and come back," said the Earth Craftsman without even raising his head. "Boorish," muttered the little boy. However, he was slapped on the head and didn't dare say anything else. Ningxuan nodded and turned into a ray of light that shot off into the distance. The little boy secretly envied him. When would he be able to cultivate to such a level? 5 kilometers away from the Blackstone Sea, Ningxuan appeared. Looking at the boundless sea of stones, he raised his right hand. Wind and clouds swirled as a ray of sword chi condensed. In an instant, the sword chi shot out, shaking the heavens and earth. The sword chi whistled through the air, leaving behind a terrifying sword scar in the sky before shooting into the sea of stones. Impudent! 2 furious roars rang out. In the next moment, 2 abnormally powerful auras erupted. Dazzling light soared into the sky, chasing after the source of the sword chi. When Ningxuan saw this, he didn't say anything and immediately fled. Chapter 231. The cold moon hung high in the sky. Under the night sky, 3 streaks of light sped through the sky, one in front and two behind. They were extremely fast, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Ning Chun led the two of them around for most of the night, and they only managed to shake them off when the sun was about to rise. The two experts from the Holy Lands were worried that this was a trick to lure them away, so they didn't dare to continue chasing. They quickly returned to the Blackstone Sea. Ning Chun appeared and looked at the two experts from the Holy Lands, then turned and rushed back to Qingli City. As expected, the four extreme Holy Lands were on guard. It seemed that he had to think of another way to obtain the green jadewood. In the Earth Craftsman manner, the boy had just woken up. He glanced at Ning Chun in a daze, but he didn't react. He rubbed his eyes and walked over. "You're back? I've already sent someone to deliver a letter to the eldest princess. I'm sure someone will be here soon," said the Earth Craftsman. Ning Chun nodded. "I will definitely do my best to fulfill my promise." In the evening, the eldest princess sent someone over. It was a pretty palace maid who came to invite Ning Chun over. The Earth Craftsman was still busy forging and didn't have time to bother with the two of them. Ning Chun casually greeted the old man and left with the palace maid. In the eldest princess manner, Li Yuwei, who was wearing a beautiful palace dress, looked at the young man walking over with an incomprehensible smile on her beautiful face. "Young Master Ning, please sit." Li Yuwei got up and dismissed the palace maid beside her. She personally poured tea for Ning Chun. Ning Chun's eyelids twitched. His intuition told him that this woman wasn't easy to deal with. Fortunately, the Earth Craftsman didn't reveal his identity. Otherwise, this woman might really sell him off. "Eldest princess is too polite," said Ning Chun slowly. "This is what Yuwei should do." Li Yuwei smiled and continued. From the Earth Craftsman's letter, it can be seen that young master is deeply trusted by him. Yuwei is a bit curious. "I don't think I've heard of young Master Ning's name before." "Eldest princess is busy, so you naturally wouldn't pay attention to an ordinary person like me," replied Ning Chun with a smile. Li Yuwei snorted inwardly. What a slippery brat. When did the Earth Craftsman manor have such a person? No one knew the Earth Craftsman's temper better than her. Not only was he strange, but he also didn't trust others. "Princess, dinner is ready." At this moment, a palace maid walked over and said respectfully, "Young Master Ning, please," Li Yuwei said. Ning Chun followed behind the two of them as his mind raced. This grand princess was the person with the best information network in the entire Liwa dynasty. She had many sources of information and was extremely important to him right now. From the old man's tone, he could more or less feel that the relationship between the entire Liwa dynasty and the four extreme Holy Lands was not as harmonious as it seemed on the surface. Actually, this was a very normal thing. In the world, there wasn't a single dynasty that was willing to be controlled by another. This was good news for him. Li Yuwei's identity was extraordinary. If he could build a good relationship with her, it would definitely be of great help to him in the future. However, this woman was not easy to deal with. It would definitely not be easy to get her help. During dinner, there were only two people in the spacious hall. Li Yuwei dismissed all the maids and personally served them. Li Yuwei was too close. Their clothes touched, and her warm body fragrance lingered between the two of them. Ning Chun felt uncomfortable all over. If he didn't want to build a good relationship with her, he would have already left. It had to be said that although Ning Chun had always been excessively rational, possessing a calmness that far surpassed his peers, he was still not even 20 years old. When it came to matters between men and women, he really didn't know how to handle them. If it was before, he would have been able to just leave. But now he couldn't do that. The reason why Li Yuwei was called the dynasty's bandit in beautiful clothing wasn't just because of her outstanding methods. Her eyes were also exceptionally sinister. She immediately saw that the previously calm young man had become a bit unnatural. Li Yuwei's lips curved dangerously. It was good that he had a weakness. As long as he had a weakness, she could use it. Although the young man in front of her didn't seem too extraordinary, she had a feeling that he definitely wasn't as simple as he seemed. Her intuition had never been wrong, and this time was no different. Ning Chun moved away without leaving a trace, slightly increasing the distance between the two of them. However, how could Li Yuwei give up on this prey that was sent to her mouth? She leaned forward slightly and pressed herself against him again. Unknowingly, The two of them had already moved half the table. The smile on Li Yue's lips also became more and more dangerous. Seeing that the former still wanted to run, Li Yue's fair arms wrapped around him. She leaned lightly behind him and said softly, "Young Master Ning, you seem to be very afraid of me. What's wrong? Yue won't eat you." Feeling the moist breath beside his ear, Ning Chun unnaturally wanted to dodge. However, he found that this pair of seemingly weak and boneless arms wrapped around his body like a snake. He couldn't break free even if he wanted to. "Princess, you're drunk." Ning Chun tried his best to lean forward and avoid contact. The next moment, Li Yue's entire body leaned forward. Her fine black hair hung down and floated between Ning Chen's breaths. There was no longer any possibility of escape. Ning Chen's body stiffened for a long time before gradually relaxing. His expression returned to normal. He drank when he should, ate when he should, and did whatever he wanted. Li Yue was slightly surprised. It seemed that she had underestimated him. "Princess." A little Palace maid hurriedly ran over. When she saw the ambiguous posture of the two in the hall, she immediately turned pale with fright and knelt down while trembling. Li Yue straightened her body, and the smile on her face disappeared. She said calmly, "What's the matter?" Reporting to Princess. "Duke Muyang is here." The little princess trembled. Hearing this name, Li Yue unconsciously frowned. She clearly didn't like this person. "Tell him that I'm already resting," Li Yue said. "Haha, Yue, why are you so unreasonable?" Amidst the hearty laughter, a young and handsome figure appeared. There were 9 python patterns on his gorgeous clothes. He was dignified and noble, showing that the person's identity was extraordinary. Duke Muyang, the youngest duke in the Lihua dynasty. He was also the person in the younger generation who was most likely to step into the Xiantian realm. On the seats, Ningchen finally got rid of Li Yue's entanglement with great difficulty and relaxed a lot. He didn't care who the person was at all and focused on eating his food. He was only at the 5th grade of the Hotian realm. How could he not eat? However, just because he didn't want to cause trouble didn't mean that no one would. Duke Muyang's expression immediately turned cold when he saw Ning Chun in the hall. He had never seen Li Yue eat alone with a man. Just who was this young man? Duke Muyang turned his head and asked, "Yue, who is this? Do I have to report to you about my matters?" Li Yue's usual smile disappeared, and she didn't even try to hide it. Ning Chun glanced at Li Yue in astonishment. According to his impression, even if this woman didn't like Duke Muyang, she shouldn't make it so obvious. "Kid, why are you here?" Duke Muyang's eyes were cold. Ning Chun wasn't a fool. On the contrary, he was very smart. How could he not see why Duke Muyang was so hostile towards him? However, it was useless to say anything to this kind of person. It would only be a waste of energy. Ning Chun lowered his head and continued eating, ignoring him. Killing intent rose in Duke Muyang's eyes. "Duke Muyang, don't go too far," Li Yue warned coldly. Duke Muyang didn't want to do anything to Li Yue, but he couldn't hide the anger in his heart. His feet moved, and he arrived in front of the young man he loathed in a single step. Impudent. Li Yue was furious. She stepped forward and blocked the attack. She flipped her hand and met it head-on. There was a loud explosion, and the two of them both took half a step back. They were actually evenly matched. "Duke Muyang, this is my place. It's not your place to behave atrociously," Li Yue said sternly. Duke Muyang glared at Ning Chun, who was still sitting quietly in his seat, and said coldly, "Kid, you'd better never leave the princess residence." With that, Duke Muyang flung his sleeve and left angrily. The table was a mess. It was full of shattered plates and cups from the fight just now. Ning Chun, who hadn't said a word from beginning to end, looked at his right hand that had been cut by a wine cup fragment. An almost imperceptible coldness flashed through the depths of his eyes. He didn't want to cause trouble, but someone had provoked him. Li Yue walked forward and took out a silk handkerchief. She bent down and carefully wrapped it around his injured hand. "Young Master Ning, I've frightened you." Li Yue gently smiled. Ning Chun looked at the woman in front of him, who had a face full of anger just now, but was now acting as gentle as water, and said very seriously, "Princess, I'm here to complete the task that senior earthly craftsman gave me. To you, I have no value to be used, nor am I a threat. You don't have to waste so much energy on me. Young Master Ning must be joking. You're someone Elder D trusts, so you're naturally Yue friend. How could friends use each other or threaten each other? Li Yue gently smiled. Young Master, Duke Myong is narrow-minded and definitely won't let this go. You should rest in the residence tonight, continued Li Yue. Ningchen thought about it and nodded. If he didn't want to expose his strength, he really wouldn't be able to return tonight. Young Master, please come with me. Li Yue stood up. Ningchen stood up and followed her. They walked toward the back of the hall. The guest room of the princess residence was also very spacious and clean. It wasn't much better than the Earth Craftsman Manor. Li Yue's residence was practically the most luxurious residence in Qingli City. It could be seen just how much importance the Lihua dynasty's emperor placed on his younger sister. Young Master Ning, are you satisfied? If you're not, there are many more rooms in the residence, asked Li Yue. Ningchen wasn't dissatisfied with the room at all. Instead, he felt awkward with Li Yue here. He said, Princess, you've also been tired. Please go back and rest early. Li Yue's lips curled up. Her beautiful face was exceptionally beautiful under the candlelight. She softly said, Young Master Ning, you seem to really be afraid of me. Chapter 232. 3 Xiantian experts from the 4 extreme Holy Land flew out, their powerful auras covering the sky. Each of them was at least at the 4th tribulation level. At the same time, the Disaster King personally flew out of the Longevity Palace, heading southwest. The pressure of the 3 disasters was so obvious that the Xiantian experts from the various large sects all sensed it. They walked out of their palaces and looked at the distant horizon in shock. The Disaster King had personally come out. What was his purpose this time? In the southwest, Prince Yin brought Amon along as they walked through the wilderness, heading toward the southern polar region. All of a sudden, the wind and clouds in the void roiled as a terrifying pressure descended. Light flashed as the Disaster King, along with Xian Tian, Xian Kong, and Xian Lai, the 3 Holy Lands experts, appeared. It really is you, said the Disaster King with boundless killing intent. They hadn't expected to meet in the Divine Great Land, but in the 4 Extreme region. Prince Yin calmly looked at the experts in front of him. What was supposed to come had come. There was no way the 4 Extreme region's master hadn't noticed the changes in the 4 Extreme region. Hand over the 4 extreme sources and help me and the Realm Master open the passage between the 2 realms. Then, I'll spare your life today, threatened the Disaster King coldly. Oh man, Prince Yin did not answer. He turned his head and said softly, Oh, Amon obediently replied. She placed her sword on the ground and took 2 steps back. Prince Yin waved his hand, and the sword rack trembled slightly. The 2 swords flew out, turning into 2 streaks of light that streaked through the night and entered his hands. Come! He stepped forward, and the ground shook. His black hair danced in the moonlight. You don't know what's good for you, sneered the Disaster King. His aura erupted, and light soared. When the 2 kings met, heaven and earth trembled. Their auras collided, destroying the earth and sky. Xian Tian, Xian Kong, and Xian Lai surrounded them, unleashing their full power. Light soared into the sky. Kill! The 3 of them led the charge. Xian Tian's hand moved, and his clear sword shone brightly. Xian Kong and Xian Lai followed behind. Their halberd and axe slashed down. Prince Yan's azure sword flashed, and the space condensed. The clear sword was obstructed and trembled violently. The halberd and the axe arrived at the same time, and the red sword was like lightning. The 3 weapons connected, avoiding the main force and attacking the weak. Qing Hong defended while one attacked. One was slow while the other was fast. There were no openings at all. The 3 of them clashed and were quickly sent flying. The Disaster King coldly snorted. He condensed true essence in his palm and rushed over. The green sword in Prince Yan's hand met the attack head-on, and the sky shook violently. Drink! When Xian Tian saw the situation, his figure flashed, and the bright sword instantly entered the battle. It was a sword strike that was extremely fast. Its sword intent was unparalleled and rarely seen in the world. A hint of admiration flashed past Prince Yan's eyes as he felt the urge to fight with his sword. He waved his green sword and knocked away the Disaster King. The red sword in his left hand was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, the two swords had already exchanged over 10 moves. In the blink of an eye, Xian Tian flew out. His right shoulder was injured, and half of his body was dyed in blood. Xian Kong and Xian Lai pressed forward once again. Their halberd and axe were as heavy as Mount Tai, slamming down. Prince Yin waved his hand, and the green sword returned to its scabbard. The Zhigao flew out, and the thick earth chi condensed into a sword. It forcefully resisted the halberd and axe. There was a shocking explosion. The ground beneath the three of them cracked, and a huge, bottomless ravine appeared. The two of them stepped back. Their blood chi surged, and the corners of their mouths were dyed red. The biting cold wind was bone-chilling. The legendary battle pet warrior in the middle of the battle looked calm. The three saints of his sacred lands looked solemn. The person in front of them was so powerful. 1 disaster, 3 disasters, 5 disasters, 2 disasters, and 4 disasters. It was rare in the world, but they couldn't gain the upper hand in front of one person. The Disaster King couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. His true chi rose rapidly, and he unleashed all of his techniques. In the blink of an eye, the ground began to tremble violently, and cracks began to appear one after another. Under the guidance of the surging Jinchi, the cracks slowly rose into the air, and the fearsome might emanating from them caused the color of the night sky to change. Prince Yan's eyes moved. His red sword returned to its scabbard, and a black light spread, swallowing the sky and the earth. One sword, forbidden martial arts, no Tao in the world. When the two ultimate moves clashed, the world was hit by another catastrophe. The ground was torn apart in a crazy explosion. Strands of sand surrounded Man, blocking all of the aftershocks. The three of them pressed forward again. Prince Yin fought against the three of them by himself. His sword shone with light, and his sword intent was shocking. Seeing that the sword of bravery was unshakable, Xian Kong's and Xian Lai's faces flashed. They took out their halberds and axes and flashed toward Man. Prince Yan's expression changed slightly. He wanted to help Man. The Disaster King sneered and stepped in front of Prince Yin. Although Xian Tian didn't agree, the opportunity was fleeting. He couldn't waste any time. He had no choice but to block Prince Yin with his sword. Xian Kong and Xian Lai's halberds and axes attacked together. The sand around Man shook violently and almost scattered. Man tasted something sweet in her throat. She was injured by a trace of aftershock, but she still smiled sweetly and swallowed the blood in her mouth. In the Princess Royal's residence, Ning Chun, who was trying to get rid of Li Youwei's teasing, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest and fell down. Li Youwei's expression changed. She stepped forward and supported him. Her eyes were filled with shock. What happened? In the wilderness of the Southwest Territory, the battle had reached its climax. Xian Kong and Xian Lai surrounded Man. The halberds and axes were merciless as they slashed down again. Not far away, the Disaster King and Xian Tian were fighting a legendary battle pet warrior. Prince Yan's eyes were filled with killing intent. The abyss condensation in his left hand spun, and sword intent spread out. The two people around him were forced back several steps. In that instant, the halberd left his hand and flew toward Xian Kong and Xian Lai. With a clang, the halberd shattered. Xian Kong was sent flying, blood splashing everywhere. However, he was still half a step too late. Xian Lai's axe fell in the end. The shield formed by the sandsword shattered. Xian Lai suffered a backlash from the sword intent and was sent flying 10 zhang away. Man, who was already injured, couldn't hide it anymore. She staggered and spat out a mouthful of blood, dyeing her dress red. Seeing that Man was injured, Prince Yin, who hadn't used his full strength, was finally enraged. Boundless killing intent surged from his body. The legendary battle pet warrior, who had lost his calm, was no longer merciful. The abyss condensation in his hand flew into the sky. At the same time, green and red light shot out from the sword rack, stunning the nine heavens. 3 swords sharing the heavens, life and death pact. A terrifying whirlpool appeared in the sky. In the next moment, an endless rain of swords flew out and crashed down. The Disaster King, Xian Tian, Xian Kong, and Xian Lai's expressions changed. They used all their strength to block this shocking attack. With a loud explosion, the rain of swords destroyed the surroundings. There was no place left unscathed. At this moment, Prince Yan's body moved. He flew past them at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, 4 afterimages flickered. Sword light appeared in front of the 4 of them, cold and threatening. The Disaster King and Xian Tian blocked this sword in a sorry state. The other 2 were weaker and couldn't react in time. A sword slit their throats, and they fell to the ground. Retreat. The Disaster King had lost the battle, so he quickly retreated after giving the order. Looking at his fallen companions, a trace of helplessness flashed in Xian Tian's eyes. He also left. Prince Yan didn't chase after them. His figure flickered, and he appeared in front of a man condensing qi. He poured it into her body. Within the princess' royal residence, Ning Chan endured the pain in his chest and looked into the distance in shock. There was only one possibility for this feeling. Something had happened to a man. Why? With his senior by her side, who could possibly injure her? Li Yue stood to the side, looking at Ning Chan, who had never lost his composure like this. A trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. Just what had happened to make this fox-like youth so flustered? Young Master Ning, are you all right? Softly asked Li Yue. Ning Chan returned to his senses and suppressed his pounding heart. He forced a smile and replied, I'm fine. I'm just a bit tired. Then rest well. Yue will leave first. Li Yue knew that she couldn't continue provoking this person at this time. Smiling, she left. Within the silent room, the lanterns flickered. Ning Chan was filled with unprecedented panic. Just what had happened? In the southeastern region of the 4 extreme regions, there was an unknown region that seemed like a paradise on Earth. It was spring all year round, and all kinds of strange flowers and plants were in full bloom. In the distance, powerful auras were faintly discernible. Even the weakest of them was of the Xiantian realm. This was a legendary place, the holy land of the 4 extreme experts. Within a large palace, surrounded by many other palaces, an illusory figure appeared. Through a secret technique, he looked into the distance. After a long time, Xian Tian returned and half-knelt in front of the palace. He was silent. You can leave. A dignified voice rang out from the palace. Xian Tian stood and left. In the distance, within the dusky Long Life Palace, the Disaster King returned with injuries. His blood-stained armor had been cut open by a sword wound. Even someone as strong as he was defeated so miserably. As expected, this divine continence expert is truly worthy of respect. Within the Longevity Hall, the void swirled and a dignified voice rang out from within, lamenting. His sword is inconceivably powerful. Just in terms of sword cultivation, there's probably no one in the entire 4 extreme realm who can match him, said the Disaster King with a gloomy expression. It's hard to injure this tiger for now. Rest well. Once I come out of seclusion, we'll discuss further. Yes. The Disaster King nodded. Then he thought of something and said, how should we handle the matter of the golden feather centipede? After the last battle, the Long Life Palace suffered heavy losses. It's almost impossible for us to deal with both 9 Firmament Mountain and the Cherishing Flower Palace. I will send you Yang Tian, Xing Yun, and Bu Yu to you. As for that young Xian Tian, don't waste too much energy on him for now. Focus on the greater cause, instructed the master of the 4 extreme realm. Understood. The Disaster King nodded and replied, if possible, do your best to keep Meng Xuanji alive. Her talent is exceptional, and she might be able to help us in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, the whirlpool in the sky slowly dissipated. Everything returned to normal. The Disaster King's eyes flashed coldly. He didn't think Meng Xuanji would help them. The Long Life Palace's current situation was all thanks to her. Of course, there was also that young Xiantian. He even suspected that the Nine Firmament Mountain and that young Xiantian definitely had some sort of relationship. Otherwise, why would something have happened to the emissary of a holy land right after he had made plans to attack the Nine Firmament Mountain? It was too much of a coincidence. Chapter 233. The sky gradually brightened. Ning Chun hadn't slept the entire night. He sat in his room, doing his best to feel his own heartbeat. Only when the sun rose did Ning Chun let out a sigh of relief. That extremely bad feeling had vanished. While it should be fine, that girl had truly frightened him. Li Yue walked over. Seeing that Ning Chen's complexion was much better than yesterday, she sweetly smiled. "Young master, did you rest well last night?" "Not bad." Ning Chen's eyes were completely red. Li Yue walked forward and gently rubbed his face. She softly said, "Young master, your face is dirty." Female rogue. Ning Chun disdained her and sighed, but since Wild was fine and her mood wasn't bad, he didn't bicker with her. "Princess, have you found the location of the blazing sun iron?" asked Ning Chun. "How could it be so fast?" Li Yue shook her head. Ning Chun also felt that he had been a bit too hasty, but it was best to find it quickly. He couldn't guarantee how much longer he could endure this woman. "Let's go. Royal brother wants to see you," said Li Yue. Ning Chun was startled, but he quickly reacted. Wasn't the eldest princess's royal brother the Lihua dynasty's emperor? The two of them left the princess's residence one after the other, maintaining a distance of 10 steps the entire time. Li Yue slowed down, and Ning Chun immediately slowed down as well, slowly following behind her. He was very clear that this eldest princess was definitely a problematic person in the Lihua dynasty. It was best for him to keep his distance. Right now, the 4 extreme holy lands were still looking for him. Keeping a low profile wasn't a bad thing. Li Yue frowned and stopped. Behind her, Ning Chun also stopped and looked left and right with a curious look on his face. On the streets, when the commoners saw that this woman was the eldest princess, they lowered their heads like mice seeing a cat. Those that couldn't avoid her hastily bowed and immediately left. Seeing this, Ning Chen's eyelids jumped. Just how bad was the reputation of the Lihua dynasty's eldest princess for the commoners to be so scared? Li Yue turned and walked over to him. Her right arm naturally wrapped around his, and then she tightly held onto his arm. "Young Master Ning, we should hurry up and leave." Li Yue gently smiled and threatened. Ning Chun struggled, but he was unable to break free. He lowered his head and increased his speed. The corners of Li Yue's mouth curled up without leaving a trace, looking dangerous and unfathomable. The citizens not far away revealed looks of surprise. They looked at each other and wanted to whisper to each other, but when they saw the eldest princess' smiling eyes, they quickly lowered their heads and left. "Why are they so afraid of you?" Ning Chun asked in a low voice. This was the first time he had seen someone with such a bad reputation. It was comparable to when he was in Granxia. However, the people of Granxia were valiant. Although they hated him to the core, they didn't fear him too much. "You don't know." This time, it was Li Yue's turn to be puzzled. Her reputation in the Lihua dynasty was known even by children, yet he had actually never heard of her. "Huh." Ning Chun rubbed his nose. The old earth craftsman had never mentioned it to him, so he really knew nothing about it. "You'll know soon enough," Li Yue smiled and said softly. Galloping horses galloped like the wind. More than 10 generals in red armor galloped over. The one in the lead was handsome and extraordinary. It was none other than Duke Myong, who had wantonly fought in the Princess Royal's residence yesterday. Nay, more than 10 war horses stopped in front of the two of them. Duke Myong looked at the youth Li Yue was holding on to. The killing intent in his eyes was not concealed in the slightest. "Brat, cherish your little life that doesn't have many days left." With a flick of his whip, the war horse neighed and immediately galloped away. The 12 generals behind him quickly followed. Li Yue's eyes flashed coldly as she reminded. Duke Myong controls 40% of the Lihua dynasty's military power. He is arrogant and unruly. Most importantly, he is the spokesperson chosen by the sacred ground. No one in the imperial court dares to provoke him. "Young master, be careful." "Oh." Ning Chun absent-mindedly replied as he looked at the fiery figure that was following them. You don't seem to be afraid. Li Yue's beautiful eyes narrowed as she slowly said. Ning Chun recovered from his thoughts. A trace of fear flashed across his face. Clearly, it was done on purpose. Li Yue snorted in dissatisfaction. She cursed the little fox in her heart, but did not show it. She pulled the person beside her and walked toward the imperial palace. Ning Chen's mind was not here. Just now, he felt a Xiantian expert spying on him. It should be related to this Duke Muyang. The imperial palace of the Lihua dynasty was very grand. As one of the strongest rank 4 dynasties, it had a history of nearly 700 years. It was already unimaginably long. In the Lihua palace, Li Yin stood quietly as he looked at the two people walking over. A trace of surprise flashed across his calm face. It seemed that the person recommended by Elder D was much younger than he had imagined. When the two entered the palace, Li Yue bowed. Ning Chen stood and did not have any intention to kneel down. In his life, he had only kneeled to two people. One was his eldest grandson, and the other was his senior. It was impossible for him to kneel to anyone else. Li Yin was waiting. Li Yue frowned slightly. She admired confident people, but she did not like people who did not know what was good for them. Ning Chen cupped his hands politely and said, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Li Yin stared at him without saying anything. After a long time, he smiled and said, "No need to be so polite. Men, give me a seat." Li Yue's eyes flickered. Where did this young man's confidence come from? Until now, she had not seen it. If this was not the person personally appointed by Elder D, she would really suspect that her intuition was wrong. A little eunuch came over and brought 3 chairs. Ning Chun and Li Yue sat down. Li Yin did not return to the dragon throne. Instead, he chose to sit opposite them and said, "I heard from Yue that Elder D handed the matter of finding the blazing sun iron to Brother Ning. I will not beat around the bush and ask directly. Does Brother Ning have a way to deal with the Xiantian experts beside the heavenly blacksmith?" Ning Chen nodded and said, "If we find the whereabouts of the blazing sun iron, my master will take action and bring it back." "Master?" Li Yin frowned and looked at Li Yue. Li Yue also shook her head without leaving a trace, indicating that she did not know about this matter. Li Yan's expression became serious, and he asked, "Brother Ning, can you introduce me to your master? After all, this matter is of great importance. Not only is it important to Elder D, but it also concerns the fate of the Lihua dynasty in the future. There cannot be any negligence." Ning Chen thought for a moment and replied, "Yes, Your Majesty, please set a time and place. I will invite my master over." "How about tomorrow at Elder D's residence?" Li Yin said. Ning Chen nodded and said, "All right." Li Yin stood up and said, "Then it's settled. Young master, go back and invite your master today. We will meet at Elder D's residence at noon tomorrow." "Okay," Ning Chen replied, and then stood up, cupped his hands, and left. Li Yue bowed and left with him. On the way out of the palace, Li Yue's attitude was clearly much colder. It was not intentional, but it was involuntary. Ning Chen's calmness and experience gave her a misconception. It made her think that he was a young man who concealed his strength. She never expected that he was just an ordinary disciple sent by a Xiantian expert. This time, she had really misjudged him. What she did not understand was why Elder D had not mentioned anything about this person's master. Unknowingly, the two of them had already arrived at the princess residence. Ning Chun glanced at Li Yue and said, "Your Highness, let's part here. I will go and invite my master. Be careful on the way." Li Yue smiled gently and instructed. Ning Chun thanked her and then turned around and left. Li Yue walked into the princess residence and clapped her hands. A black figure appeared and respectfully knelt in front of her. "Go and keep an eye on that young man who was with me just now. See where he went. Be careful and don't give yourself away," Li Yue said coldly. "Yes," the black figure replied and disappeared. After taking a few steps on the street, Ning Chen immediately felt that someone was watching him. He did not need to think to know that it was someone sent by the eldest princess. After walking for a while, a new, unfamiliar aura appeared. Ning Chun was helpless. It should be Duke Muyang's people this time. Fortunately, the eldest princess residence was not too far from the Earth Craftsman Manor. Ning Chun did not want to have a conflict with Duke Muyang's people during the day, so he walked very quickly. Not long after, the Earth Craftsman Manor was in front of him. Ning Chun pushed open the door and walked in. In the courtyard, the old Earth Craftsman who was still forging looked up and then ignored him, continuing to forge his iron. "Hello, big brother Ning." The little boy was very polite, not forgetting to greet him while pulling the bellows. "Good little fish. I'll teach you a few moves in 2 days." Ning Chun smiled. "Thank you, big brother Ning." The little boy was extremely happy and grinned. It was an honor for a venerable to be willing to give him pointers. "That's all." The Earth Craftsman patted the little boy. But this time, the little boy did not look at him with dissatisfaction. His little face was still smiling brightly like a flower. "Senior Earthly Craftsman, the eldest princess and the emperor will be coming tomorrow. I've found an excuse to say that I have a Xiantian realm master. Please take it easy and don't let it slip. Little you, don't always smile." "Don't forget," Ning Chun reminded her worriedly. It was better to have fewer people who knew about this matter. That eldest princess and the emperor were not easy to deal with. He really did not want to spend the effort to deal with them. "All right." The little boy was the most cooperative and immediately nodded. "That's your matter. I don't care. As long as you help me get back the blazing sun iron, it's fine." The Earth Craftsman slammed the hammer in his hand. Late at night, in the eldest princess residence, an urgent secret report was sent to Li Yue through a secret technique. When she opened it, her expression changed slightly. The contents of the report were shocking. A new 3-disaster expert had appeared in the 4 extremities. The Disaster King had led people to surround and kill them, but the result was that he had been defeated. Of the 3 peak experts he had brought with him, 2 had died and 1 was injured. It was extremely miserable. When the Disaster King had gone out, he had not concealed his aura in the slightest. That had drawn the attention of many Xiantian experts. That was why they had seen such a shocking battle. This matter had already spread through the southwest large sections. It wouldn't be long before it spread here. Li Yue clenched her fist, crushing the secret report. The light in her eyes flickered unceasingly. This was truly a major matter. What did it mean for a new 3 calamities expert to appear? She was clearer than anyone else. If the Liefire dynasty had a new 3 calamities expert, they would truly be able to break free from the control of the holy grounds. Chapter 234. At noon the next day, Li Yin and Li Yue appeared in the Earthly Craftsman Manor in plain clothes. Beside them was an old man who had concealed his aura and was no different from an ordinary person. The little boy ran back and forth, serving tea and water by himself. He was extremely busy. The Earthly Craftsman stood in the courtyard and looked at the half-finished sword. He frowned and was somewhat dissatisfied. Just as everyone was waiting, the pressure in the world suddenly dropped and a vast aura appeared. It floated in the void and was surrounded by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It was hazy and powerful. Beside Li Yin, the old man's half-closed eyes suddenly opened. He stared at the figure in the void and couldn't help but be on guard. "Your Majesty, eldest princess, I greet you." An ethereal voice rang out from the sky. Li Yin stood up and cupped his fists. "Supremacy, you're too polite. May I know your title?" "Mortal." A word came from the void. "Mortal," Li Yin muttered softly. He thought for a moment and was sure that he had never heard of this name. Beside him, Li Yue and the old man also shook their heads gently, indicating that they didn't know. The little boy wanted to laugh, but it was very difficult to hold it in. Soon, he felt that he couldn't hold it in anymore and hurriedly ran out. "Come and work." The Earthly Craftsman glanced at the little boy and said. The little boy responded and ran to the bellows to continue working. However, he looked back from time to time and then quickly turned back. He wanted to laugh, but couldn't. It was very difficult to hold it in. In the front hall, the 3 of them talked for a long time, but the figure in the void didn't appear. Li Yin didn't mind and wasn't surprised. Many Khanate experts in this world had strange habits and didn't want to appear. He didn't care about these trivial matters. What he needed to confirm was that such an expert really existed and was strong enough. The old man beside him secretly said a few words to Li Yin through voice transmission. Only then did Li Yin nod in relief. An expert who had surpassed the second tribulation of the Khanate stage and was close to the third tribulation was enough. In the world, most Khanate experts were generally stuck at the first tribulation of the Khanate stage. There were not many who had undergone the second tribulation and above, and even fewer who had undergone the third tribulation. In the hall, the three of them conversed for an entire afternoon. In the end, Li Yin left with Li Yu Wei and the old man in satisfaction. After the emperor left, the little boy finally couldn't take it anymore. He stopped pulling the bellows and ran back into the front hall, laughing heartlessly. The void swirled, and Ning Chen walked out. Looking at the little fellow who was about to burst out laughing, he helplessly stroked his head. "Big brother Ning, you promised to teach me 2 moves?" The little boy stopped laughing with great difficulty and said with an eager look on his face. "What do you want to learn?" Ning Chen asked. "Sword." The little boy rolled his big eyes and said excitedly. Ning Chen laughed softly. This little guy was quite smart. Seeing that he had come to ask for a sword, he asked to learn the sword. "Senior earthly blacksmith, I'll lend you another sword." Ning Chen walked out of the front hall and looked at the old earthly blacksmith who was in the middle of tempering his sword. "Get yourself." The craftsman waved his hand impatiently. Ning Chen glanced at the row of weapons in the hall. With a wave of his hand, a 3-foot-long sword flew out. The sword had no blade, and the tip was blunt. Little Yu looked carefully. Ning Chen casually extended the sword in front of him, then tossed it in front of the little fellow. "Go ahead and practice." The little boy's mouth curled up in dissatisfaction. This was too much of a trick, bullying a child. Boom! At this moment, the very small part of the courtyard in front of him began to crack open. When the little fellow heard the sound and looked over, it collapsed with a loud bang. The little boy was dumbfounded. What was going on? "I don't have money." Seeing the old earthly blacksmith look over, Ning Chen very consciously said, "Little Yu, your monthly allowance for this year will be halved." The craftsman turned his gaze to the little boy and said indifferently. The little fellow recovered from his shock. His little face was bitter. He didn't have much monthly allowance to begin with, and with this deduction, he didn't even have money to buy new clothes. Ning Chen more or less rejoiced in his misfortune. He didn't feel any guilt as the main culprit. "Train well. I'll go out for a walk. Perhaps I'll find a place to fight." With that, Ning Chen's figure suddenly disappeared without a trace. The little boy raised the sword in front of him and swung it just like Ning Chen had. Looking at the completely still wall, he couldn't help but curl his lips. The teachings of an expert were just like the legends. What the little boy didn't know was that Ning Chen had the same feeling as him. Whether it was Jin Consecrator, Yin Qin Wang, or Mu Bai, they all just swung their swords without explaining anything. At the beginning, Ning Chen didn't understand. Later on, he learned that some principles had to be comprehended by oneself. The true meaning of the sword was fast, accurate, and focused. It wasn't a difficult principle to understand. However, there were very few people in the world who could truly do it. Only when you swung your sword enough times would your sword cultivation increase accordingly. Of course, the number of times varied from person to person. The most legendary person was Grand Xia's Yin Qin Wang. He had studied the sword for 27 years, and his sword path was naturally formed. The most stunning person was Desolate City's sword. He had been obsessed with the sword his entire life. His comprehension of the sword was unparalleled under the heavens. He could ignore the barriers of the martial path. On this path, the accomplishments of the two of them had long since looked down upon the world, and they had left others far behind. The Black Rock Sea was peaceful under the moonlight. 10 miles away, Ning Chen wielded the cyan ink sword in his hand. From 10 miles away, he waved his sword and immediately turned around to run. In the next moment, 2 furious roars rang out. 2 figures soared into the air, chasing after him. In just a moment, the 3 of them had already lost track of how many miles they had chased. The 2 Sacred Lands experts hesitated as they chased. They didn't dare to go all out, worried that this was a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain. The 2 of them quickly stopped chasing and returned to the Blackstone Sea. Ning Chen also returned. His sword danced in the Blackstone Sea's direction, creating a wild gale. The two Sacred Lands experts couldn't hold back their fury. They once more flew out, chasing after him with all their might. Ning Chun had long since been prepared. Before the two of them could chase after him, he had already disappeared without a trace. After chasing for 700 miles, the two Sacred Lands experts paused for a moment before returning. Then, Ning Chun came again. Sword light rained down from the sky above the Blackstone Sea, creating a miserable scene of dust and sand everywhere. You go kill him. I'll guard here. Okay. The figure that soared into the sky was filled with murderous intent as he quickly flew away. A wisp of an icy cold arc flashed past the corners of Ning Chen's mouth as he swiftly left. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. In the wilderness, the two of them sped past each other, one in front and one behind. The chase was extremely intense. Once they were far enough away, Ning Chun stopped and turned to face the Sacred Lands experts. His figure flashed, and his sword swept out. With a loud clang, the sword and saber collided. Dust and sand rose up, covering the two figures. Huh! Go Yuan roared furiously. His saber pressed forward, adding some ruthlessness. Ning Chun swung his sword, pushing the former away. He stepped forward, and his sword swept out again. In a battle of speed against strength, the saber and sword constantly clashed. Sparks flew everywhere. The sword in Ning Chen's hand glowed brighter and brighter. His figure was like an illusion. In the blink of an eye, several afterimages were destroyed. Expert. The killing intent in Go Yuan's eyes grew even stronger. His saber was as heavy as a mountain, capable of splitting mountains. Earth Scroll, 1,000 Earth Revolutions. With a wave of his hand, the Earth Scroll appeared once more. The ground shook, and large chunks of earth flew towards the center, trapping the Sacred Lands experts. Go Yuan's eyes turned cold. His saber danced in the air, and saber light flew out, shattering the earth and rocks around him. However, a sword appeared in front of him amidst the sandstorm. It was silent, like the Grim Reaper's scythe. Go Yuan's body trembled, and his saber blocked in front of him. An instant later, his saber broke, and his soul returned. Ning Chun didn't stop. He quickly rushed in the direction of the Blackstone Sea. When he arrived, he charged straight in. Two green jade trees were quietly growing in the Blackstone Sea. A black-robed expert was guarding them. When he saw the figure that appeared, his killing intent surged like the sea. Go Yuan hadn't returned, but this person had. There was no suspense about the result. He hadn't expected that Go Yuan would be the one to be defeated. This young expert had surprised him. Ning Chen's expression was also very serious. This person in front of him was the real trouble. An expert infinitely close to the third tribulation of the Xiantian realm was a big challenge for him. Yuan Shao waved his hand and set up a restriction around the two green jade trees. Then, he clenched his hands, and a pair of golden and silver swords flew out from behind him and landed in his hands. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. Mother-child swords. He had met many experts who used swords, but this was the first time he met someone who used mother-child swords. This fight wouldn't be easy. He took a step and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Ning Chun. Ning Chun attacked first, wanting to personally test the mysteries of the alphabet sword. With a loud bang, countless black rocks flew up around the two of them. They were instantly cut into pieces by the sword wills that spread out in all directions. The moment the swords clashed, the golden short sword streaked across the air. It took a small risk and went for Ning Chen's throat. Ning Chun hurriedly retreated, and his black hair fell to the ground in front of him. Yuan Zhao's feet moved, and the silver sword slashed out with a sharp edge, creating a dazzling radiance. Ning Chen's ink green sword blocked the silver sword's edge. The moment the two of them clashed, another dazzling radiance appeared, aiming for a vital point. With a tearing sound, his clothes were torn apart, and the sword wind brought out a bloody wound. It was extremely dangerous. Ning Chen's right hand touched his chest. A silver radiance flashed, and the wound quickly froze. Again, Ning Chun waved his left hand, and frost surged. A waterfall of wind and snow rapidly gathered, and in the blink of an eye, a snow-colored sword appeared. He rarely used dual swords, but that didn't mean he didn't know how to use them. He had followed his senior for so long, and he had to learn some things. Imitating someone else's footsteps, how foolish. Yuan Shao sneered, and once again pressed forward. The long sword chased after the soul, and the short sword took the life. Ning Chen's cyan ink long sword blocked the attack of the silver long sword. When the short sword was about to take his life, Ning Chun didn't dodge, and the snow-colored sword in his hand directly swept out. As the saying went, an inch shorter, an inch more dangerous. However, there was another saying, an inch longer, an inch more powerful. The long sword and the short sword competed between life and death. In the next moment, the winner would live and the loser would die. Chapter 2:35. The snow sword gathered the cold chi, adding another 3 inches of cold edge. In a battle of swords, there was no winner or loser, only life or death. The golden sword light was flexible and fast. However, the snow sword was not a battle of swords, it was a battle of life and death. The 3 feet and 3 inches of sword light entered the body first, breaking the meridians and bones. It was extremely ear-piercing. The golden sword light arrived at the same time. Ning Chen used the sword as the axis, borrowing the force to spin. In an instant, the 3 feet distance was like the difference between heaven and earth. The disadvantage of the short sword was obvious. Blood ice mixed with broken bones flew out. At the most critical moment, Yuan Shao turned his short sword around and cut the snow sword in half. His body flashed quickly, retreating before the door of death. Is it that easy? Ning Chun waved his hand, and the snow sword that was cut in the former's body exploded. Blood spurted out. In the rain of blood, a huge hole appeared on Yuan Zhao's left chest. The white bones were exposed, and even the beating of his heart could be faintly seen. A painful groan was heard. The black battle suit was bleeding like rain. It was extremely miserable. Ning Chun moved his body and moved forward again. The green ink sword shone brightly as it danced several times in a row. Yuan Shao tried to block the attack, but his body was heavily injured. His moves were restricted. For the first time since the battle started, he was at a disadvantage. Ning Chen did not use the 2 swords for the second time. He used the long sword to deal with the sharp letters. When the swords collided, he immediately moved away without any delay. The clanging sounds of swords clashing against each other rang out incessantly under the night sky. Sparks flew in all directions, and the remnants of the battle vibrated. One move decided the winner. After losing the first move, Yuan Shao was in a very strange situation. Facing the endless sword light of the green ink sword, he had no choice but to switch from offense to defense. Right at this moment, a black light flew out of Yuan Zhao's sleeve, turning into a deadly light and rushing toward the person in front of him. Ning Chen's body shivered. He subconsciously leaned to the side. The sword light brushed past his left shoulder and right arm, bringing out 2 streams of black and red blood. The extremely poisonous dark feather was extremely poisonous. Although it just brushed past his shoulder, the poison still spread quickly. Your man is already dead. Ning Chun was furious. His left shoulder was quickly frozen. The next moment, the dark yellow light around him shone brightly, dyeing the entire sky into the color of the earth. Earth scroll, earth destruction and mountains destruction. The earth shook violently. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of yellow sword lights flew out from the ground and soared into the sky. The sword rain was like a heaven-defying torrent, shocking the world. Yuan Shao was greatly shaken. He endured his injuries and shifted his feet, dodging again and again. However, the sword rain that flew backwards was untraceable and disorderly. In the blink of an eye, it had already dyed the yellow earth red with blood. Ning Chen's figure moved in a flash. His green ink was stained with frost. His sword of innocence took away the soul. Green frost flashed past the sword, and blood filled the sky. Blood gushed out high into the air, dyeing the night sky red. It was bleak and glaring. Unwillingness and regret were all too late. Yuan Shao fell to the ground, his eyes filled with hatred and resentment as he left. Ning Chun waved his hand, and the earth rumbled, burying all the figures on the ground and the traces of the battle under the yellow soil. Around the green jade wood, the restrictions that had been temporarily set up were no longer maintained by its owner. With a loud bang, they shattered and dissipated from the world. Ning Chun walked forward and activated the life scroll with a flip of his hand. The spiritual chi of the world stirred, and the two green jade wood slowly rose up. Afterwards, they turned into a wisp of green light and disappeared into his sleeve. Now that he had achieved his goal, Ning Chun did not stay any longer. With a flash, he quickly left. The sky gradually brightened, and a white figure appeared in the earthly craftsman manner. When the little boy who had woken up early to practice his sword saw Ning Chun in such a sorry state, he was shocked and hurried over to support him. "Big brother Ning, what's wrong?" The little boy asked worriedly. "I'm fine. I fought with someone and got a few injuries. I'll be fine in a while." Ning Chun patted the little boy's head tiredly. "I'll help you back to your room to rest," said the little boy. "All right." Ning Chun did not refuse. He was supported by Xiao Yu to the back courtyard. The little boy brought Ning Chun back to his room and did not dare disturb him again. He carefully retreated. "Don't worry. His life is tougher than anyone else's," said the earthly craftsman indifferently as he walked past. The little boy nodded. The worry in his eyes was still clearly visible. Big brother Ning was so powerful. Who could injure him to such an extent? Inside the room, Ning Chun circulated his body. A silver brilliance rose, driving the surrounding spiritual chi to continuously cleanse the poison on his body. The Tarsus poison continuously corroded his left shoulder. Black bubbles rolled and rolled into his flesh and bones. Every time a little was removed, it would cause a terrifying pain that reached deep into his bones. Ugh! There was a long, painful groan. Chi waves shook the room. The black poison dripped onto the floor bit by bit along with his clothes. The sizzling sound of corrosion did not stop. Not long after, the area in front of him was a mess. The little boy trembled with fear as he listened outside the door. Even the earthly craftsman could not help but frown. It seemed that this kid's injuries were not light. "The eldest princess has arrived." At this moment, a loud announcement came from outside the front hall. The little boy's expression immediately changed. He looked at his master a loss. Big brother Ning had said that he had to hide his identity from the princess first. "What are you panicking for? Follow me to the front hall." The earthly craftsman scolded, then turned and walked towards the front hall. The little boy quickly followed. Before he left, he looked at the room worriedly, his eyes filled with worry. In the front hall, Li Yue, who was dressed in a gorgeous dress, was waiting quietly. There was a faint smile on her charming face from beginning to end. The little boy was still in charge of serving tea. There were pitifully few people in the earthly craftsman manor. Other than 3 to 5 guards given by the royal family to look after the house, everything else was done by Xiao Yu. "Little boy, where's your big brother Ning?" Li Yue smiled at Xiao Yu and asked. "He's changing his clothes." The little boy was quick-witted and answered. The earthly craftsman never liked these things. He continued to tidy up his pile of metal lumps and turned a deaf ear to what was going on in the hall. He let Xiao Yu deal with it however she wanted. Cup after cup of tea. The little boy was very diligent, afraid that Li Yue's cup would be empty. After drinking 3 cups of tea, Li Yue began to have some doubts. She looked at the little boy and smiled. "Xiao Yu, tell me the truth. Where did your big brother Ning go?" The little boy was so anxious that his forehead was sweating. He put down the teapot and said, "Your Highness, don't be anxious. I'll go and rush him." With that, the little boy turned and ran towards the backyard. Li Yue drank the tea in her cup, and a thoughtful look flashed through her eyes. No matter how she looked at it, something was wrong. This little boy was not good at lying. There were too many loopholes. Ning Chun was either not in the manor or something had happened to him. In the backyard, the little boy paced around in front of Ning Chun's door anxiously. However, he did not dare to knock on the door and disturb him. A moment later, Li Yue walked over slowly. She looked at the little boy who was pacing in front of the door and looked at the room behind him. She scanned with her spirit consciousness. Just as she was about to see what was going on, the door creaked open and a young figure walked out with a gentle smile on his face. "I'm sorry to have made you wait, Your Highness." "It's fine." Li Yue narrowed her eyes and looked at the former. Something was wrong. Ningchen walked up and pinched Xiaoyu's cheeks. This little fellow was quite clever and had helped him stall for quite a bit of time. The little boy grinned and then secretly wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead. He had been scared to death. Li Yue carefully observed him. After a long time, she finally saw what was wrong. The current Ningchen gave people an illusory and distant feeling. It was too unreal. Perhaps Ningchen had been too careless. After going through 2 big battles and using all his strength to force out the poison, he was unable to completely conceal his aura. That was why he did not feel like his usual self. "Xiaoyu, it seems your big brother Ning's clothes are pretty much tattered. No matter how you change them, they're still tattered." Li Yue looked at Ning Chen's tattered clothes and chuckled. There was a hidden meaning in her words. The little boy's face reddened, and he lowered his head in embarrassment. Ning Chen looked at the tattered parts of his clothes and felt helpless. He could use his true qi to shake off the blood and dirt, but there was nothing he could do about the tattered parts. "Xiaoyu, go get a needle and thread. I'll mend your big brother Ning's clothes," said Li Yue. "Yes." Surprise flashed across the little boy's face, but he still obediently nodded and quickly ran to a nearby room. Ningchen did not want Li Yue to see the abnormality in his room. He extended his hand and politely said, "Your Highness, let's go to the front hall." "Yes." Li Yue nodded and turned to walk to the front hall. In the front hall, the two of them walked over and sat on either side of the tea table. The little boy also ran back and handed the needle and thread to Li Yue. "Young master, take off your outer clothes," said Li Yue softly. Ning Chun hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he still took off his outermost clothes and handed them over. "Thank you, Your Highness." Ning Chun sincerely thanked her. "It's nothing." Li Yue smiled and took the clothes. No matter what, this person was someone she wanted to rope in. Furthermore, just now, she once again felt that she might have really underestimated this young man. The sword qi on his clothes had already been dispelled, but Li Yue could still tell that it was caused by a sword. When she saw the same tears on his clothes, she more or less understood what had happened. Since Ning Chan didn't say anything, Li Yue didn't ask. Asking too much would only increase the distance between them. There was no need for that. If she wanted to know something, her subordinates would investigate it for her. As long as it was in the Lihua dynasty, there were very few things that could escape her eyes. "Young master, have you heard a matter? A few days ago, a sword user appeared in the southwest," said Li Yue. Bang! The teacup that Ning Chun had just picked up shattered. The tea splashed all over his body, and the broken pieces cut his palm, causing blood to gush out. Li Yue raised her head and saw the unconcealable shock in Ning Chen's eyes. She frowned slightly. "Young master, be careful." Li Yue put down the clothes in her hand and walked forward. She took out a silk handkerchief and wiped the tea and blood off his hand before carefully bandaging the wound. "Princess, please continue." Ning Chun suppressed the fluctuations in his heart. Chapter 236. To Ning Chun, the appearance of a third expert from the 3 disasters was the most terrifying news. In order to prevent the appearance of a third expert, he even wanted to kill Meng Xuanji, who he didn't have much enmity with. The location of the Ascension Valley was the place where the boundary between the 2 realms was the weakest. Only 3 disaster level powerhouses were needed to open a passage. There were currently 2 experts in the 4 realms. One was the master of the 4 realms, and the other was the master of the Longevity Hall. If a third one really appeared, it would be a disaster for the Divine Continent. Li Yue was surprised by the former's reaction, but she continued. There was no information about this person in the 4 realms. He seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. He was dressed in luxurious green robes, and his face was young and handsome. Behind him was a 17 or 18-year-old girl. There was a sword rack on his back, and there were at least 5 swords on it, each one different. Just 2 nights ago, The Disaster King and 3 peerless experts worked together to kill this person in the Southwest Territory. In the end, they suffered a crushing defeat, and the Disaster King was injured. Of the other 3, 2 died and 1 was injured. Li Yue turned around and was surprised to find that Ning Chun had stood up at some point. His face was filled with shock. It was even more intense than before. "Your Highness, I have to leave first. My apologies." Ning Chun took the clothes that hadn't been mended and quickly walked out. The little boy was at a loss when he saw the Princess Royal's gaze, but he didn't know how to explain. Outside the front hall, the Earth Craftsman sighed softly. He walked into the hall and said, "Your Highness, please go back. I'll have him visit the Princess Royal's residence another day." The craftsman didn't say anything else. This matter needed Ning Chun to come back and personally resolve it. Li Yue nodded and left with a grave expression. This Sir Ning's reaction to what had happened in the Southwest Territory was too strong. Li Yue returned to her residence with a heart full of questions. Today's events were unusual, and she needed to properly sort them out. At night, a report was sent to the princess residence. Li Yue's expression changed again after reading it. The Blackstone Sea was destroyed, and the last 2 plants had been stolen. Even the experts guarding the sacred land had perished. Li Yue immediately thought of the many sword and saber wounds on Ning Chen's clothes, and a trace of doubt flashed through her eyes. However, there was something that didn't make sense. This young Master Ning was obviously only a 5th-grade prenatal stage cultivator and couldn't be faked. Li Yue leaned against the back of the chair and closed her eyes. The questions in her heart became more and more difficult to answer. What did she not think of? She kept feeling that she had overlooked the most important point. In the Southwestern Territory, a white figure sped along, constantly searching for traces of the great battle that had taken place that day. Ning Chen's footsteps never stopped. He was extremely anxious. Senior and a man had come. No wonder he had such a strong feeling the night before. A man must have been affected by the battle and was injured. Ning Chun searched back and forth in the wilderness. Finally, when it was past midnight, he found a piece of land that was destroyed and riddled with holes. There wasn't a single spot on the ground that was still intact. All that could be seen was a scene of devastation. Ning Chun walked on the ground and felt the sword intent that hadn't dissipated yet. His last bit of doubt disappeared. The vast wilderness was boundless. Ning Chun looked left and right, his eyes filled with confusion. He didn't know where he should go. At this moment, the earth trembled as a dark golden heavy sword slowly rose from the ground and landed in front of Ning Chun. Jiga! Ning Chun's heart sank as he looked at that familiar ancient sword. He knew that Senior had left it for him. In other words, Senior still had some matters to attend to and couldn't leave. He had told him to take care of himself. Ning Chun walked up and pulled out Jiga. He tore a strip of cloth from his robes and wrapped it around it. Then he placed it on his back and left. He had always been worried that something had happened to a man, but now he could relax. With Senior by his side, a man wouldn't be in any danger. Before he could see Senior and a man, he had his own matters to attend to. He couldn't just keep waiting. Within the Earthly Craftsman manor, the Earthly Craftsman wasn't forging in front of his furnace. Instead, he was calmly waiting for Ning Chun to return. When the sun shone down from the east, the spiritual chi in the air swirled in the front yard. A silhouette in plain clothes walked out and returned to the residence. The eldest princess sent news that the blazing sun iron has been found. The Earthly Craftsman gravely reported. "Where is it?" asked Ning Chun. "The Sudden Lightning Dynasty's Xianling Pavilion," replied the Earthly Craftsman. Ning Chun frowned. He seemed to have seen that name before. When he was in the continent of the 9 clouds, he had seen records of the Sudden Thunder Dynasty's several large powers. The Xianling Pavilion was one of them. But at that time, he had only glanced over it hastily and hadn't studied it carefully. The eldest princess will tell you the details later. You should prepare yourself. The princess's manor will soon send someone else, continued the Earthly Craftsman. Yes. Ning Chun nodded and walked to the rear courtyard. As expected, not long after, the eldest princess once more sent someone to invite him. Ning Chun quickly tidied himself up and left the Earthly Craftsman manor with 2 swords on his back. Within the eldest princess's manor, Li Yuwei was dressed in casual robes. Her hair was tied up simply, and she had removed her extravagant hair ornaments. Ning Chan walked over. Looking at Li Yuwei's outfit, he frowned. She was going too. Let's go. We can talk on the way, said Li Yuwei. I can go by myself. Princess, you don't need to go on a long journey with me, said Ning Chan. If he went alone, he could quickly reach the Sudden Thunder Dynasty. If Li Yuwei wanted to go with him, they would have to waste a lot of time on the road. It's a bit troublesome. Besides, I have other things to do in the Sudden Thunder Dynasty. Let's go. I'll tell you the details on the way, said Li Yuwei before quickly walking away. When Ning Chan saw that, he sighed inwardly. He could only follow her and hope that this trip would go smoothly. Not long after, an ordinary-looking carriage rushed out of the royal city and headed towards the south at high speed. The four dynasties of the four extremes. To the north is Clearwater, to the south is Sudden Thunder, to the west is Changfeng, and to the east is Lihua. The Lihua dynasty is called the first dynasty because of the existence of the Holy Land. In reality, the Sudden Thunder dynasty is the strongest of the four dynasties. Our target this time is the Xianling Pavilion. It was founded by a member of the Sudden Thunder dynasty's royal family. After 200 years, no one knows how many experts they have. However, the Xianling Pavilion is an e-pavilion. Normally, they only talk about business and don't care about anything else. The news of the Blazing Sun Iron was intentionally released by the Xianling Pavilion. Other than that, there are also several other treasures of the same level, or even more precious. This news was released 2 days ago. There should be many people moving out by now. Our goal is just the Blazing Sun Iron. As for the other things, we won't fight over them for now. Li Yuwei quickly explained the situation. This time, their mission was extremely difficult. If too many people knew about this, it would be very disadvantageous for them. Understood. Ning Chan nodded. When can a mortal sovereign come? Asked Li Yuwei. I have a mark my master left on me. I can catch up at any time, replied Ning Chan. Li Yuwei relaxed a bit. With a powerful Xiantian overseeing them, the situation would be much better. This time, the Xianling Pavilion had released these treasures in such a high-profile manner. It would definitely attract countless experts, especially heavenly blacksmiths. They would very likely borrow the power of the Holy Lands to fight for these treasures. The carriage rumbled through the wilderness. In order to not attract attention and save time, Li Yuwei did not choose to take the official road. Instead, she went southwest. On the first night, the two of them were lucky enough to pass by a small town. They changed horses and found an inn to stay for the night. However, on the second night, the two of them were not so lucky. They stopped in the wilderness. It wasn't that they couldn't continue their journey. They were both martial artists, so traveling at night wasn't a big deal. But the horses couldn't. The horses had already been running for a day. If they continued to run, they definitely wouldn't be able to last. Let's rest here for the night. Li Yuwei made her decision. Yes. Ning Chan replied in an unconcerned manner. The two of them got off the carriage. They lit a fire beside the carriage and sat down. Ning Chan looked at the flickering flames, and a smile unconsciously flashed across his face. He seemed to have thought of something. What are you smiling about? Li Yuwei asked curiously. Ever since she knew him, this was the first time she saw a real smile. It was no longer those polite and meaningless expressions. Ning Chan came back to his senses. He retracted his smile and shook his head. Nothing. I just remembered some things from the past. Ning Chan stood up and said, I'll walk around for a bit. I'll be back in a while. Li Yuwei was about to speak, but she found that the former had already turned and walked far away. She had no choice but to swallow her words. She wanted to say that she would also go with him. The longer she interacted with him, the more she felt that this young Master Ning really didn't understand romance. Leaving a girl alone in the wilderness was not something an ordinary man could do. Sometimes she even wondered what kind of girl could make him shift his gaze away from other places. Or perhaps he had some emotional fluctuations that ordinary people would have. Ning Chan, who was far away, didn't know what Li Yuwei was thinking. He also didn't care. From the latter's palm that day, when she fought with Duke Muyang, as long as she wasn't an innate stage expert, he shouldn't be able to hurt her. Other than that, he didn't need to care about anything else. After leaving Li Yue's sight, Ning Chun moved his feet and disappeared. A small river from the east flowed rapidly towards the west. Ning Chun appeared. With a wave of his hand, a fish flew out and landed in his hand. In the wilderness, beside the carriage, Li Yue saw Ning Chun walking back from afar with a fish in his hand. A hint of surprise flashed across her brows, but it was soon replaced by splendor. Ning Chun returned to the bonfire. He skewered the fish with branches and carefully roasted it. Once upon a time, there was a little girl who was picky about her food. She didn't eat properly and always clamored for him to roast fish for her. At that time, he thought that he had obtained a hostage that he could use to threaten Fan Lingwei. He didn't expect that he would kidnap a little ancestor. Time passed so quickly. In the blink of an eye, another half a year had passed. He wondered if little Mingyu was more obedient now. Was she still as naughty as before? The aroma of the fish gradually drifted out, spreading in the dark night with the breeze. It was so alluring. At this moment, a fair hand reached out. Ning Chun raised his head and was stunned. Chapter 237. Her hand was as white as jade without the slightest blemish. It was so dazzling in the firelight of the night. Ning Chun was an extremely intelligent person. After being stunned for a moment, he quickly reacted. "Be careful, it's hot." Ning Chun concealed his astonished expression without leaving a trace. He handed over the roasted fish and warned. In reality, he had only roasted this fish because he thought of little Mingwei. However, since Li Yue had misunderstood, there was no need to point it out. He did not understand a woman's thoughts, but he was not an idiot. This misunderstanding could not be explained. Li Yue ate the fish in small bites. She was elegant and refined, very pleasing to the eye. Although this eldest princess reputation was not good, she had received strict court etiquette training since she was young. No one could find any fault with her behavior. Ning Chun looked at her and thought of little Mingwei. He found it funny. The little girl was also born as a princess and later became an emperor. However, when she ate, she was like a little tiger, afraid that others would steal her food. "It's delicious." Li Yue revealed a smile. It was less charming and more realistic. She did not think that Ning Chun would have such a skill. She had thought that he was just a block of wood. Ning Chun smiled and did not say anything. Back then, in order to let little Mingwei eat, he had worried a lot. This was all from training. "All right, is there a river nearby? How come I don't hear the sound of flowing water?" Li Yue asked curiously. "A very small river," Ning Chun replied. "Oh." Li Yue nodded and continued to focus on eating the fish in her hand. She did not ask any more questions. The moonlight was slightly cool and a light breeze rustled. The light of the fire and the fragrance of the fish spread out. In the distance, pairs of green eyes appeared and stared at the two people beside the carriage. Their greedy wolf eyes continuously jumped. A wolf. The howls of the wolves rose and fell, coming from all directions. Even from far away, one could feel the gloomy and cold aura that made one's hair stand on end. In front of the carriage, the horse immediately became restless. It kept moving around nervously. Ning Chun stood up and gently stroked the horse's back, gradually calming it down. Speaking of which, this was already the second time he had encountered a pack of wolves. His luck was really bad. Seeing the dark mass of figures in the distance, Li Yue's eyes flashed with worry. She warned, "Be careful." No matter what the former was hiding, his 5th grade natal realm cultivation could not be faked. "Don't worry, I can protect myself," Ning Chun replied. The wrapped strips of cloth dispersed. Jiga and Qingma appeared. The two swords danced side by side. Li Yue frowned when she saw the dark golden sword in the former's hand. She felt that it was somewhat similar to one of the several swords of the 3 disasters expert described in the intelligence reports sent by the spies a few days ago. However, this thought was quickly dispelled. There were many similar swords in the world, and the 3 disasters expert was far away in the southwest. His sword couldn't have appeared here. The pack of wolves howled at the sky. Soon after, they rushed out like a flood. Numerous grayish-black wolf shadows rushed by under the moonlight. Very quickly, they were less than 100 meters away from the two of them. Snowflakes appeared on the cyan ink sword in Ning Chun's right hand. In the next moment, The sword moved rhythmically and made a soft sound. The flood rushed over, and green ink was dyed red. The instant the blood had yet to fall, several dozen streaks of sword light appeared between heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 wild wolves flew out with a bang. Not far away, Li Yue sent 4 or 5 wild wolves flying with a palm strike. She glanced at the figure beside the carriage, and her mind was greatly shaken. A single sword without any other moves. Every time the sword was brandished, a wild wolf would fall down, unable to stand up again. Fast and accurate. These were the only things reflected in Li Yue's eyes. The instant she was absent-minded, a shadow pounced over, and a sharp wolf claw descended. Don't get distracted. Ning Chen's left hand sent Zhiga flying, shaking away the shadow pouncing towards Li Yue. His right hand waved and chopped, and another 3 wild wolves fell down. Li Yue quickly returned to her senses. She fully activated her martial arts, and a dazzling radiance soared in the dark night. The surrounding wild wolves were immediately torn apart, and blood sprinkled all over the sky. No matter when, a woman cared a lot about her appearance. Moreover, the Li Hua dynasty's eldest princess had never been a soft-hearted person. When she got angry, it made people fearful. Ning Chan waved his hand and withdrew Zhiga. He swung his sword and chopped apart a few wolves that were pouncing towards a horse. At the same time, Qing Mo condensed into frost, and a sword split open the sky. The sword intent rumbled and shook, and a path of blood immediately opened up 10 meters in front of him. In the blink of an eye, not a single wolf could stand on the 10 meters in front of him. Hello! Within the pack of wolves, a terrified wolf howl was transmitted. Immediately, the pack of wolves that surrounded the 2 people turned around and quickly retreated. In less than half a quarter of an hour, wolf corpses were already everywhere within a circumference of 10 meters. Blood flowed in pools and dyed the wilderness red. Li Yue restrained her aura. Her eyes still flickered with an unimaginable radiance as she looked at the former. So it turned out that a 5th grade natal stage could also be this powerful. Today, she finally experienced what a true martial arts powerhouse was. Your master is truly a genius. Li Yue lightly sighed. To be able to teach such an outstanding disciple, it truly made people exclaim in admiration. A 5th grade natal stage disciple had such accomplishments, so it could be imagined how powerful his master was. Ningchen didn't mind and smiled. He picked up the cloth strips on the ground and rewrapped Zhiga and Qing Mo. Soon after, he carried them on his back. He didn't have a master. If he had to name one, the sword consecrator had taught him a move, Mu Bai had taught him a sword move, and the senior had shown him what a sword was. It's not safe here, let's go, Ningchen said. And Li Yue nodded and replied. Wolves were very vengeful animals. Once they seized the opportunity, it was very likely that they would come again. The carriage rumbled forward and soon disappeared into the wilderness. 7 days later, after traveling day and night, the 2 finally arrived at the capital of the Hulei dynasty, Yunming City. In the Xianling Pavilion, there were more and more people secretly visiting in the past few days. The stewards were extremely busy. Most of the people came for rare treasures like the blazing sun iron. There were even Xiantian powerhouses who personally appeared, giving the stewards a lot of pressure. However, the consecrator of the imperial family had already said that before everyone arrived, they couldn't relent even a little bit. Li Yue and Ning Chun also stayed in and not far from the Xianling Pavilion, waiting for the Xianling Pavilion's next move. In Yunming City, there were more and more people. People from all the major forces gathered in the city, quietly waiting for an opportunity. Ning Chun saw familiar figures. It was the sword consecrator of the 9 Clouds Mountain and Worryless of the Cherishing Flower Palace. Beside Worryless was a young woman in her prime. Her aura was very powerful. She was at least at the peak of the 2nd tribulation of the Xiantian realm, close to the 3rd tribulation. The 3rd tribulation of the Xiantian realm was a watershed. Under normal circumstances, even major sects like the 9 Clouds Mountain and the Cherishing Flower Palace only had 1 or 2 powerhouses who had surpassed the 3rd tribulation of the Xiantian realm. When Li Yue saw the people from the Nine Clouds Mountain and the Cherishing Flower Palace, a trace of worry flashed across her charming face. The Cherishing Flower Palace and the Nine Clouds Mountain were far to the west of the four extremes. It could be said that they were the furthest from the Lihua dynasty. She didn't have much information about these two major sects, but there was no doubt that these two sects were powerful, especially in terms of peak battle power. Even the four dynasties couldn't compare to them. The Palace Lord of the Cherishing Flower Palace and Venerable Dream of the Nine Clouds Mountain were among the few powerhouses of the four extremes. They could be said to be the strongest people in the world besides the two powerhouses of the Sacred Land and the Hall of Eternal Life. This time, even people from these two sects had come, and two of them were Xiantian cultivators. To her, this wasn't good news. Ningchen looked at the three of them and narrowed his eyes slightly. He wasn't worried about the other two. Instead, he was more wary of Worryless. This woman could be said to be one of the strongest people in the world. Once she got serious, she would definitely be very terrifying. In many ancient books, the growth of the Great Path physique was accompanied by an absolutely invincible battle record. They were born with the ability to control the power of heaven and earth. To a certain extent, they were like gods living in the human world. The only good news was that his relationship with Worryless wasn't bad, but it was only good. On the street, Worryless felt the gaze from afar. She turned around and smiled gently. Her smile was peaceful and made people feel relaxed and happy. Seeing this smile, Ning Chun sighed inwardly. This was what he was worried about. As long as they were in this world, the perception of the Great Path physique was unparalleled. You know people from the Cherishing Flower Palace? Li Yue saw that Ning Chun had been paying attention to the two people from the Cherishing Flower Palace. She couldn't help but ask curiously. Yes. Ning Chun nodded. He didn't deny it. Li Yue's expression was strange, but she quickly understood. She had almost forgotten that he had a powerful Xiantian master. It wouldn't be strange, even if he had seen venerables from some large sections. Be careful of that green-clothed woman, warned Ning Chun. Li Yue was surprised. She didn't understand what he meant. If he said to be careful of the Cherishing Flower Palace, she could understand. After all, a Xiantian cultivator had come. But to be careful of that green-clothed woman was too strange. A disciple of the Cherishing Flower Palace who was at most at the 6th rank. Even if she was like Ning Chun beside her, whose martial path was extraordinary, she still couldn't escape the Hotian realm. She wasn't much of a threat to her. However, since Ning Chun had warned her, she just had to be careful. 4 days later, in Cloud Cry City, almost all the powers that should have come had arrived. In the depths of the Sudden Thunder Imperial Palace, a powerful aura rose up. In the next moment, it appeared in Xianling Pavilion. Let's go and take a look, said Ning Chun. Yes. Li Yue nodded. Then they walked towards Xianling Pavilion. Within Xianling Pavilion, in the private rooms, the people from the various powers were gathered. Through the gauze curtains, they looked at the rippling mirror in front of them. Their expressions were grave. Everyone, what do you think? Asked a middle-aged man beside the mirror. In a private room on the west side, Li Yue was silent. After a long time, she said, "You can refuse. We'll wait for another chance. After all, there are too many unknowns. Even a mortal sovereign might not succeed." "I'll give it a try," replied Ningchen calmly. He wasn't unfamiliar with the unknown lands, but this was the first time he had heard of the existence of a phoenix, even if it was only a descendant with an impure bloodline. He had suspected that the reason he had been able to survive was because of that drop of phoenix blood. However, such a matter was too inconceivable. He didn't dare to be certain. It just so happened that this time he could see what the legendary phoenix looked like. Chapter 238. Xianling Pavilion's offer was not complicated. 1 drop of phoenix blood in exchange for all the rare treasures in the world, including the blazing sun iron. However, this seemingly simple offer was extremely dangerous. Even Khanate masters did not dare to try it. There were only 2 places in the world with phoenix blood: Longevity Hall and Phoenix Perch Mountain. The Hall of Longevity was the most ancient force of the 4 extremities, with a legacy so long that it was impossible to trace. Every generation's Hall Master was a peerless expert who was infinitely close to, or even stepping into the three disasters realm. For tens of thousands of years, it had never declined because of the phoenix trapped under the pool of longevity. Phoenixes were extremely proud, divine beasts. Even though they had few descendants left of their bloodline, they still refused to be enslaved. Tens of thousands of years ago, the Temple of Immortals had paid a great price to trap the phoenix. Even now, they were still treading on thin ice in case the phoenix broke out of the seal. The phoenix cherished its body very much. Not to mention the precious phoenix blood, it would not even leave a feather for humans. It could be imagined how difficult it was to get a drop of phoenix blood. Back then, generations of longevity hall masters and masters of the four extremes paid an immeasurable price to win over the connate masters of the divine land. Only then did they create the forbidden land in the divine land, Ascension Valley. In these thousands of years, Longevity Hall sent out a total of 5 drops of phoenix blood, which were kept by the 2 strongest connate masters of the Ascension Valley. However, the last drop was snatched by Prince Yen. Not long after that, the entire Ascension Valley and all the remaining connate masters were killed by Ningchun. Thus, the only way to contact the 4 extremes and the divine land was cut off. Among the 4 extremes, Longevity Hall had phoenix blood. This was known to the world. However, no matter what price the other sects were willing to pay, Longevity Hall was unwilling to relent. The imperial consecrator of Xianling Pavilion did not have much life left and urgently needed things to prolong his life. Phoenix blood was one of them. Other than Longevity Hall, the other place in the world where the phoenix lived was Phoenix Perch Mountain. Among the 4 extremes, it was the most dangerous and unknown place besides the 4 extremes. In the legends, the phoenix only rested on parasol trees. Phoenix Perch Mountain had 3 parasol trees that were more than 10,000 years old. According to ancient records, 3,000 years ago, an connate master accidentally entered and saw traces of the phoenix. However, in the 3,000 years that followed, Fang's Perch Mountain became a forbidden area for human warriors. Even connate experts did not dare to set foot inside. Fengshi Mountain was located in a very secluded place. If someone hadn't discovered it, it might still be a place that no one knew about. In Fang's Perch Mountain, other than the phoenix, there were also innate level giant beasts that were extremely powerful. This was also the reason why innate level experts in the world were unwilling to set foot there. Compared to ordinary people, inborn experts cherished their lives even more. Very few people were willing to take the risk for such dangerous things. Therefore, when the imperial consecrator of Xianling Pavilion stated the conditions, many people gave up this opportunity, including 9 Cloud Mountain's Sword Venerable. The Zun cultivators of the continent of the 9 Clouds were all at the peak of their lives. Even though the blazing sun, iron, and the other treasures were tempting, they didn't want to risk their lives for it. Following the departure of the 9 Heavens Sword Sovereign, many others left one after another, including a few powerful inborn experts. A hint of regret flashed across the eyes of the Xianling Pavilion's imperial consecrator. He had painstakingly collected the treasures of heaven and earth in order to attract these strong practitioners. Fengqi Mountain was not so easy to enter. The more people there were, the more chances there were. However, there were still many people who stayed in the end. Among them was Hua Xin from the Cherishing Flower Palace. Yuan Hong also hesitated for a moment, but when she thought of her teacher, the previous palace lord of the Cherishing Flower Palace, who also didn't have much lifespan left, she chose to stay. Wang Yu naturally stayed as well. Her gaze peered through the gauze curtain at the box in the distance. A faint smile hung on her beautiful face. Ning Chun returned to smile, but he was a little surprised. He didn't expect the Cherishing Flower Palace to stay in the end. This was the scene he didn't want to see the most. He definitely had to fight for the phoenix blood, or he could choose to form an alliance with Wang Yu. As for how to split the spoils after obtaining the phoenix blood, they could discuss it properly. Of course, if they couldn't come to an agreement, it wouldn't be too late to fight then. Thinking of this, Ningchen looked at the beautiful figure in the distance and transmitted his voice. Wang Yu, why don't we form an alliance and get the phoenix blood first. Wang didn't answer, but only smiled. She pointed at the venerable of the cherishing flower palace beside her. Her meaning was obvious. I can't make the decision. Ning Chun was speechless. If he dared to reveal his identity, he wouldn't have to be so careful. Since they couldn't form an alliance, Ning Chun didn't force it. When the time came, who knew what would happen? He would just play it by ear. Half a day later, the people of the various factions left Cloud Cry City one after another, rushing towards the northwest. Although Phoenix Perch Mountain was a forbidden area of the four extremities, people would die for wealth, and birds would die for food. The natural treasures provided by the Xianling Pavilion were attractive enough, causing many people to want to take the risk. After all, no one had truly entered Phoenix Perch Mountain. All of their knowledge came from ancient records and rumors. Li Yue stayed in Cloud Cry City as she had other important matters to attend to. The two of them could only temporarily separate and complete their own missions. Ning Chun didn't have any objections. He left alone, feeling much more relaxed. However, Ning Chun wasn't in a hurry. He followed behind the various factions at a leisurely pace, waiting to enter with everyone else. As long as it was an unknown place, there would always be strange things. He had already suffered a lot, and this time, he was determined not to be the first one to stand out. He had already seen Tao Tai and Jiaoying. Even if a legendary phoenix really appeared this time, it wouldn't be strange. Phoenix Perch Mountain was located in the inner part of the 100,000 mountain range between the western and southern borders. Of course, the 100,000 mountain range was just an empty name. No one had really counted how many mountains there were. The various factions were all on guard against each other. When they were rushing, they would also intentionally avoid each other to prevent being stabbed in the back. The factions that had innate rancors would have more confidence. Although Phoenix Perch Mountain was dangerous, as long as they didn't encounter monsters that were too strong, it shouldn't be a problem for them to protect themselves. The crowd crossed one mountain after another. The lush mountain range seemed to have no end. No matter where they walked, there would always be a new mountain waiting for them. Yuan Hong and the other innate rankers obviously had the same thoughts as Ning Chun. They walked at a leisurely pace, waiting to enter with everyone else. 10 days later, after the crowd had crossed the last mountain, they finally saw a different scenery. The scene in front of them was a scene of falling maple leaves and red all over the mountain. It was almost exactly the same as the legendary Phoenix Perch Mountain. Ning Chun leisurely followed behind the crowd, especially far away from Daylily. He didn't want to expose his every move to others. After resting for half a day, the various factions tacitly entered the mountain at the same time. They still maintained a certain distance from each other and moved forward separately. The falling maple leaves dyed the entire Phoenix Perch Mountain red. As the crowd walked, they gradually realized that the distance they had deliberately maintained with others had unknowingly increased. Several innate rankers also realized that something was wrong. This endless maple forest was like a natural maze. The deeper they walked, the harder it was to determine their direction. Daylily, wait here for a while, Yuan Hong instructed. She moved her feet and rose above the maple forest. Looking at the surrounding scenery, she couldn't help but frown. This Phoenix Perch Mountain was much bigger than she had imagined. It took up at least a third of the 100,000 mountain range. The maple forest before her eyes seemed to have no end. At the same time, a few more figures flew into the air. They looked at each other, and a trace of vigilance flashed across their faces. Screech! Right at this moment, an ear-piercing howl resounded in the sky. Shortly after, a black shadow that blotted out the sky and covered the earth appeared, causing the few Xiantian realm experts to be shocked. It was a huge, strange bird with a wingspan of more than 200 feet. The feathers around it were as black as mirrors. A pair of iron claws shone sharply under the sunlight, causing people to feel cold all over. Ning Chun also frowned. It was this thing again. This was already the third time he had seen this strange bird. He had seen it twice in the Divine Great Land, but he didn't expect to see the same monster here again. If it was a coincidence, it was too much of a coincidence. Screech! In the blink of an eye, another deep screech sounded from the ninth heaven. A second huge bird appeared. This one was even bigger and more terrifying. It was close to 300 feet long and covered the sky. It was abnormally terrifying. The two strange birds were obviously furious at the intrusion of the humans. Their huge wings flapped and swept towards the people in the air like blades, including Yuan Hong. The 5 and 8 rankers had no choice but to fight back. However, the two strange birds were unexpectedly difficult to deal with. They were invulnerable and difficult to injure. For a moment, the 5 and 8 rankers were in a difficult situation. Ning Chun looked at the battle in the sky, his eyes flickering. The strange birds he had encountered in the past were much smaller and weaker than these two. The two monsters he encountered today were really too strong. In the sky, the 5 and 8 rankers released all their auras. Powerful airwaves rolled continuously. After adapting to the strength of the two birds' bodies, they gradually turned the tables and began to suppress them. However, the 5 and 8 rankers weren't united after all. The two birds were indeed too strong. It wouldn't be easy for the 5 and 8 rankers to kill them. Rumble. Just as the crowd was paying attention to the battle in the sky, a terrifying tremor sounded from the ground below. Countless ferocious beasts rushed out from the depths of the maple forest. Although they weren't strong, their numbers were frightening. They trampled towards the intruders. The expressions of the 5 and 8 rankers changed. They flipped their palms and shook off the strange birds. Then they quickly rushed down. They didn't come alone. They had brought their disciples with them. Although they wanted to broaden their horizons and test them, they didn't want these disciples to die in vain. After the 5 and 8 rankers landed, they immediately attacked. The surging tide of beasts suffered heavy casualties in an instant. Blood flowed like a river. The two strange birds swooped down. This time, they didn't choose the 5 and 8 rankers that they couldn't afford to provoke. Instead, they rushed towards some of the weaker disciples. In the next moment, miserable cries rose and fell one after another, causing one's hair to stand on end. Beside Yuan Hong, forgotten sorrow's eyes flashed with a touch of pity. She raised her hand without leaving a trace. Not far away, a strange bird swooped down towards the west and crashed down with a bang, crushing a large patch of maple forest. Chapter 239. The 4 Khanate experts were shocked when they saw the strange bird fall to the ground. They were puzzled and did not understand what had happened. Yuan Hong did not know either. Even though she was beside worryless, she did not sense anything out of the ordinary. Not far from where the strange bird fell, Ning Chun was stunned for a moment. He quickly guessed what had happened and could not help but feel even more shocked. He did not sense anything out of the ordinary just now. He only saw the strange bird fall directly from the sky. He had only read about the records of Taoism physique in ancient books. Seeing it with his own eyes today was really unbelievable. In the southwest, another strange bird cried anxiously and flew quickly. However, just as it was about to approach, its body was directly sealed by an irresistible force, and it could not move at all. Below the maple forest, due to the presence of the 5 Khanate experts, the beast tide quickly retreated. Except for the few disciples who were swallowed by the two strange birds, the rest of the people did not suffer many casualties. Worryless waved its hand and dispersed the spiritual chi of heaven and earth that was pressing on the two strange birds. After 2 frightened cries, the 2 strange birds immediately flapped their wings and flew away, not daring to stay for a second longer. Not far from the 2 strange birds, Ning Chun had been carefully watching. Finally, he noticed a trace of spiritual chi fluctuation at this moment. It was very weak. If one did not sense it carefully, it would be difficult to detect. The 5 Xiantian lords had also guessed that there was an expert helping them in the dark. While they were shocked, they couldn't help but feel a little fearful. For someone to be able to attack them without them noticing, it meant that the person's cultivation was either much higher than theirs, or he had some kind of special skill. No one guessed that it was a Taoism physique because it was too far away. The last time a Taoism physique appeared in the 4 extremes was thousands of years ago. The crowd continued to walk deeper into Fengqi Mountain. They were even more careful as they walked. Fengqi Mountain was more dangerous than they had imagined. They had only entered for a short while, and they had already encountered big trouble. There was no telling what would happen inside. After walking for a long time, the sky gradually darkened. The sun set and the moon rose. The crowd was about to face their first night in Fengchi Mountain. The 5 Khanate experts were also fully focused. They knew very well that in such an unknown place, night was the most dangerous time. As the bonfire rose, the scorching flames danced in the dark night, adding some confidence to the people who had been nervous all day. Although martial arts had reached the level of everyone present, and they no longer needed to make a fire for warmth or to drive away ferocious beasts, as one of the symbols of human civilization, the appearance of fire would always give people a sense of comfort. Ning Chun stood on top of a maple tree and looked into the distance. He estimated that with their current speed, it would take them at least a day and a night to reach the deepest part of Fengshi Mountain. The phoenix was a mythical beast that lived in legends. It could not be seen in the mortal world. If it were not recorded in ancient books, and he'd seen a drop of phoenix blood with his own eyes, he would find it hard to believe that something like the phoenix really existed. It was rumored that the 3 Wudong trees were located in the deepest part of the Phoenix Perch Mountain, and the phoenix was resting on one of them. Everyone seized the time to rest and reorganize. After the disturbance during the day, the people from the various large sects finally began to consciously draw closer to each other. Half of them rested while the other half was on guard. Ning Chun was relatively far away. His cultivation was only at the 5th grade of the acquired realm. He was usually inconspicuous, but he was too eye-catching here. Among those who dared to enter, the one with the lowest cultivation was the daylily, but it was also at the 6th grade. Moreover, there was a Xiantian expert beside it to protect it. The night was lonely and cold. In the depths of Fengshi Mountain, there were constant roars of beasts. Every sound was deeply intimidating, as if it came from a ferocious beast from the primordial era. The 5 Xiantian experts looked more and more serious. They were even more alert. Looking at the depths of the maple forest, the aura around them circulated, ready to attack at any time. Behind Ning Chun, a terrifying giant snake more than 200 feet long appeared. Its body was black and red, and it had legs. There was also a bulge on its head. It was gradually turning into a dragon. The giant snake's sword and its mouth was like a basin, trying to swallow the human in front of it. In an instant, the wind howled and the smell of blood filled the air. Ning Chun frowned slightly. His feet moved and his figure disappeared, retreating hundreds of feet away. However, the giant snake did not give up. Its tail pushed against the ground, and its body soared into the air, quickly sweeping forward. "You don't know what's good for you." Ning Chun snorted and stopped retreating. With a wave of his hand, the green ink sword behind him flew out and turned into a ray of light, falling into his hand. The giant snake hissed, and its eyes were cold and merciless. As its huge body swung, the surrounding trees collapsed. The sword in Ning Chun's hand moved, and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth quickly gathered. In the blink of an eye, the sword radiance extended and reached 10 feet away. With a loud bang, the earth collapsed and the mountains collapsed. In the midst of the flying sand and stones, a shrill cry rang throughout Fengshi Mountain, shaking people's hearts. "There's another Xiantian expert?" At that moment, the 5 Xiantian experts also felt the powerful sword intent that exploded in the distance. Their figures flashed and followed the scream to the battlefield. There was no one in sight. The remaining half of the giant snake's body was still bleeding on the ground. The maple leaves were red, but the blood was even redder. It was frightening. The 5 Xiantian experts looked at each other and became more alert. There was no doubt that this was done by another Xiantian expert. Such an extraordinary sword cultivation was rare, even among Xiantian experts. Including the expert who secretly attacked during the day, there were at least 2 Xiantian experts who had not shown up yet. It seemed that there were more people who wanted the phoenix blood than they had imagined. The 5 of them quickly returned. They did not dare to leave for too long. This place was full of danger. It was not something that the disciples who had not reached the Xiantian realm could handle. Ning Chun appeared from far away with the other half of the snake's body in his hand. With a casual swing, He threw it on the ground with a bang. "There won't be a next time," Ning Chen warned coldly. The eyes of the giant snake were full of fear. After gaining freedom, the snake wriggled its body and quickly left with its injured body. The roaring in the middle of the night was still going on. The people of the major sects were terrified, afraid that these monsters would appear. Fortunately, after a frightening night, nothing terrible happened. As the sky brightened, the roaring gradually quieted down. After dawn, everyone continued their journey. However, some people decided to leave. After a day and night of fear, many people could not bear it anymore. The 5 Xiantian experts were still determined and did not waver. They sped up and tried to reach their destination as soon as possible. However, everything went against one's wishes. In the remaining day and night, all the major sects were in big trouble, and the casualties of their disciples began to increase. The deeper they went into Feng's Perch Mountain, the more territorial giant beasts there were. Some were even at the level of human Xiantian experts. They were extremely difficult to deal with. Among the 5 Xiantian experts, Yuan Hong was the strongest. She had reached the peak of the second tribulation. The other 4 were either at the early stage of the second tribulation or at the peak of the first tribulation. The giant beasts were stronger than expected, forcing the 5 of them into a difficult situation. However, humans were the wisest of all creatures. Even if their Xiantian conditions were not as good as these giant beasts, they still had a big advantage after adapting with their cultivation and divine weapons. However, the disciples with weaker cultivation were not so lucky. The Xiantian experts could not help in time every time. By the time the group reached the deepest part of Feng's Perch Mountain, the number of people had decreased by more than half. Ning Chun walked behind the group. He did not encounter any trouble along the way and arrived at the destination smoothly. There are no more maple trees in a radius of 3,000 feet in front of them. On the lush grass, 3 towering sycamore trees appeared in front of everyone. They formed a line horizontally and looked very majestic. On the sycamore tree in the middle, a red divine bird lay quietly on the tree. Its perfect body and dazzling fiery red tail feathers all indicated the identity of its owner. A faint flame burned around the phoenix. It was as bright as blood, but the sycamore tree was not affected at all. It was not damaged at all. Elegant, noble, and perfect. This was everyone's first impression. The phoenix was the creator's favorite. It was perfect and deserved almost all the praise in the world. Even in myths and legends, it was an existence that was on par with the gods. The 5 Xiantian experts looked at the unusually quiet phoenix on the sycamore tree. At this moment, they were a little hesitant. The phoenix was equally famous for its elegance and strength. This phoenix looked calm now, but who knew how terrifying it would be once it felt threatened? Just as the 5 of them were hesitating, the 3-peak rank, 9 experts quietly retreated into the maple forest. They circled behind the phoenix's line of sight and were ready to take a gamble. They knew very well that once the 5 Xiantian experts took action, they would have no chance. It was better to take action now and escape immediately after obtaining the phoenix blood. In this unknown Feng's Perch Mountain, even Xiantian experts might not be able to catch up with a peak rank 9 expert if they wanted to escape. 10,000 feet away from the sycamore tree, the 5 of them were still thinking about how to deal with it. Suddenly, 3 rays of sword light lit up the sky and rushed toward the phoenix on the sycamore tree. At this moment, the 5 of them changed their expressions. They knew that they were in trouble. Sure enough, the phoenix's eyes, which were calm and peaceful just a moment ago, suddenly flashed with a trace of hostility. The next moment, a phoenix cry resounded through the world. The phoenix spread its wings and a sea of fire lit up the sky. The terrifying flames burned the sky and boiled the sea. Before the 3 figures could get close, they were surrounded by the sea of fire and turned into ashes in a painful struggle. The infuriated phoenix displayed unparalleled strength and instantly killed 3 peak rank, 9 powerhouses, shocking the 5 innate stage powerhouses. Retreat. Without any hesitation, the 5 of them quickly retreated with their disciples, temporarily avoiding the phoenix's sharp edge. However, how could a human Xiantian expert compare with a phoenix's speed? Yuan Hong had not escaped far with Daylily when the phoenix's cry sounded behind them. Daylily sighed softly when she saw this. She broke free from Yuan Hong's hand and stood in the void. Her blue and green dress fluttered. She raised her delicate hand, and in an instant, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth around her gathered crazily, forming a huge cage to trap the angry phoenix. Everyone was shocked, including Yuan Hong. No one would have thought that this gentle and delicate woman was actually the Xiantian expert who had secretly attacked. Chapter 240. The phoenix was trapped. After a short moment of astonishment, the 5 people reacted quickly. Their cold blades glinted and instantly arrived in front of the phoenix. Clang! Clang! A few ear-piercing sounds of metal colliding rang out. The blades were blocked by the phoenix's feathers and couldn't move forward even half an inch. The phoenix's shrill cry resounded through the 9 heavens. The angry phoenix flapped its wings, and raging flames burned the heaven and earth. Even the surrounding spiritual energy was burning. Daylily waved her hand, and the spiritual energy in all directions gathered again, trying to stop the phoenix from breaking through. In the distance, Ning Chun was shocked by Daylily's strength. At the same time, there was a trace of hesitation in his eyes. The Jiga sword flew out and the cloth scattered, revealing the dark golden blade. Perhaps he was the only one here who could break the phoenix's feathers and obtain the phoenix blood. With the Jiga sword, he could temporarily borrow the sword intent left by his predecessor. However, if he wanted to obtain the phoenix blood now, he would undoubtedly have to face the competition of the 5 innate masters. Moreover, there was also Daylily who could control the power of heaven and earth. He wasn't very confident that he could take the phoenix blood away. However, this was the best time to make a move. He had already seen the phoenix's strength clearly. If he faced it alone, he wouldn't have much of a chance. After quickly weighing the pros and cons, Ning Qin no longer hesitated. His figure moved and turned into a streak of white light, rushing towards the phoenix in the sea of fire. The dazzling light flashed in everyone's eyes. In the blink of an eye, it rushed into the burning flames. However, at this moment, a change suddenly occurred. The phoenix that was still in the cage of heaven and earth suddenly went crazy. The phoenix's shrill cry made the world tremble. The cage collapsed, and the phoenix flew out. Its long and narrow phoenix eyes were filled with hatred and anger. Ning Chan was shocked. He quickly turned back and ran for his life. The phoenix flapped its wings and flew out, chasing after the figures in front of it. Before anyone could react to what was going on, the 2 figures had already flown far away and disappeared without a trace. A strange look flashed in Daylily's eyes. She had never seen a phoenix before and hadn't noticed that Ning Chin's body had an aura very similar to that of phoenix. Chase! The phoenix blood was more important. Yuan Hong and the others didn't have time to care about him and quickly chased after him. The phoenix seemed to be targeting Ning Chen. It was filled with hatred and no longer cared about the others. It only followed the latter and chased after him. While fleeing, Ning Chen's mind spun quickly, and he quickly figured out the reason. He guessed that it was very likely that it was caused by the drop of phoenix blood. In the past, he used his phoenix blood to protect his spiritual sense. Today, he finally tasted bitterness. Phoenixes pressed for life, flames of hatred and fury devouring the heavens and destroying the earth. Even the sun was covered, terrifying and shocking. Up ahead, Ning Chun was running for his life, not daring to stay for even a moment. This phoenix was ridiculously powerful, and there was no way he could fight it. Behind them, the 5 innate rankers chased after them. The distance between them was getting wider and wider. The crazy phoenix's speed was frighteningly fast. It was not something that a human innate rancor could match. Ning Chan was running for his life, but the distance between them was getting shorter and shorter. He had no choice but to move his hand. The Jiga sword flew into the air, and the sword intent on the sword spread out. The sword will surged, and the space split apart. The phoenix was obstructed and stopped in its tracks. In this instant, Ning Chun had already fled far away and vanished without a trace. The people behind caught up. The phoenix roared angrily and opened its phoenix mouth. Blue flames covered the sky and locked down the earth. The 5 innate rankers were immediately trapped in the endless sea of flames, unable to advance or retreat. The raging flames devoured everything around them. Trapped in the sea of flames, the 5 innate rankers' bodies were restrained. They were in an extremely sorry state. Forgotten Sorrow rushed over and raised her delicate hand. In an instant, the spiritual energy within a radius of 10 miles gathered rapidly. She forcefully suppressed the phoenix fire and helped the 5 innate rankers to escape. Yuanhong escaped. Seeing that the phoenix had already disappeared, a trace of anxiety flashed across her face. "Respected Wanhong, I'll go after it," Forgotten Sorrow said softly. Then she took a step forward and disappeared between heaven and earth. In the sky above the Shirwan Mountains, a white flowing light flashed and disappeared. Behind them, far away, the flames were spreading at an extremely fast speed. If one looked carefully, a perfect and noble figure could be vaguely seen in the flames. Its powerful aura made one's heart palpitate. The chase between life and death continued from Feng Chi Mountain to the outside of the Shirwan Mountains. After the phoenix felt the familiar aura from the human, its hatred reached its peak. It chased after him crazily. The phoenix did not like the filth between humans, so it never left Feng Chi Mountain. But this time was an exception. The burning hatred had already swallowed the phoenix's heart. No matter what, it had to make the human in front of it pay the price. Ning Chun was never a person who would give up without a fight. After thinking about it, he immediately rushed towards the northeast. If this continued, he would definitely not be able to escape. Since this phoenix was so obsessed with the aura of the phoenix blood on him, then he would give the Immortal Hall a big gift. Above the 4 extremes, the chase became more and more intense. The phoenix's speed was astonishing. Ningchen was caught several times and was surrounded by danger. He relied on Zhiga to block it and barely managed to pull away. The sky was getting darker and darker. The sun was setting in the west and gradually dimming. 1 man and 1 phoenix chased after half of the 4 extremes. Everywhere they passed, half of the sky burned. It was a spectacular sight. No one knew what was happening. With the eyes of mortals, they could only see the flames flashing across the sky and nothing else. When some of the innate rankers saw the flowing light at the end of the sky, their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. They clearly saw the phoenix that only appeared in legends. Could it be that the rumors of Feng Chi Mountain were all true? Black stone, black wood, black soil. In a quiet place, a forbidden palace stood on the ground. It was majestic and heavy. Around it, ancient wood and black stone formed a city. Countless strong cultivators guarded it. For thousands of years, no one dared to enter. The Immortal Hall was one of the oldest inheritances in the world. Its history was so long that it could not be traced. It was as if the Immortal Hall existed as long as there were records. On this day, the phoenix cried out in the sky and flew towards the most mysterious inheritance in the world. In front of him, white clothes flashed past and rushed into the silent place. After landing, Ning Chun did not stop and directly flew towards the immortal city. In front of the Immortal Hall, 18 iron chains appeared from the void in the sky and were tightly tied to the floating altar. The iron chains were in the sky, and there was no end in sight. It was very eye-catching and shocking. It was said that in ancient times, the blood of gods was shed here. Therefore, it was called the Parish God Platform. The legend was too vague to be verified. However, the miracle of the 18 iron chains was real. No one knew where it came from. Below the Parish God Platform, there was still a thick white fog. It was impossible to see what was inside. Even the moonlight was blocked outside. It was extremely mysterious. This white fog would only disappear for a short period of time at midnight and noon every day. It would only last for a quarter of an hour before it would be covered by the fog again. The coldness of the night was even more obvious in front of the Immortal Hall. The silence and coldness of the ancient times were the eternal theme. At this moment, under the white fog, the phoenix cried out. After tens of thousands of years, it still resisted day after day and never gave in. When midnight arrived, the white fog dispersed. Below, a huge pool appeared. The pool water was light red and emitted a strong vitality. The immortal pool was the place where the immortal hall trapped the phoenix. Every drop of the pool water contained the blood of the phoenix at the bottom of the pool. When the pool water turned completely red, it would condense into a complete drop of phoenix blood. When midnight was about to pass, Ning-Chen arrived. The phoenix also chased after him. The scene in front of him was shocking. The fire phoenix seemed to have sensed it. The flames around its body soared into the sky. In the next moment, an extremely vicious phoenix cry rang out. The flames of hatred that had been separated for tens of thousands of years erupted in an instant, shaking the heaven and earth. Ning-Chen immediately dodged. He did not want to be implicated by the angry phoenix's flames of hatred. He retreated to the side. The fire phoenix rushed towards the immortal pool. Flames swept out, wanting to break the seal that had suppressed it for tens of thousands of years. Under the immortal pool, the fire phoenix felt the familiar aura outside. It also cried out and struggled fiercely. "Bastard, how dare you act so impudently in the immortal hall?" Right at this moment, the gate of the immortal hall opened. A figure in flowing armor appeared. He took a step forward and pressed down with his palm. With a boom, the fire phoenix was slammed to the ground. The shrill phoenix cry pierced through people's hearts. The fire phoenix flapped its wings and rushed towards the immortal pool again. However, the three disasters were unshakable. The fire phoenix could not take even half a step forward. Only its mournful phoenix cry resounded in the sky. It was unbearable. Although the phoenix was strong, its bloodline inheritance had been depleted a long time ago. It could barely contend against the three disasters. Above the immortal pool, the fog gradually returned to normal, covering the pool water. The phoenix cry also became weaker. The fire phoenix was abnormally anxious. It rushed forward again and again, but it was blocked again and again. Soon, midnight was about to pass. The fog had already covered most of the immortal pool. The fire phoenix looked towards the silhouette in the distance. It cried out several times. It was somewhat desolate and somewhat pleading. It no longer had the dignity and pride it had in the past. Ning-Chen fell silent. Leave or fight? He quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Leaving now might be the best choice. With the Disaster King holding down the fire phoenix, he could safely leave. If he fought and chose to help the fire phoenix, he would have to face a three disasters expert. With his current strength, this was not a wise choice. Logically speaking, he should leave immediately. He should not be influenced by his emotions. This was what he had always done. But this time, for the first time, his feet didn't listen to him. His hatred for the Disaster King, to a certain extent, far surpassed his hatred for the four extreme realm masters. He was not a saint. Although he did not want the divine continent to be affected by the flames of war and did his best to stop it, what truly angered him was a man's injuries. He had always endured because he knew he was not the Disaster King's match. Now, there was finally an opportunity in front of him. Although it was dangerous, it was a rare opportunity. The silhouette streaked through the night sky, rushing towards the immortal pool. The fire phoenix cried out and charged at the Disaster King even more crazily. Impudent! The Disaster King was furious. Looking at the two figures rushing over, he flipped his palms and sent out a wild storm. Chirp! The phoenix cried out mournfully. It used its body as a shield to block all the attacks and protect the young human. The shockwaves shook the area and the fire phoenix flew out. Ning-Chen was also affected. His lips also turned red, but he endured all the pain and charged towards the Godfall platform. In an instant, intense sword and golden light illuminated the mortal world.